Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf companies in presenting a new program. So welcome to all of you from the Good Gulf Dealers of America. Welcome to the Motion Picture Star's own radio program, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Jack Benny, Joan Crawford, Reginald Gardner, Judy Garland, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Screen Guild Show. Maybe you're wondering why we call this the Motion Picture Star's own program. Well, you see, it's this way. This show is written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, with every type of entertainment that represents Hollywood. Reviews, musical comedies, dramatic shows, different writers, directors, and stars each week. But most important, the money that the Gulf Oil companies pay the stars for appearing on this program will be turned over to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. So you see, it is really our own program. And we hope that you have as much fun listening to it as we have bringing it to you. So let's swing right into the show with a star who still manages to keep her youthful appearance in spite of her 15 years. Judy Garland.
Thanks, Mr. Murphy. Isn't it swell? Isn't it great?
Oh, you said it, Judy. And you're the first star to appear on the Screen Guild Show.
Gee, Mr. Murphy, aren't you excited? How many people do you think are listening to us?
Well, Judy, I should
Can they hear us all over the country?
Well, I
do you
suppose...
think they're listening and enjoying it?
Wait a minute. If you'll stand still for just a minute, I'll tell you. You must have been vaccinated with a pogo stick.
Mr. Murphy, where's the Master of Ceremonies?
Well, Judy, I'm the Master of Ceremonies.
Oh, I thought the Master of Ceremonies was supposed to be funny.
Well, it so happens that I'm the Master of Ceremonies, and I can be just as funny as the next one.
Oh, gee, have they already decided on the next one?
Judy, darling, how about your song?
Well, shall I sing sweet or swing?
Which do you like to sing?
Well, you see, it's this way. Shall I sing a melody of birds on the wing? Shall I sing of love and spring? Or shall I sing of swing? Oh, swing! Yes, swing! Shall I dance a polka or a stately courtship waltz? Should I do a Susie Q and make it good and hot? Too hot. Should I do what Mother tells me to and be a slightly dull but model little daughter? Or should I merge with this terrific urge to get right up and do my stuff, not to gay but gay enough? Hey, hey, ho, ho. Teacher says that I should sing of love and spring, but I will not sing of love and spring. For when I sing, I'm gonna sing. I wanna sing. I'm gonna sing. I'll swing. I wanna hear a horn toot against the beat. I wanna feel the money water round the feet. I wanna kill myself and dance down the street. I wanna stand right up and
Thank you, Judy Garland. Thank you. That was grand. That was swing and certainly sweet.
Thanks. And don't forget, I want to meet all the stars on the show tonight.
All right, you stick around and I'll introduce you to Joan Crawford.
Joan Crawford? Gee, I've always wanted to meet her. Really? Will you introduce me to her?
I certainly will.
Oh, gosh. Joan Crawford.
And you know what? I'll introduce you to Jack Benny, too.
Oh, gee. Joan Crawford.
Judy, it looks as though you're really serious about this. Hey, somebody just came in. That might be Joan now.
Pardon me. Am I interrupting anything?
No, not at all.
Then I must be in the wrong studio. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. It's Reggie Gardner, folks. Well, Reggie, it's really a pleasure to see you here, and it's awfully nice of you to be on this first program, in spite of your broken arm.
Oh, my arm's much better, thanks. In fact, it's practically healed.
Then why don't you take off the sling?
I would, but it's holding up my pants. You see, I can't afford a butler. Frightful, isn't it?
Say, Mr. Murphy, when are you going to introduce me to Joan Crawford?
Judy, look, I'll introduce you to Joan Crawford just as soon as she gets here.
Hasn't Joan been on yet?
No, and we're waiting for Jack Benny, too. He just finished his own program, and he's... He'll like that. You see, Jack just finished his own program, and right now he's in a police car.
Oh, really? I heard his show, but I didn't think it was that bad. You know, I heard a lot of radio programs while lying in the hospital with my broken arm. In fact, that's all I did. I didn't get any sleep at all. You see, being in one room so long brought back my old phobia of believing that the furniture and everything in the room was alive. With the exception of my night nurse, of course, who definitely wasn't. I actually believe that all inanimate objects are alive, and along this line, the most alive thing I've ever seen is a railway engine. Not only is it alive, but it's livid, furious. It loathes humanity. The only human who isn't afraid of it, I can't think why, is the engineer who leans out of his cab and waits for the signal to go. And when he gets the signal, he turns around and catches hold of a handle, pulls it down, and this livid beast is unleashed. Like this. And so forth on its journey. Well, now that we've unleashed this livid thing, we find it still equally furious, and it has a colossal argument for the rails it's running on. Like this. Giddle-a-da, baddle-a-da, giddle-a-dee, biddle-a-da, baddle-a-da, biddle-a-dee, giddle-a-dee, baddle-a-da, baddle-a-da, giddle-a-dee. That goes on the entire journey. And not only does it have a colossal argument for the rails it's running on, but also all the other rails when they dare to cross its own. Like this. Biddle-a-da, giddle-a-da, diddle-a-dee, giddle-a-dee, and so on. A few years ago, I went to France, and when I arrived at Calais, I got my first glimpse of a French engine. I was very much impressed. It seemed to me to be 4 times as big and 8 times as livid as any engine I'd ever seen before. To begin with, it had 27 of everything. Cow catchers, bells, tea cosies, knives and forks. In fact, everything but Darrell Zanuck hanging all over it. And when I was crossing the rails to get to the platform on the other side where I was to catch my train, I had to walk in front of this frightful monster, so I cowered away from it, and suddenly, to my amazement, it let out an extraordinarily effeminate voice. It seemed to me to be so enormously masculine, and yet as it started on its journey for Paris, all it managed to summon up was... Of course, I may be wrong about that, but really does seem to me to be a little peculiar. Now, before I end this bit of nonsense, I would like to tell you the one thing that an engine really loathes more than anything else, and that is another engine coming in the opposite direction. That it cannot bear. And by this time, you're well on your trip, and you've settled down quite calmly to diddle-a-dom, baddle-a-da, diddle-a-dee, boddle-a-da, and all the other maddening noises, when suddenly, to your horror, this new thing bursts upon you and nearly knocks you on the carriage floor. It's the most frightening thing in the world, and it goes like this. Diddle-a-da, diddle-a-da, diddle-a-dee, diddle-a-da, hallada, 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 diddle-a-da, diddle-a-dee, diddle-a-da. But it's very silly, don't bother. It's just my own personal program.
That was really swell. Grand and splendid. You know Oscar Bradley, our musical director, because he has conducted the Gulf programs for the past 4 years. But we've known him since the days he conducted such great New York successes as Showboat, Rio Rita, The Desert Song, and many others. Tonight, he goes a little jitterbug with Jeepers Creepers and Say It With a Kiss from the Warner Brothers picture, Going Places. Okay, Oscar, go places. grand, Oscar. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Ralph Morgan is playing a dual role. He is here not only as president of the Screen Actors Guild, but also to represent Gene Hersholt, president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, who is in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, our president, Ralph Morgan.
Thank you, George. God bless you, Gene Hersholt. I know you're listening in. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure that I present Colonel Drake, president of the Gulf Oil Corporation and the Gulf Refining Company. Colonel Drake has been a vital factor in offering this new series of programs to you for your entertainment. Here he is, Colonel J. Frank Drake, speaking... Speaking in behalf of the Gulf companies and of your independent, good Gulf dealers.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Ladies and gentlemen, during the past 7 years, Gulf has pioneered in bringing you many unusual phases of radio entertainment for the first time. Your good Gulf dealers and the Gulf companies have had the privilege of sponsoring a long series of famous stars, including the best loved of all, a man I am proud to have known as a friend, America's own Will Rogers. This year, we have searched for a new frontier in the radio field. We feel that we have found it in the Screen Guild show, which brings you practically all the leading stars, the featured players, and the directors and writers in Hollywood. We hope that in this way we shall open new frontiers of enjoyment to you and to millions of other Americans. It has been possible for Gulf to sponsor a program of such a wide scope only because of the cooperation of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, the Screen Actors, Writers, and Directors Guilds, and the Motion Picture Producers. We think it worthy of your attention that the amount paid by the sponsor for talent on this program will be placed in a special fund to build a home for the care of aged and indigent people from all branches of the film industry. We feel that this is a humane and very worthwhile project, and we are proud to be associated with it. We hope also that this is the kind of entertainment that all of you will enjoy, and that you will find the Screen Guild show worthy of your continued support.
No, Judy, no. I told you no.
Why not?
Now, look, Judy, Colonel Drake is the president of the Gulf Oil Company. He's been very nice to us, and he's a very busy man. And you cannot ask him to change the oil in your car. Besides, he's not dressed for it. Incidentally, young lady, there's something I want to ask you. There's a very disturbing rumor going around that you're a jitterbug.
Why, I am not. I like opera just as well.
Well, all I know is what Mickey Rooney and some of those old-timers are saying around.
Well, I'm operatic and I can prove it. That is, if Oscar Bradley will help me.
Oscar, the lady waits.
Rudolfo, ich lieb dich nicht. Ah, what was that? Methinks it was the voice of my nurse. She must not find you here, or else she'll kill you. So go, my beloved, go, my beloved. Rainy afternoons, swingy Harlem tunes, and motor trips, and burning lips, and burning toast, and prunes. How lovely it was. Memories the time that we feasted, and oh my that we frosted. Well, it was swell while it lasted. tears, no fuss. Hooray for us, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ronnie! Thank you so much. Oh, no! Don't mistake my attitude. Listen to my gratitude. Much obliged.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you. That was grand. I never realized that you were such a serious threat to the Mets.
Yeah, it kind of was a surprise to me, too. Well, Mr. Murphy, don't forget that,
You're going to meet Joan Crawford just as soon as she gets here and not before, and don't ask.
Well, here I am, George. You can relax.
Why, it's Jack Benny. Hello, Jack.
Well, George, I bet you were kind of worried that I wouldn't get here on time, weren't you? Weren't you worried?
No, we weren't worried, Jack. Not at all.
Well, weren't you worried even a little bit?
No, not even a little bit.
Darn it, I was hiding for nothing. You know, George, I had an awful time getting here. It's the last time I'll go any place with a police escort, believe me.
Why, Jack, I should think you'd feel flattered. It's quite an honor to have them send a police car for you.
Police car nothing. They sent 2 cops on motorcycles, and I had to run between them. I should feel honored yet. Say, George, I'm not the first one here, am I? Who else is on the show tonight? Huh?
Well, there's Judy Garland.
Oh, Judy.
And Reginald Gardner.
Oh, Reggie.
And Joan Crawford.
Oh, boy. Miss Crawford. You know, George, a funny thing. Now, I know nearly everybody in Hollywood, and yet I've never been able to... I've never had the pleasure of meeting Miss Crawford.
You haven't?
No. Oh, we've been at the same places at the same time, like the Rose Bowl game and America, but we never seem to rub elbows.
Is that so?
Not that I'd recognize her elbow if I rubbed it, but really, George, I would love to meet her.
Well, Jack, your desire is about to be fulfilled. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Joan Crawford. Hello, Joan.
Hello, George.
Joan, I can't tell you how happy I am that you're here. Before I say another word, I want you to meet Jack Benny. He's one of your greatest fans.
Fan? I'm practically a windmill.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
So glad to know you, Miss Crawford. And George is right. I've always been a great admirer of yours.
Well, thank you, Jack. I called you Jack because I feel I almost know you.
You do?
Yes, I've heard Fred Allen speak of you so often.
Oh, you have? Well, stop staring at me.
I'm sorry.
Listen, Miss Crawford, you know, Allen has been saying a lot of things about me, but don't believe a word that comes out of his nose. Oh, really? He's just an old foof.
Jack, I hate to take sides, but I listen to your program nearly every Sunday, and I've heard you say some pretty awful things.
About Allen?
No, just some pretty awful things.
Well, it's nice to know that you listen anyway. And by the way, Joan, you don't mind my calling you Joan, do you?
No, not at all.
Well, it's such a short program, and if you can save a syllable here and there, they add up. Now, I started to say, Joan, I saw your latest picture, The Shining Hour, and I thought that you...
Joan.
Yes?
This is Judy Garland. She's been so anxious to meet you.
Hello, Judy.
Gosh, Miss Crawford, you're my favorite star.
The child cute. You know, Joan, as I was saying...
Thank you so much, Judy.
Now, in The Shining Hour, Joan, your performance...
Gee, Miss Crawford, when I grow up, I want to be just like you.
Well, you know, Joan, your
And I
performance...
will be, too, someday.
Judy, sweetheart, you're getting in my hair.
Well, I won't get lost. Well, goodbye, Miss Crawford.
Goodbye, Judy. I'll see you later.
You know, Jones is a cute kid, and I've been trying to tell you how I enjoyed your performance so much in the shining hour and a half. It was really delightful. You know, I'm in the cinema, too.
Oh, yes, I know, and I've always enjoyed you very much.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, if you mean that, Joan, there's a question that I'd like to ask you. It may sound silly, but it means an awful lot to me. I mean, to my career.
Well, I hope I can help you, Jack. What is it?
Well, look, Joan, if I'm as good in pictures as we think I am, why don't they ever cast me, well, as a lover? After all, there must be some people who think I'm attractive.
Oh, there must be.
Yeah. But getting back to me being a lover, I can't understand how Paramount overlooks such a natural opportunity. And I've got Gary Cooper's eyes and Don Amici's nose, Robert Taylor's overcoat, and yet something is holding me down. You know?
Well, maybe it's the overcoat.
No, Joan. What I'm driving at is this. What is it that keeps me from being another Ronald Coleman or a Clark Gable?
Oh, Jack, that's a very delicate thing to say.
But come on, tell me, Joan. I can take it, really.
Jack, I could tell you what I think might be the reason, but I hate to say it in front of all these people.
Oh, that's all right. I won't be offended, I promise you.
Take an oath.
May I never live to see Artists and Models Abroad, a Paramount picture, playing at your favorite theater.
All right, then. Here goes. Jack, I think you're very clever and you're very talented. But you lack the most essential thing for success on the screen.
I do. What is it?
Sex appeal.
Sex appeal. I mean, you can't mean that I haven't got enough.
Oh, yes, I can.
Funny, and I never even suspected it. Gee, I do the rumba, and I wear turtleneck sweaters, and I saw ecstasy.
Jack.
I don't know.
Jack, let me try to explain it to you. Suppose you weren't Jack Benny. Suppose you were Ronald Coleman or Clark Gable. Oh, if you were Gable, do you think I could just stand here coldly, calmly talking to you?
Well...
No. Why, if you were Gable, well, I couldn't stay away from you. I'd want to get closer to you, like this. I'd even want to caress your cheek, like this. And I'd want to kiss you, like this. You see? I didn't feel a thing.
That's funny. I was a wreck. I see what you're driving at, Joan, but when you mention Gable, don't forget you only see him on the screen, where he's acting, playing a part, giving a performance. Why, it's all a matter of environment, surroundings, circumstances, music, dim lights. That's what it is.
Oh, no, you're wrong about that, Jack.
No, I'm not. It's all atmosphere. I can prove it to you, Joan.
How?
Now, look, I want you to close your eyes and forget I'm Jack Benny. I mean, close your eyes and think of me as Clark Gable.
You mean I should concentrate on it?
Yes. Now, remember, I'm not Jack Benny. I'm Clark Gable. I'm Clark Gable. Clark Gable. Got it?
Yes, Jack.
All right, I'm Jack Gable. I mean, what's in a name? Now, look, we'll play a love scene together, a real fervent love scene. I'll show you that my kiss and Gable's, it's the same thing. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Now, close your eyes and we'll start. Dim the lights, please. Dimmer. Music. Joan. Oh, Joan.
Oh, Clark, it's really you. And I thought you were leaving without saying goodbye.
Oh, my poor darling. My sweet. Let me dry the tears that are brimming in your eyes.
My love.
I should have told you sooner, but I'll be back, darling. I don't know how or when, but my heart calling to yours will sing a rhapsody in your dreams, though years and 1,000 miles shall separate us.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, dear. I mean, what is it, George?
Hey, Jack, you want to know something? I forgot to give you an introduction tonight.
Who cares? Goodbye.
Well, I can give you one right now while Miss Crawford is sleeping.
She's not sleeping. Joan, are you still in the mood?
I will be as soon as I close my eyes.
All right, then. Let's continue. Oh, cruel fate. What exquisite agony.
To meet and part with nothing left to cherish but the ecstasy of love's first kiss.
Love's first kiss. And kiss me, my sweet, and I shall ever be a man whose heart has plumbed the depths.
My beloved.
Kiss me.
To think that we may never meet again.
Kiss me.
To think that fate could treat me thus.
Kiss me.
To think
Kiss
that...
me, for heaven's sake.
Oh, my love.
Jones? Well, what do you think of that? Jones! Jones! Help!
What's the matter, Jack? Was there an accident?
Accident? Accident. Reviver, boys. I'm going out for a smoke.
Why, Jack!
Sex appeal.
Before we ring down the curtain, I'd like to thank all the artists who took part in tonight's show. The show was directed by Mitchell Lyson, and the writing supervised by Earl Brecker and Sam Perrin. Thank you for the Gulf Oil Companies and the motion picture industry. This is George Murphy saying good night.
Tonight's Screen Guild show is the first of a new series bringing you all the most famous artists in Hollywood. Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Oscar Bradley's orchestra and your master of ceremonies, George Murphy, with Fred Astaire, Gino Corrado, Herbert Marshall, Franklin Pangborn, and Loretta Young in an original musical comedy directed by Ernst Lubitsch. We are grateful to MGM for Joan Crawford, Judy Garland, and George Murphy, to General Foods and Jell-O for Jack Benny. Thanks for the memory is from the motion picture of the same name. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Companies in presenting the second of the motion picture star's own program, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Loretta Young, Fred Astaire, Herbert Marshall, Franklin Pangborn, Gino Corrado, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second Screen Guild show, Hollywood's own program, written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Last week it was a review. Next week it's a dramatic show starring Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Basil Rathbone, supported by Louise Beavers. Each week we bring you a different type show with a different cast of stars. Tonight it's a musical comedy, Miss Brown of Worcester, directed by Ernst Lubitsch and written by Dwight Taylor and Arthur Sheikman, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. Ready, Oscar? Lights. Music. Curtain. It's 4 a.m. at the English Manor House of Richard Devon, played by Herbert Marshall. The radio in the darkened drawing room is turned on. In front of it, we find Alice Brown, his fiancée, played by Loretta Young. The program she is listening to is a transatlantic broadcast from the famous Sky Room of New York's Hotel Astoria. Jerry Gale, known as the Rhythm Romeo and acted by Fred Astaire, is just beginning his midnight broadcast.
Jerry.
Alice. Is that you down there?
Yes. Yes, Dick.
Well, what on earth? Well, you know what time... Oh, darling, are you ill?
No. No, I'm all right.
I woke up and heard the radio playing.
Oh,
You're sure you're all right, Alice?
quite sure. I just couldn't sleep, that's all.
I don't wonder. Poor girl. That dinner last evening to meet my family must have been a frightful ordeal.
No, it wasn't.
But they approve of you, darling.
Dick, I want to ask you something.
Yeah? Here, let me put this shawl around you. This place is a refrigerator. You'll have a red nose for our engagement party.
Dick, would you say a girl was, well, immoral to be in love with two men?
Oh, depends on the girl. Who is this unfortunate female?
It's I.
Oh, well, in that case... Huh? What did you say?
I said I'm the girl, Dick.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Alice.
Oh, I suppose I should have told you before I left New York.
Well, it might have been a little less of a shock. After all, a man doesn't expect his fiancée. Would it be a breach of etiquette to ask the name of my rival?
Jerry Gale.
Jerry Gale, the American Orchestra, the Rhythm Romeo. Oh, now, look here, Alice.
I know, it's mad and crazy.
But he's a public figure of speech. Every woman in America.
Look, Dick, there are two me's. The sensible, sober, down-to-the-ground me, quite in love with you. Then there's the other we'll call the foolish, romantic me, in love with Jerry Gale.
Oh, no, you're ribbing me. Oh, aren't you?
He was the leader of a little band at our college prom 4 years ago. He played the trumpet. Oh, but he was much better on the harmonica.
Harmonica?
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is becoming more and more fantastic, Alice. How long did you know him?
A weekend?
Only a weekend?
Yes. And I never saw him again.
Well, doesn't it occur to you he must have changed a lot in 4 years?
Oh, he has. Of course he's changed. And I'm the one responsible, Dick. I made him the Rhythm Romeo.
Now, really, Alice, I can believe a lot of things, but...
I introduced him to Shakespeare.
You mean William? Where?
A lake on the campus, in a canoe in the moonlight. I recited Romeo's speech to Juliet. And now he begins all of his programs with that same speech.
Well, his meat was atrocious.
He told me to always remember that night. Remember me. Every time I hear him, I know he's looking for me, searching. Oh, I know how perfectly stupid this sounds, but
Stupid? It's serious. Even if it is purely mental, we've got to do something about it.
Yes, I know, but what can we do?
Return to America and see this Jerry Gale.
Oh, Dick, now you're being silly.
I've waited so long for you. I can wait a little while longer. Until I'm sure of you.
But, Dick...
Don't worry. If you find he's the one, I'll bow gracefully out.
Oh, no,
Or if he's not, you can forget him. Isn't that the sensible solution?
Well,
Exactly. We'll sail for America on the very next boat. You're going to feel better or worse within a fortnight.
Mr. Lester, the band. She has played 3 numbers. Where is Jerry Gale?
I am Jerry Gale's manager, not his nursemaid.
I'm manager of the Astoria Skyroom. And Jerry Gale comes on time when I make you lots of trouble.
30 musicians, 2 arrangers, 3 chunks of music, a harp, and Jerry Gale to look after. And you think that you can make me trouble? Ha ha!
Ha ha! Right back. I go, but I tell you, he roams at 10 o'clock, or he roams.
You think I could take him out of a hat?
Hello, Lester.
Oh, so there you are, Jerry Gale. Where have you been?
On the corner of 47th and Broadway, playing a harmonica for 3 little dirty-faced kids to do the shag. Any objections?
If the management ever hears of this,
We made 40 cents before we got chased by the cops. Not bad, huh?
you'll ruin everything. Everything that I built for you. I and Shakespeare raised your salary to $2,000 a week.
Look, Lester, you and the Bard have done a lot for me, but honestly, I get so tired of spouting couplets. Maybe you're satisfied with this Rhythm Romeo you've created, but I've got to live with him, and I don't like him.
Oh, stop that. Stop that. A 30-piece orchestra with a concertmaster who plays a genuine Stradivarius, and you play a mouth organ. Don't do that. Why don't you take up something classical, like the harp?
You can't play a harp in the bathtub.
Will you please give me that crazy gimmick? Oh, don't put it in your tailcoat. You'll bulge in the wrong places.
Look, Lester. Look, you read my mail, you write my lines, you make my dates, and you break them. In short, you pull the strings and I dance.
Please, please, will you stop? Romeo wasn't a hoofer.
Yes, and this hoofer isn't a Romeo.
There, now there's the signal. Now here's your baton. Now don't forget, when you step off the bandstand after your number, you're still Romeo. Greet the girls with, I am too bold, 'tis not to me she speaks. Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 2.
And what do you say when I get cornered with some fair jitterbug?
Why, I interrupt and say your sponsor wants to speak to you.
All right. I go and it is done. The bell invites.
What?
Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 1. This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love, I get no dizzy spell. My head is not in the skies. My heart does not stand still. Just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's the Jerry Gale we've come 3,000 miles to meet.
Yes, Dick.
Looks quite a decent chap, Alice.
He's just as I remembered him.
I'll see if Mr. Gale will join us.
Oh, look, Dick, he's seen me. He's coming over.
Oh, Mr. Gale, will you play Two Sleepy People?
I am too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks.
Oh, Mr. Gale, your music is too wonderful.
I am too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks.
Hello, Jerry.
I am too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks.
Nice reading, old man.
Thanks.
Jerry. Jerry, don't you remember me?
Remember you? Well, of course. Why, you're,
Alice.
Alice. Well, what do you know about that? Alice,
Brown.
Brown, certainly. Alice Brown, of course. The Fall Festival at Wellesley.
No. Spring prom, Vassar.
Oh, yes. You had on a blue dress.
I wore red.
Remarkable memory, old man.
Thanks.
By the way, this is Mr. Richard Devon.
How do you do?
How do you do? Alice has told me about you, Mr. Gale.
Really? Well, that's nice.
Yes, most fortunate the way you came upon the Shakespearean role.
Oh, Dick.
The Rhythm Romeo angle?
Yes, a lake on the campus, a boy and a girl, the moonlight, and you were romantic.
No. A hamburger joint on Main Street, me and my manager. It was raining and I was broke.
But, Jerry,
You see, one of the boys in the band made a play for the waitress, and she said, lay off, Romeo, and the idea came to Lester just like that. I've been the Rhythm Romeo ever since.
Dick, let's dance.
Alice, darling, you know I don't tango. But you do, don't you, Mr. Gale?
Oh, I couldn't possibly leave you alone, Dick.
Nonsense. I'll order dinner for you while you're dancing. Go ahead.
Well,
I suppose we could dance.
I suppose we could, if you like.
This balcony is a lot better.
Is that line inspired by Mr. Lester, too?
You know, I'm afraid you've got me all wrong, and I don't blame you.
No?
I got off on the wrong foot, and I can't seem to get back in step again.
Well, why bother?
Well, because I do remember you. Oh, not your name or the school, maybe, or the color of your dress, but I remember you and everything that happened that weekend.
Really? Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me?
No.
All right. Didn't you find my harmonica, and didn't I have to go to the sorority house to claim it? And didn't you make me play it to prove it was mine?
Yes. Yes, and then you dated me for the next night.
Sure. That was why I stayed over.
You called for me in the town's only taxi.
It was payday.
Yes, but we walked down to the lake.
And paid $1 for a red canoe.
It was blue?
It was swell.
There was a full moon.
2 of them. One upstairs and one down on the lake.
Yes. And you sang a funny little song, do you remember?
There ought to be a moonlight saving time, so I could love that gal of mine. And you recited...
What light from yonder window breaks? It is the east.
And Juliet is the sun. That's it. That must have been why I took Lester's suggestion. I was remembering you and the way you read those lines.
And when we reached the shore, you said, beautiful.
I didn't mean Shakespeare.
And you kissed me.
Yes. Yes, I...
Darling. Darling.
Pardon me. I'm Mr. Lester, Mr. Gale's manager. He was at your table a few moments ago. I wonder if you could tell me where he...
Yes, certainly, yes. He just stepped out on the balcony with my fiancée.
Oh, thank you. On the balcony? With your fiancée? Oh, my heavens! Oh, here you are. I say, here you are. Mr. Gale, your sponsor wants to speak to you. I say your sponsor wants to speak to you. Mr. Gale, your sponsor!
You have just heard Act One of Miss Brown of Worcester with Fred Astaire, Herbert Marshall, Franklin Pangborn, Loretta Young, and Gino Corrado. Now, before we bring you Act Two, we'll have just a few words from John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, in your neighborhood, perhaps just around the corner, you'll find a good Gulf dealer. He is an independent merchant who conducts a business to serve you with your motoring needs. We are proud to say that he handles petroleum products which are uniformly high in quality. Of equal importance is the service which he renders. We are sure you will find him friendly, helpful, and prompt in his attention to your motoring needs, courteous as he serves you. In every respect, a merchant who merits your regular patronage. So the next time you need gasoline and motor oil, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc and ask the good Gulf dealer to service your car. Thank you.
The curtain is about to rise on the second act of our musical comedy, Miss Brown of Worcester. Alice Brown and her former love, Jerry Gale, the famous orchestra leader, have been doing the town for the past 2 weeks with a man she is engaged to marry, Richard Devon. Devon has been learning that even in America, 3 is a crowd. Lights, music, curtain.
Well, where have you been?
Out, Lester.
Out with whom, may I ask, Mr. Gale?
The girl I'm in love with?
You're not serious. Why, you can't do this to me.
Oh, yes, I can.
You can't be in love with one girl. You've got to be in love with all of them. Your sponsor expects it.
Now, look. I got along all right when I wasn't the Rhythm Romeo, when I didn't know what a sponsor was. Yes, and I had a darn sight better time.
You're comparing hamburgers to caviar.
I like hamburgers.
What's the name of this siren?
Alice Brown. And she's not a siren, Lester. She's in love with me, not the Rhythm Romeo.
You are the Rhythm Romeo.
Yes, but she isn't in love with him. She's in love with the fellow I was 4 years ago. He was a halfway decent chap. He didn't spout Shakespeare, and he wouldn't steal another fellow's girl.
You mean there's another man in love with her?
Yeah, a grand fellow, too. Look, Lester, I'm in a spot. What can I do?
Well, you certainly can't marry the girl.
No, you're right, Lester. I can't marry her.
Now you're talking sense.
No woman could be happy married to me with the postman dumping 1,000 phony love letters on our breakfast table every morning. Watching me look foolish while fans ask for autographs, grab my hat, tear off my tie for a souvenir. Mrs. Rhythm Romeo. Why, Alice couldn't stand that for a month.
That's right. That's right, Mr. Gale. That's perfectly right.
I've got to show her that Devon's the man for her now, but I don't know how.
Well, you just leave everything to me, Mr. Gale. I'll think of something. A Lester never fails.
Dick, did you see this headline?
How about some tea, Alice?
Army mobilizes on Czechoslovakian border.
Lemon or milk, darling?
Lemon, dear. London building bomb-proof shelters.
You'll never guess what I discovered these crumpets.
Britain debates mobilizing Navy.
Imagine selling crumpets at a chemist shop.
You know, Dick, this really looks serious.
Not the crumpet situation?
No, silly. There's trouble in Europe.
Oh, time enough to worry when it comes to a head. Marmalade or gooseberry jam?
Marmalade, please. Oh, gosh, I'm glad we're in America and out of it.
Well, if they have to roll up their sleeves and go to it, I'm still a captain in the Naval Reserve.
You? Dick, do you mean that...
Anything's apt to happen these days. But look, you didn't come to tea to discuss the European situation. What's really troubling you? Come on, out with it.
Dick?
Yeah?
I've made up my mind.
I thought so. It's Jerry Gale.
Yes. Oh, please, Dick, don't be angry with me.
I'm not. Jerry's a fine chap. I'm only sorry I couldn't have been the lucky man.
But Jerry doesn't know it yet.
I knew it. And so must he, unless he's blind. Just a second. Yes?
Is Miss Brown there?
Yes, just a moment. For you, Alice.
For me? Oh, thanks, dear. Hello?
Miss Brown?
Yes?
This is Jerry Gale's manager, Mr. Lester. May I ask the name of your attorney?
My attorney? What for?
Miss Brown, as Mr. Gale's manager, it is my unpleasant duty to follow the path of unbroken hearts left at the wayside by the Rhythm Romeo. And I do what I can to repair them in a monetary sense. Let me warn you, however, that $3,000 is my top price.
Are you speaking for Mr. Gale?
Certainly, I speak for Mr. Gale.
Does he think that I... Why, how dare you call me up, Mr. Lester? How dare you?
Where's Gale?
Rehearsing his orchestra. Oh, he'll be through in a moment. Sit down. Have a cigarette? A drink?
No, I don't want to drink and I don't want to smoke. I want to see that bounder Gale.
Well, let go my coat. There's no use getting excited. Let me go.
Well, Dick.
Mr. Bounder, I mean Mr. Gale, oh, for heaven's sake, do something.
Dick, what's the trouble?
I came for the $3,000.
What $3,000?
The $3,000.
Did you sell me something?
Do you pay off by check or does your Mr. Lester keep the cash on hand?
Look, Dick, what's it all about?
Mr. Gale, I can explain.
Explain?
Better talk fast, Lester.
You better talk fast and well.
Well, after our little talk this morning...
Oh, so you and Gale did have a talk.
Well, sort of a talk.
Oh, but Romeo, Jerry, I mean Mr. Gale, he doesn't know my talk.
Lester, calm yourself.
Who's calm? Nothing's the matter with me. I'm perfectly excited. You told me yourself that you shouldn't marry Miss Brown, so I only pretended to offer a settlement on the phone. I only...
A settlement? Why, you wart. You pygmy. You smidge.
Oh!
I'm beginning to get things straight. Look here, Jerry. Why shouldn't you marry Alice?
Oh, because you can give her a sane, decent life, and I can't, Dick. Because I'm a streamlined Shakespearean phony.
Alice doesn't think so. After all, she's the one to make the final decision.
It won't be hard for her to choose now. There's no explanation I can make she'll ever believe.
I wouldn't worry, Jerry. A woman will go any place, do anything, and believe anything when she's in love. You'll see at the Sky Room tonight.
But why, Dick? I never want to speak to Jerry again. I never even want to see him. Why must we come here tonight?
Because you're really in love with Jerry. You're angry now. Your pride's been hurt. But he's a great fellow. And you'll be very happy together. I know that.
Dick, don't
when
you see that?
When two people love each other, there has to be a lot of understanding. You told me this afternoon you loved him. You love him now, don't you?
Hello, Dick.
It's all right, old boy. I'll be back in a little while.
Alice, I don't know what to say. I don't know if there's anything I can say. You see, I've got so in the habit of speaking for this rhythm Romeo that I can't talk very well for myself.
There's your music.
I'll be right back. No, I'll sing it from here. I can reach up to heaven and pluck out a star from the blue. It's true, but only when you're in my arms. I can live without riches and still have a million or two. It's true, but only when you're in my arms. Though I'm ambitious, my wishes have always been simple and few. Give me the moonlight, the music, and sweetheart, an armful of you. I can see myself doing the things that I never could do. It's true, but only when you're in my arms. Do you believe me, Alice?
Yes. Yes, Jerry, I believe you. I guess I never really doubted you.
I wonder if that blue canoe's still on that lake where we left it.
Well, we could go and find out.
Well, looks as though I'd walked in on cue, just in time to offer my blessing and to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
It seems that little trouble in Europe we talked about has come to a head. The Admiralty has ordered mobilization of the fleet. I'm sailing on the Queen Mary at midnight.
Go sailing? In an hour? Is it war?
Lord only knows. Anyway, I'm off. I've just time to drink to your happiness, pack my bags, and make the boat. It's plain water, so I'll make it a plain toast. Here's to Shakespeare, 1938 version. Romeo gets girl. Goodbye, Alice. Luck, Jerry. God bless.
Dick!
Gee, what a swell fellow.
He gets his orders and goes.
Sure.
And no sea and submarines.
With a man like that on your side, you can't lose.
England can't. But we can, Jerry. We may never see him again.
Well, what can we do?
Well, I know what we ought to do.
So do I.
Jerry, I've got to go after him.
Bye, Alice.
Goodbye. And, Jerry, I think you're swell.
I like you, too. toasting Miss Brown of Worcester.
Throw my luggage in the back, driver.
Pier 90, driver.
Okay, ma'am.
Alice. What are you doing here? Where's Jerry?
On the bandstand at the Astoria Hotel, I think.
No, but I thought... Oh, you're coming to see me off.
Darling, a girl doesn't take bag and baggage to wave goodbye from a pier. You stupid thing, I'm coming with you.
You can't.
Why not?
Well, it's Jerry.
He sent me.
Oh, forgive me, I don't get this.
Darling, don't make me propose to you.
You mean...
Yes.
Alice.
Oh, my dear.
How about a little radio music with that, sir?
Why not?
Well, here it is.
Driver, do you know this is the first time I've ever been kissed in a taxi at 50th Street and 10th Avenue?
Oh, this ain't the first time it's happened in my cab, ma'am.
Listen, darling.
My heart does not stand still, just hearing me.
That's the song he sang to you our first night in America.
Yes. Only now he's singing it to us.
See here, Miss Brown.
Huh?
What about your accommodations on the boat? I got the last stateroom.
Oh, no, you didn't, darling. We got the last stateroom. Mr. and Mrs. Devon.
In just a moment, Loretta Young, Freddie Astaire, and Bart Marshall will return as themselves. But while they are stepping out of character, here's that stout fella, John Conte.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say just a few words on behalf of all of us here in the studio. As you all know, the amount paid by the Gulf people for talent on this program is being placed in a special fund. A fund to build a home to care for the aged and indigent people from all branches of the film industry. We're all of us proud to be associated with such a worthwhile project and with this new kind of radio entertainment. We hope you'll enjoy it, and that you'll tune in every Sunday at this same time for the Gulf Screen Guild Show, brought to you with the best wishes of your neighborhood good Gulf dealers.
Say goodnight, George.
Loretta, before I say goodnight, I want to tell you what a swell job you did.
Oh, thanks.
And I don't have to tell you how swell I think you are personally.
No, you don't have to, but I like it. Good night, George, and thanks again.
Good night, Loretta. And by the way, extra congratulations to you, Bart.
Why is that, George?
Well, because tonight you got the girl and Freddie didn't.
Well, in that case, so long as she's mine, I'll take her home. Good night, George.
Good night, Bart.
Good night, MC.
Just a moment there, F.A. We missed something here tonight. You didn't dance.
Well, neither did you.
Well, I don't dance much, Fred.
Why, George, you're just a terpsichorean meanie.
Them's bodacious words, Astaire, bodacious.
Oh, I couldn't dance today anyway. My foot's asleep. It's been that way all through the program.
Oh, well, I know how to fix that. It's simple. All you have to do is stamp it. Look.
Like this?
That's it.
Are the feet awake yet, Fred? So long, Fred. Thanks for coming. Good night, Freddie, and thanks. Good night, George.
Good night, Freddie. That was a pretty fair gavotte. That was a pretty fair gavotte for two sleepy feet. I'd like to thank Franklin Pangborn and Gino Corrado for being with us tonight for a swell performance. Well, folks, that winds up another Screen Guild show. We hope that you enjoyed it. We'll tune in again next week to hear Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Basil Rathbun, and Louise Beavers in an original drama, Can We Forget, directed by Frank Capra and written by Mary McCall. Tonight's Screen Guild show was directed by Ernst Lubitsch, written by Dwight Taylor and Arthur Sheikman. This is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry, and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Oscar Bradley's orchestra and your master of ceremonies, George Murphy. This is John Conte speaking. When You're in My Arms is from Fred Astaire's new RKO picture, the story of Vernon and Irene Castle. We are indebted to 20th Century Fox for Loretta Young, who can soon be seen in the picture Wife, Husband, and Friend. Heard on tonight's show were Make Believe and Why Do I Love You from Showboat. Yesterday from Roberta, Thanks for Everything from the show of the same name, and This Can't Be Love from the Boys from Syracuse. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf companies in presenting the third in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows, all the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the motion picture star's own program, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Basil Rathbun, Louise Beavers, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third Screen Guild show, Hollywood's own program, written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Each week we present a different type show with a different cast of stars. Last week, a musical comedy. Next week, a review starring Mary Boland, Marlena Dietrich, Frank Morgan, and Cliff Nazaro. Tonight, it's a drama, Can We Forget? Directed by Frank Capra and written by Mary McCall, Jr., under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. You're invited to a gay party at an exclusive hotel on Park Avenue, where the most photographed, the most discussed, the most envied debutante of the season, Hilda Rutherford, played by Betty Davis, is having her coming-out party. Among her many admirers in the stag line is a young man named Alan Barker, played by Robert Montgomery. Dancing with Hill at the moment is Paul Ferguson, and acted by Basil Rathbun. Lights. Music. Curtain.
Now, if the stag line doesn't discover this alcove for a minute, perhaps I'll be allowed a few steps with you. Oh, it's a lovely party, Hilda.
Do you think so, really, Paul?
Well, don't you?
Oh, it's wonderful to me. I love the whole silly business. Being rushed, being stared at. Makes up for all the black times of childhood. Like the years I had to wear bands on my
Oh,
teeth.
you never did.
I did so. And I lived. You know, Paul, I didn't think you'd come tonight.
Whatever put that into your head?
Oh, I was afraid you were above Deb parties. Aren't you always merging companies and sitting on board?
Oh, sounds like a very uncomfortable position. Perhaps that's why I was afraid you wouldn't ask me.
Not ask you? Paul.
Well, a man of 35 must appear to you to be on the very brink of his dotage.
May I cut in, please?
Oh, I'll allow it only if I may have the supper dance with you, Hilda.
It's a bargain.
Don't forget.
I won't.
Oh, but you will, though.
I will what?
Forget whatever it is. You'll only remember me.
I don't remember meeting you.
You haven't. We dance well, don't we?
Well, if I've never met you, I couldn't have asked you to my party.
That's right.
You weren't asked.
No, I weren't asked.
You crashed my party.
Yes, but I did it so neatly. More like an incision than a crash. You know, you're not as pretty as your pictures.
Mister, whatever your name is,
But you're much livelier. Makes you shine, kind of. Get your coat, Hilda.
Get my coat? What on earth are you talking about?
About getting your coat. We can't talk here. This place is full of people.
Yes, it's full of people. Full of my guests, my invited guests. And if you think I'm going to leave here with you, you're out of your mind.
No, of course not. She's unique.
Does she always do that?
Yeah, mostly. I call her the Blue Arrow. I bought her on time my freshman year in college for $23.
What's that, a radio?
Certainly it's a radio.
But no brakes.
No, I drag one foot on the hills. Hilda, tell me what you like.
What do you mean, tell me?
Now, don't start that again. I want to know what you like. Food, books, anything.
Well, I like cream cheese and fur bedroom slippers, the smell of heliotrope, horses, Flagstaff boys, Helen Hayes. What on earth am I doing this for?
Because I asked you to. Now, I'll tell you what I like. I like the west front of the Parthenon. Oh, by the way, I'm an architect. Just out of the shell, but boy, am I talented.
Oh. You know, you must try to get over that inferiority complex. It doesn't do to be too modest.
Don't interrupt. And I like English shoes and eggs Benedict and kissing a girl in the cold and the Mohawk Valley in May and... Oh, Hilda, you're a swell girl. Will you marry me, Hilda?
What's your name?
Alan Baker. What's that got to do with it?
Alan Baker. I think you're the freshest, rudest, most conceited puppy I have ever met. And I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man in the world.
And whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
This carriage will never take the place of your automobile, darling. Does the horse also park?
Well, he's an English horse. I say, old fellow, cease walking. No. Desist. Relax. Halt.
Why don't you just say, whoa?
You make everything so simple, dear. You happy, Hilda?
Oh, yes, Alan, I'm so happy I could purr.
Well, go ahead.
Purr?
It's a mighty poor purr. How about a little music?
You're crazy not to have lugged that funny little phonograph all over Bermuda.
Sure, you know the old saying. She shall have music wherever she goes.
You were playing that song when you first spoke to me, darling.
Uh-huh. That's why I like it. Hilda, if I say something, don't laugh at me, will you?
Oh, no, I'll never laugh at you when you're serious.
Well, all that dizzy business the night we met, dragging you out of your party, that was because I was scared.
Scared?
Sure. If I'd had someone introduce me, I'd have been just another guy. I had to shock you, make you laugh, and make you mad. Because I had to have you.
But, darling, you'd never seen me before.
No, I crashed your party to see the girl who was in all the papers. And there I found you, darling. Hilda, no matter how gay you are, or sad, or anything, you make me feel you're only using part of it. There's so much more to you. I knew that night that I couldn't let anyone but me... Oh, Hilda, always love me.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll always love you, Alan. Even when we're both old, my heart will still jump when I see you. You said that night I'd a kind of... Well, that I saw it shone. That's only when I'm with you. That's only because of you. Now, these are the place plates, Camille.
Yes,
When you take off the soup plates, you leave the place plates.
Just leave them set?
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
Then you exchange them one by one for the hot dinner plates.
Miss Baker, Why don't you all just have a lap supper?
Well, Camille, because Mr. Baker is bringing home a client.
Yes, but a lap supper don't take so much swapping. I was only hired out to you for cleaning, Miss Baker. For waiting, you should have had my cousin Octavia.
You can do it, Camille, if you'll only just try. Now, once again, the place. Oh, dear, see who it is.
Yes, only if it's the ice cream, it'll be all to lunch by the time... Yes, sir.
Mrs. Baker?
Well, I don't think she want to see nobody. We got a company dinner on hand.
Yes, but I'm the company. May I come in?
Who is it, Camille?
Hello, Hilda.
Paul?
Yes.
Paul Ferguson. Are you... You're not Alan's client, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, why not? Let me look at you. Oh, you look lovely. No, lovelier. You're very happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes, we're very happy. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
Paul, tell me something. Do you honestly want Alan to do your house? Because if it's to help him because of me, well, Alan and I couldn't accept that.
Oh, don't be silly. I like his work enormously. He has taste and originality, and his plans are practical.
Oh, he is a grand architect.
Well, then?
Then it's all right. Paul, why didn't you come to our wedding?
I was away. I couldn't get back in time.
In here, darling. Paul's here.
Paul who? Oh, hello, Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, hello.
Alan, you idiot. Why didn't you tell me it was Paul Ferguson? I've known him forever.
Oh, my dear child, a struggling architect doesn't call his clients by their first names. He was Mr. Ferguson to me. In fact, he was Mr. Ferguson, God bless him, to me.
Oh!
Miss Baker?
Yes, Camille?
Miss Baker, I'm afraid you're all going to have to do without them plates.
Oh, Camille.
Well, I told you if it was waiting you wanted, you should have had my cousin Octavia.
Now, nurse.
Yes, Mr. Baker, you may see her now.
Hilda, it's a girl.
Did you want a boy, Alan? You'd never tell me which.
No, I wanted a girl so there'd be two of you. Was it very bad?
No. Have you seen her, Alan?
You bet I have.
Is she all right? Alan, I don't lie to me. Is she perfect?
Perfectly beautiful. Wait till you see for yourself. You want to see for yourself?
Could I?
Yes. The nurse is bringing her. Here she is. I'll take her, nurse.
Keep your hand under her head.
Sure.
Nurse?
Yes, Mrs. Baker.
Could we have her by ourselves? Just for a minute.
Of course. I'll wait outside.
Oh, Alan. She is beautiful.
Gee, I had no idea they were born with fingernails.
Alan.
Well, I mean, not like that. Is it okay to touch her?
Yes.
Well, you feel that skin, though. Say, is she doing that?
Of course.
Well, isn't that pretty advanced? I mean, most kids don't cry right off like that, do they?
Oh, darling. I'm sorry to blubber like this, but it's so wonderful.
Yeah. Well, what do you think I'm doing?
Darling, now why don't you come right out and admit you take 3 sugars?
I don't. 2 in and 1 on the side.
But you always put the side one in.
You mind your own business. I gotta go, sweet. I'll just look in and see Carol. Is that tooth still bothering her?
It's through.
No kidding.
Go look at it. Oh, but don't put your finger in her mouth. She'll snap at you.
Kiss? Thank you. Now, don't forget the new dress.
Oh, not a chance. What color?
Any color, so long as it's red. Bye, darling.
Goodbye, you darling. Camille?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Miss Baker.
Camille, I want to plan a nice dinner tonight because tomorrow night Mr. Baker's taking me out.
It sure is a treat to watch Mr. Baker eat. I likes a hearty man. My husband was the picky kind.
Well, I'll make out a list and call you, Camille.
Yes, sir.
Soup. beautiful soup, so rich and green. Da-da.
Did you call me, Miss Baker?
Oh, no, Camille, that was singing.
You certainly feel good this morning.
Camille, I feel so good that if I felt any better, I'd bust. Carol has a tooth. Mr. Baker has a new house to do. Tomorrow's our second wedding anniversary, and I'm going downtown to buy a new dress. Oh, Camille, make one of your lemon pies tonight, will you?
Yes, sir.
I'll get it, Camille. Soup, soup, beautiful soup, so rich and green. Hello? Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Baker. I'm sorry you have to speak very slowly. Oh, but you see, it can't be. You see, he just left. So it can't be. Oh. Oh, I'll be right there. Ah!
Miss Baker.
Oh, he just left. Camille, you know he only just left. They said he was crossing to the subway, but he was here only a minute ago. Camille, that man said my husband is dead. Alan! Alan!
You have just heard Act One of Can We Forget with Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Bethel Rathbun, and Louise Beavers. Now, before we raise the curtain on Act Two, we'll hear a few words from Johnny Conti.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I wish that I could personally introduce to each one of you the good golf dealer in your neighborhood who helps make this program possible. But since I can't, why, I hope you'll take the opportunity of meeting him yourself the next time you're near his service station. You'll find that your golf dealer is a mighty good neighbor, an independent merchant who conducts his business to give you and your car the best in service as well as the best in automotive products. So next time your car needs gasoline or motor oil, visit your good Gulf dealer. Your motoring needs will receive prompt, courteous attention at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
Now the curtain is about to rise on the second act of our play, Can We Forget? Hilda Baker has been left alone with her baby daughter, Carol, after the sudden death of her husband, Alan. Hilda's old friend, Paul Ferguson, and Camille the maid are the only ones left to help her forget the tragedy. Lights, music, curtain.
Miss Baker, Mr. Ferguson is here to see you.
Tell him to go away.
Hilda. That's all right, Camille.
Yes, sir.
Paul, please go away.
You've been sending me away for 6 months.
Paul, you've been so wonderful. But I just want to be alone, please.
Hilda, believe me, I know how you loved Alan.
I love him now. Just because he's dead doesn't change anything. Why can't I be dead, too?
Don't say that.
It's true.
But you have Carol to think of.
I've tried, Paul. But how can I think when I keep hearing it over and over? I wake in the night hearing it.
Hearing what, Hilda?
That voice on the phone. That man telling Mrs. Baker, prepare yourself for a shock. Prepare myself.
Stop, Hilda.
Yes, I know. That Carol Saker must stop remembering. But, Paul, I hear it. I hear it over and over and over and over.
Hilda! Now you ought to dry your eyes and come out for a drive with me.
Oh, Paul. I can't.
You must. You understand?
You going to have dinner with Mr. Ferguson again?
How did you guess, Camille?
He's been doing that pretty regular for 3 years now, ever since Mr.
Yes, Camille.
One of these days, I expect he's going to ask you to marry him.
Yes. Yes, I suppose he will.
You suppose he will? Well, excuse me for speaking right out, Miss Baker, but you ought to hope he will.
Yes, I guess you're right. I ought to hope he will. I do, Camille. There he is. Let him in, will you?
Yes, when he say he'll be here at 7 o'clock, he means 2 minutes after.
Hello, Camille.
Good evening, Mr. Ferguson.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, I like that blue dress. I only hope these will match.
Flowers again? Oh, Paul, you shouldn't.
Oh, why not? They grow only for people like you.
That's a very pretty speech, Mr. Ferguson.
My,
I love
my.
it. White orchids. Why, Paul, I haven't had white orchids since... Why, not since my debut.
I'm glad you like them, dear. Where's Carol?
In bed. Of course, she wanted to stay up and see you.
Ah, good for Carol. Come on, dear. This is an important occasion tonight. Mario has a very special dinner waiting for us. Wish me luck, Camille.
I sure does. I sure does, Mr. Ferguson.
They say that the honeymoon's over and married life begins with your first breakfast in your own house.
It's such a beautiful house. Alan enjoyed so much planning it for you.
Toast, Mrs. Ferguson?
Yes, thank you.
Just wait till you see that terrace in the spring. There are bulbs scattered all through the grass.
I know. I remember Alan saying they'd bloom next year.
With those long windows open, it'll be like eating our breakfast out of doors.
Yes. Alan planned that, too. Listen. Listen.
What?
I thought I heard someone. Someone whistling.
No, I don't hear anything.
No. I guess it was my imagination.
Or someone passing on the road. That hedge makes us very private.
Alan always said that the planting was part of the house.
Hilda.
What? What did you say, Paul?
What? I didn't say anything, dear.
Oh, I thought... That white birch by the library bay was on the plan the first time he showed it to me.
Because you liked white birches.
Yes, because I...
Darling, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, Paul. Sugar?
Oh, don't you remember me? I'm Paul, the man who hates sugar in his coffee.
Oh, yes, of course. Whatever am I thinking of?
You were thinking of me. 2 lumps in and 1 on the side.
But you put the side one in.
Hilda, what is it? Aren't you feeling well?
Yes, I'm all right, Paul.
Remember that last breakfast? We had such fun being in love.
Yes, such fun.
Darling, there is something wrong.
No,
Good morning, Mother.
Oh, good morning, darling.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Missy.
That's a funny name.
Oh, well, you're a funny girl.
She just cut her first tooth.
We were so proud of her, remember?
Hilda.
Remember Hilda in the hospital? Her first cry? And I said...
Alan. I mean, Paul, excuse me.
Hilda, where are you going? Hilda!
Is he taking my place? With Carol? With you?
No, Alan. Nobody could take your place.
She's part of us. She grew from our love.
Hilda, what is it? What's troubling you?
Please, just leave me alone, Paul.
No. If there's anything wrong, I want to know what it is. Perhaps we shouldn't have come to this house. Perhaps it's tied up with the past, things that you must forget.
Can you forget, darling? Our years?
We'll go
our
away.
Memories?
No, I can't.
We'll go away for a while, Hilda. And when we come back, I'll get you a new house.
I feel at home here, Paul.
No, we'll have a new house for a new life. Suppose in the meantime we run down to Bermuda.
Riding in a funny carriage, swimming in the moonlight?
No, Paul, not Bermuda. Let's go to Sun Valley. You see, I've never been there.
Well, whatever you like, dearest. Of course, we'll have to be back by Christmas.
Oh, yes. Yes, by Christmas.
I wouldn't miss the holidays with our little girl.
Our little girl, Hilda.
Yes, our little girl. Our little girl! Alan, where are you?
Here, darling.
It's Christmas morning. Christmas is the time for families. Alan, I want to be with you.
I'm here. I'm with you when you call me.
Oh, not like that. All the time. The way it used to be. The way it should be. I've tried to make a new marriage. I shouldn't have, Alan. I can't be married to anyone but you.
You're coming to me, aren't you, darling?
Yes. I'm coming to you. I'll have to leave Carol. Oh, that's wrong, isn't it? But I can't help it. I'll drink this now. It won't hurt very much. It'll be a quick, awful pain. Maybe I'll be afraid. But not in my heart. Because I want to be with you, my darling. I must be with you.
Hello, Mother.
Carol.
Did you get up early to see your presents, too?
Oh, Carol, darling, you mustn't be down here. Go back to bed. Please, Carol.
But, Mother, it's Christmas. Can I open Paul's present? Please, Mother.
Well, all right, darling. But I'd better light the fire. It's so cold here.
There's my present. What does it say on it?
To Carol from Santa Claus and Paul.
Paul did give my letter to Santa Claus. Oh, Paul's the most wonderful daddy in the world.
Carol, Paul isn't your real father.
I know. You told me. But Paul's my father now.
Oh, but your real father. How you would have loved him.
Please open Paul's present, Mother.
All right. There it is. Don't get too close to the fire, Carol.
But it's just what I asked for in my letter. Look, Mother.
You see, Ellen, she doesn't remember.
No, she doesn't remember.
Then it's all right for me to leave her, isn't it? She's happy here with Paul.
Hilda, the tree, the fire. Carol, Hilda.
Help! Paul! Paul! Paul!
Hilda, darling. You feeling better?
Paul, where is she? Is she badly burned?
She'll be all right.
Oh, let me go to her. It's my fault. I lit the fire and the tree fell.
Lie still, lie still. The doctor dressed her leg. She didn't even cry. Just lie back, darling. I'll get you some water.
Hilda,
Yes, Alan.
you called him, you know. You were talking to me, but in that danger, you called Paul.
Why, yes, I did call Paul.
And that's right, Hilda, because he's alive. You kept me here, but I don't belong. I'm in the past.
No.
Yes, Hilda. I haven't been here except in your mind. You must forget, as Carol has forgotten.
Can't?
You must. Hilda, let's say all our words very quickly and for the last time.
For the last time?
Remember that first night when I cut in? May I cut in, please?
I don't remember meeting you.
You're not as pretty as your pictures, but you're livelier. It makes you shine, kind of.
What's that, a radio?
Certainly a radio.
But no brakes?
I drag one foot on the hills. Oh, Hilda, you're a swell girl. Will you marry me, Hilda?
Even when we're both old, my heart will still jump when I see you. Oh, Alan, she is beautiful.
Gee, I had no idea they were born with fingernails. Kiss? Thank you. Now, don't forget the new dress.
Not a chance. What color?
Any color, so long as it's red. Goodbye, darling. Hilda, I said goodbye, darling.
I can't say it.
Say it, Hilda. Quickly. Say it. Say it. Goodbye, darling. Say it. Goodbye, darling.
Alan. Goodbye. You darling.
And now, not as your master of ceremonies, but rather as one of the millions who heard this play tonight, I want to say that I shall never forget the performance just given by Betty Davis, Bob Montgomery, Basil Rathbun, and Louise Beavers. And a special bow to the writer, Mary McCall Jr., and the director, Frank Capra. It has indeed been a privilege to be associated with them on this, the Screen Guild's own program. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel it worthy of note that the money paid by the Gulf Oil Companies to the stars and feature players on this program is turned over to a special fund to build a home for the care of aged and indigent people from all branches of the motion picture industry. The famous stars who are our guests tonight donated their services. Every single dollar they would ordinarily receive for themselves is being turned over to this fund. The Gulf Oil Companies, your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, and all of us here in the studio are proud to take part in such a worthwhile project. We sincerely hope you enjoy this new kind of radio entertainment made possible by the motion picture industry, the Gulf Oil Company. This is George Murphy saying thank you and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show. A review with a lot of fun with Mary Boland, Marlena Dietrich, Frank Morgan, and Cliff Pizarro, written by Ken England and directed by W.S. Van Dyke. We are grateful to Warner Brothers for Betty Davis, soon to be seen in Dark Victory, to MGM for George Murphy, and for Robert Montgomery, who has just completed Fast and Loose. John Conte speaking. I'll Follow My Secret Heart is from Conversation Piece. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf companies in presenting the fourth in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows, all the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the motion picture star's own program, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Mary Boland, Marlena Dietrich, Frank Morgan, Cliff Pizarro, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Fourth Screen Guild Show, Hollywood's own program, written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Each week we present a different type show with a different cast of stars. Last week a drama, next week a review starring Bing Crosby, Hugh Herbert, Jane Withers, and the Yacht Club Boys. Tonight it's a variety program, directed by W.S. Van Dyke and written by Ken England, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. And now, let's get on with the show.
Now, that's an excellent idea. Here I am, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's Frank Morgan. Well, shut my mouth. Hello, Frank.
Well, thank you, and good evening. As the author, director, narrator, and star of tonight's program, I'd like to welcome you one and all.
Hey, wait a minute, Frank. Wait a minute. What about me?
Oh, well, that's what you're welcome to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Say, stop following me, will you?
Look, Frank, I'm George Murphy, remember?
Murphy. Yeah, the name's familiar, but I don't know what to do with your face.
Oh, come on, Frank, you remember me. I was on your program once.
Oh, Murphy, of course. Well, it's a pleasure to have you on my program again. Murphy, huh? Well, sit down, and I'll be with you in a second. Now, tonight, ladies...
Frank,
what?
This may be a shock to you, but you are not on the Good News Show.
Oh, I knew that job wouldn't last.
Look, Frank, this is Sunday. You're on the Maxwell House Good News Show Thursdays. This is the Good Gulf Screen Guild Show.
Oh.
You see, you've come from Good News to Good Gulf.
Good heavens.
Now, do you understand?
Yes, that's wonderful. Now I'm on two shows.
No, Frank. You're on this program tonight only.
Oh.
You, Mary Boland, and Marlena Dietrich. You remember Marlena?
Dietrich? Oh, good Gulf. That's good news.
You go stand in the corner and stop muscling in.
Muscling in? Do you mean to insinuate that I'm a phony, a racketeer, a cad, and a
Bounder.
Thank you. A bounder, a blackguard, and a sesquipedantic windbag? Is that what you meant?
What is sesquipedantic?
Well, we're leaving sesquipedantic out. Is that what you meant?
Yes, I think that sums it up very neatly.
Thank you, George. I admire your straightforward, obnoxious manner. And I'm going to do you a favor. I'll be too busy during the coming weeks to keep both these jobs, so I'll tell you what I'll do for you. The Gulf people are listening in right now, and I'll speak to them in your behalf. Gentlemen, I hereby recommend George Murphy as an addition to this program.
But, Frank, I've been on this program for the last 4 weeks.
You better put it. Well, there you are. That's the kind of results I get. And now that they've taken my advice, I'll give you a couple of pointers on how to give people like me a real build-up on your program.
Very well, Mr. Morgan. I'll be glad to have you demonstrate on the next announcement.
You would? Well, now, there's something wrong here. You sound too eager.
Well, of course, if you don't want to...
Nothing of the sort. Just hand me that announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce one of our most talented stars whose work I've always admired and respected, George Murphy. Oh, George Murphy. You see, they tamper with your script on this program, too.
Do you hear that playing?
Yes, I hear that playing.
Do you know who's playing?
No. Who is that playing?
Why, it's Gabriel playing. Gabriel playing. I hope you'll be ready to go when I blow my horn. Blow, Gabriel, blow. Come on and blow, Gabriel, blow. I've been a sinner and I've been a scamp, and now I'm ready to trim my lamp. So blow, Gabriel, blow. I was low, Gabriel, low. Mighty low, Gabriel, low. But now that I have seen the light, I'm good by day and I'm good by night. So blow, Gabriel, blow. Once I was headed below. Yes, I was headed below. But when I got to Satan's door, I heard you blowing on your horn once more, and I said, Satan, farewell. And now I'm all ready to fly. Yes, to fly higher and higher and higher. 'Cause I've been through the brimstone and I've been through the fire. I want to purge my soul and my heart too. Climb up the mountaintop with you and blow, Gabriel, blow. Come on and blow, Gabriel, blow. I want to join your happy band, play all day in the promised land. Blow, blow, Gabriel, blow.
Thank you, George Murphy. Thank you. That was swell. Friends, what are the two things that all Americans like to talk about? The weather and their automobiles. Well, those are both mighty absorbing topics. And right now, the weather makes it even more important than usual to do the right thing by your automobile. Now, that's where your neighbor, the good Gulf dealer, can help with his Gulf No-Nox ethyl gasoline. You see, friends, Gulf No-Nox is a high-test gas. You folks up north will find that it starts quick as a wink, even if your car has been cooling off for hours at the foot of a ski hill. And you folks down south, you'll be mighty happy over the big improvement in pickup and pep and smoothness that you get from your first tankful of Gulf No-Nox. Now, that's all we have to say, except that next time you want gas, you'll know where to stop if you'll just look for the familiar sign of the orange disc. And you'll know what real high-test performance is if you'll just fill up with Gulf No-Nox ethyl, the knock-proof gasoline.
George, my boy, your singing a minute ago was magnificent.
Oh, you liked it, Frank?
Oh, yes. It was almost as sensational as I used to be when I sang the soprano lead for the boys' choir at Miss Kloppenheim's kindergarten and iron foundry.
Oh, Frank, I never knew you sang.
My dear boy, not only did I spend the early years of my youth at the operatic schools in Milano. You've heard of Morgano of Milano.
Oh, yes, yes.
Well,
yes.
I was the first hammerman in the Amble chorus. My greatest success was singing with that thrilling operatic diva, Madame Antipasto Thump. And what's more remarkable, we both sang different areas.
Really? What was her area?
Well, she took up about half the stage. Except when she sat down, and then everyone left. By the way, Murphy, am I boring you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, you're boring me. Go away.
Thank you.
No, I mean, don't go away. I was telling you about my talents. Well, just ask anybody that comes along, and they'll tell you what sensational talents I have.
Well, here's somebody coming along right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Boland.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, the most wonderful person is here. Such a charming young man. So dreadfully talented.
Why, Mary, thank you very much.
Not you, Frank
Oh.
Morgan. Get out of the way.
What?
George, this young man is positively dynamic.
Mary Boland, I've wanted to see you for ages, but I've been so busy doing 2 radio programs and pictures. You know, I'm working on a very important picture, The Wizard of Oz.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
Yes,
Now, this
but-
discovery of mine, George.
It's the biggest thing in my big career. I play 6 different and distinct parts.
A bit player.
Yes.
So now they found you out at last.
They have...
Now, as I was saying...
As the wizard, I wear the trickiest makeup, just like Boris Karloff. It takes hours to put it on. Low forehead, false chin, hair all over my cheeks, bulging nose is horrible.
Too bad you didn't have time to take it off.
You mean to say,
Yes,
Ned?
I do. Now get out of the way.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I've brought with me... Oh, dear. What was it I brought with? Oh, yes. A delightful young man. The perfectly charming, if academic, young exponent of... come here, young man. No, I don't mean you, Frank. Yes, you. Sweet boy, lovely person, perfectly charming. Perfectly
Well, just wait till she lights and I'll swat her.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Professor Clifford Nazzaro. No, that'll do. We mustn't spoil him. Say a few words, Professor.
Well,
Isn't he wonderful? I could scream. He has absolutely the most fascinating message.
Miss Boland.
Who are you?
Professor Nazzaro.
Oh, please. As I was saying, Professor Nazzaro is dean of... Oh, it's you, Professor Nazzaro. Professor is the dean of double talk at the University of... what was the university, Professor?
The University of Banjan Quilsol
Yes. Exactly. Now, before we continue, let me explain what double talk is. Double talk is when you talk about something, but at the same time you aren't saying anything, because you don't want the person you're not talking to know what you aren't saying. Is that clear? Well, now, before we proceed, we will give you an example. Professor, tell the people how long you've been doing double talk.
Well, I first started in Little Tyson Forest Street down in the corner of Silmarita Street. Of course, in those days I didn't have an order to see to read. I just called Celery and then lost the spirit, read a little force of spread read. And I've been doing it ever since.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Professor. That was very autobiographical. So intense. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you can easily see how useful double talk would be in everyday life. Now, take this case, for instance. I am the wife. The professor is my husband. It is 3:00 in the morning. He comes sneaking in. Oh, is that you, John?
Yes, darling.
Where have you been till this hour?
Well, I was on my way home and I ran to the Voices Spailer Reach, boss, and of course the boys had to have a little sailor railer reach. I didn't know they were going to fly the Spailer Reach, so I just thought I could really place this credit. Isn't that what you would have done?
What?
I say, I was down with the boys a little trace to have a little, because they asked me to surrender it. Of course, I didn't little surrender for surrendering it. It was just that they carried a voice to sailor railer reach, and I started to place. Isn't that what you would have done?
Why, yes. Oh, yes, dear, yes. I'll see you in the morning.
Thanks, Loretta.
Thank you. There you are. You see how simple it is? Keeps peace and quiet, and Professor Nazzaro in the home. Charming boy, charming. Now, friends, there is also another way in which double talk can be useful, which you will glean from our next demonstration. Professor Nazzaro is trying to dictate a telegram over the phone, and I am the operator to whom he is dictating.
Hello?
Postal Union, do you wish to send a telegram?
Yes. The message is, arrive safely. We'll be home Wednesday at 8:15 on the Chief. Will you read that back to me, please?
Yes, sir. 5 babies, mother and kids doing well, don't beef.
No. Arrive safely. We'll be home Wednesday at 8:15 on the Chief. Got it?
Yes, sir. Jeeves slays me trucking home Wednesday. Is Grandma still deef? Is that right, sir?
For goodness sake, no.
Read it to me again, please.
Sure. I'll read it to you again. Arrive safely, boss. Coming home is a silver prison and then was a silver price of silver pornos in it. Now read that back to me.
Arrive safely. We'll be home Wednesday at 8:15 on the Chief. gentlemen, you see the many uses of double talk. We will return soon and give you another lecture on this fascinating subject.
Miss Boland?
Yes?
That will be $25 for my appearance tonight.
What?
$25.
Oh, yes. Well, now you go and see. If you turn around and walk to the subject, and you find out, of course, you wouldn't talk to him. Naturally, after all, you hadn't seen for a long time, and he'll give it to you.
Oh, all right.
You see what I mean, folks.
Several years ago, this music introduced to America one of the most glamorous stars ever to enter pictures. We've come to regard her as a genuine, sincere colleague, one of us. This is a great interest of us, and I think it may be of great interest to you to know that she is now taking steps to become an American in fact as well as spirit, a naturalized citizen of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and a pleasure to introduce to you Miss Marlene Dietrich. And now the setting, the smoke-filled cafe, the beautiful young girl, the haunting strains of muted violins, and Marlene Dietrich singing...
Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Love's always been my game, play it how I may. I was made that way, I can't help it. Men cluster to me like moths around the flame, and if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Men cluster to me like moths around the flame, and if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it.
Thank you, Marlene. That was wonderful.
Oh, that was beautiful. It was entrancing. What savoir-faire, what savoir-faire, what sincerity. What's your phone number?
What's your hurry, Frank? Marlene will be right back. And in the meantime, what's the good word, Johnny Conti?
Well, did you ever stop to wonder what makes a good merchant more than just a man who rings up the sale and delivers the things you buy? It's the service that goes along with the goods. And nowhere is that more true than at your Good Gulf dealers, because your Good Gulf dealer is an ambitious, independent merchant whose business means a lot to him. So much that he's always ready with the extra service that makes it mean a lot to you, too. And along with that service, you get the best in products. Products like that Gulf No-Nox gasoline that we mentioned a few minutes ago. So stop at your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers next time. He's got a real personal interest in giving you and your automobile absolute tops in service.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight turns to the right and 2 feet down, revealing our big little maestro, Oscar Bradley, leading the orchestra in a medley of I Must See Annie Tonight and Have You Forgotten So Soon. ladies and gentlemen, the Screen Guild Show is proud to present a preview of a smashing spy picture, a gripping, stirring drama of the Secret Service men, entitled Agents with Dirty Faces. With Mary Boland, Marlena Dietrich, Frank Morgan, and Cliff Nazaro. Any similarity between the characters portrayed and persons living or dead is just too stupid for words. It is 1927. The world is seething with intrigue. Spies are everywhere. But the secret agent, Force of Good, is ever on the watch. We open in the office of the Chief of the Secret Service of Tratphonia. As Secret Agent Frank Morgan, played by Frank Morgan, speaks to Chief Cliff Nazaro, played by Cliff Nazaro, as they look over some secret messages, played by some secret messages.
Agent 404?
Yes, 000.
This is a dangerous mission.
Yes, 000.
Take all precautions.
Yes, 000.
Take your fingers out of your mouth.
Yes, Mother. Oh.
Listen, you always have to have your mother along. She's been with you on your last 7 cases.
Well, somebody has to take care of him.
Oh, Ma, gee whiz. I ought to go on a case alone just once. I'm 49 years old. This sort of thing was all right when I was 37. But I'm a man now.
Isn't radio a wonderful medium? Here I am playing the mother of a man who's old enough to be my father.
It's lucky.
Give him his orders, Chief.
All right, 404. You are going after the greatest spy in all Europe, Madam H2SO4. She used to be Madam J3205.
Oh, I see. She got her new license plates.
She has plans of our fortifications, and she has the formula of an explosive that would blow you clear to Australia.
The change of air might do him good.
Be careful. She is sly and shrewd.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm sly and shrewd, too. And what's more, I'm cheerful, obedient, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent.
And listen closely. We have information that H2SO4 is checking into the Imperial Arms Hotel tonight.
Yeah.
So find her.
Yeah.
Arrest her and bring her in.
I got you, Chief. I'll pose the clerk in the hotel. Now, Mother, can I please go on this case alone?
Oh, isn't he cute? He's so manly. Very well, dear. But remember now, be careful crossing the streets.
Yes,
and if you go in an airplane, fly low and slow.
Yes.
Stay out of drafts.
Yeah.
And try not to get shot too much.
Well, all right, but I'll have to go without my bulletproof vest. It got a hole in it.
My goodness, what happened to it?
Well, somebody hit me in the chest with a marshmallow.
A marshmallow?
Well, it was toasted.
Attention, 404.
Yeah.
One more instruction.
Yes, Chief?
Now, when you see this autograph, and you find out you can't receive the face of fate,
yes,
just go into the force, stimulate it, and
yes,
bring the knife to see the most disturbed.
Yes. You can count on me every time. Good morning. Hotel Imperial Arms at your service.
Clark, I have a complaint to make. My room is very drafty.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bradley. What room have you?
That big room on the 7th floor.
7th floor? This hotel has only 6 floors. You must have been on the roof.
Oh, I wondered why I kept blowing off into the park. Cheerio.
Hello?
Hello, clerk. I have a complaint, too. My room is too small.
Too small?
It's so small I can't even get the mumps.
Very well. I'll send up a case immediately. By the way, who are you?
George Murphy.
Well, what are you doing in this hotel?
Well, that's the only way I could get in this sketch. Look out, Frank. There's a mysterious woman approaching you.
Ah, you're right. This is a mysterious-looking woman.
She's wearing a veil and has on a long evening gown.
Yes, she's trying to cover up something. This looks suspicious and mighty inviting.
I beg your pardon?
Not at all. Good morning.
Do I register with you?
And how, baby? Yes, madam, right here. Your name?
Madame Titiana Chichornia Olganovna.
Would you like a room to go with that?
Yes, nothing expensive. Just a nice, quiet room overlooking some secret fortifications.
Oh, yes, madam. I know just what you want. 512. I'll have a boy take you up to your room. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'll get a boy.
Please do. I'm in a great hurry.
At your service, madame. I'm the bellboy.
The bellboy? You look exactly like the clerk.
Really? Even with this mustache on?
What mustache?
This one I've got. Oh, good heavens, it's gone. Call the police. I've been shaved.
There's no time to lose. Take these bags up to my room.
Yes, madame. Little does she know that I am the bellboy.
Little does he know that I know he's the bellboy.
Little does she know that I know that she knows that I'm the bellboy.
I pass. Come along, boy, and be very careful of that bag marked Naval Secrets.
Yes, madame. How about this other bag labeled bombs this end up? You want this to go up, too?
Yes, and don't drop it, or we all go up.
I'll be careful. Right this way. Watch your step getting into the elevator.
Floors, please.
5. Mother! What are you doing running this elevator?
Just keeping busy till you catch that spy.
Mother. She didn't mean you, madame.
Oh, that's all right. Little does he know that what his mother said is true.
Little does she know that I know that what my mother said is true.
Little do they know that nobody cares. Fifth floor, all out.
This way, madame.
So long, son.
So long, Mom. Mother's a nimble soul, isn't she?
Put that suitcase down over there.
Yes, ma'am. Wait, hey, I can't put it down. Look, the suitcase has jumped out of my hand and is sailing around the ceiling. What have you got in there?
Carrier pigeon. What was that?
A hunter.
I didn't know it was open season for suitcases.
Well, neither did I. It's a small world, isn't it? Now, madame, is this view of the fortifications all right?
Perfect.
Yes.
Can I see the Navy Yard from here, too?
Oh, certainly.
Could I set up my camera here?
Definitely.
And could I borrow your spy glasses?
Spy? Ah, that sounds suspicious. I mustn't let her know who I am.
Thank you very much for your trouble, boy. Here's $1 for you.
No, thank you. We Secret Service agents must never accept tips. Oh, darn it. I went and told you. Now you know who I am.
Don't worry. I won't say a word. If you won't tell anyone I am a spy.
Oh, I wouldn't mention it. Oh, you're a spy, eh? Well, I knew I'd trick you into admitting it. You're under arrest. Throw up your hands.
But this is such a silly way to act. You're so nice.
Oh, am I? Oh, no, you don't. I know all the tricks. I didn't subscribe to the True Spy Story magazine for nothing.
It's too bad it must end this way. We could mean so much to each other.
Could we?
Yes.
Oh.
So very much.
Oh, that's...
You're so big.
Oh, yes.
So strong.
Oh.
And so anemic.
Oh. Do you really think so?
Yes, Babuchka. You're so wonderful.
Oh, Ma!
You're so brave.
Oh, Ma!
Oh, you're so fascinating.
Oh, Marlena.
Tell me, you wouldn't turn me over to the police?
Oh, the police. I would. Oh, yes, the police! Police!
Quiet.
Mother! And this time I mean it.
Quiet, you fool. Do you see this bomb?
Pretty, isn't it? Hey, a bomb. What are you doing with that?
I'm going to explode it under your feet, and it'll blow you straight to Australia.
Australia? You wouldn't do that.
Oh, yes, I would.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, yes, I would.
Oh, no, you
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
Oh, yes, I would.
I dare you.
Albert! Albert! Where are you?
Hello, Mom.
Oh, Albert! Oh, hello, Albert!
Call me Sydney. I'm in Australia.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone in the cast. And Johnny, will you please come in and say what Frank Morgan was supposed to say if we had time?
I surely will, George. Our thanks to the good Gulf dealers who make this program possible. And I'd like to tell the radio audience that we thank you, too, and hope you'll enjoy these programs in the future and that you'll continue to give them your fine support. Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show. A review with Bing Crosby, Hugh Herbert, Jane Withers, and the Yacht Club Boys. We are grateful to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for Frank Morgan and George Murphy. Falling in Love again is from Joseph von Sternberg's The Blue Angel. Drums in My Heart is from the show Through the Years. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting the fifth in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. All the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Bing Crosby, Hugh Herbert, Jane Withers, the Yacht Club Boy, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show, Hollywood's own program. Written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Each week we present a different type show with a different cast of stars. Last week a variety show, next week a drama starring Olivia de Havilland and Spencer Tracy. Tonight it's a review, directed by Wesley Ruggles and written by Frank Butler and Everett Freeman, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. And so, on with the show. And our first Screen Guild star for this evening, the mayor of Studio City.
Don't mention my name, whatever you do. No. Don't.
Hugh Herbert.
You see, look what you did. You said my name. You've ruined everything. This is awful. It's terrible. Wow.
Wow. Don't you mean woo?
I'm traveling incognito. Don't say that. I like it better than even in Detroit. I got an aunt lives out there. She thinks I'm crazy. Well, I think the same thing about her.
But Hugh, what's the idea of traveling incognito? Are you disgusted with autograph hounds?
Disgusted. Terribly. There aren't enough of them at all. I went so far as to change my name. I gave myself a new name.
Well, what new name did you give yourself?
Oh, I'm Darryl Zanuck now.
You keep that up, they'll be giving you a new number.
Yeah?
It so happens that a man named Darryl Zanuck is head of 20th Century Fox Studios.
Oh, he couldn't be very popular then.
What do you mean not popular?
Oh, yesterday morning I went to 20th Century Fox and said, my name is Darryl Zanuck. They threw me out. I changed my name.
What do you call yourself now?
I'm 20th Century Fox now.
You deserve to be thrown out. If you wanted to masquerade as Darryl Zanuck, you should have had a polo pony.
Oh, no, pony. Oh, no ponies, no horses for me. The other day I was at the racetrack. I lost everything. One of those Crosby days, you know? You have a lot of money in your pocket, and all of a sudden, bing.
Oh. There's an entrance cue if I ever heard one.
Well, it's Bing Crosby.
This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love, I get no dizzy spell. My head is not in the sky. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be loved. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes. My heart does not stand still. Hear it beat. This is too sweet to be loved. This can't be love, 'cause I feel so well. Still I love to look in your eyes.
Thank you, Bing. That was grand. Very swell.
Thanks, George. But what went on there? What was that peculiar, almost deafening cacophony that burst upon me at the end of my last ditty?
Well, in the parlance of the theater, Dr. Crosby, that is what's known as applause.
The theater. Well, that's what happens, huh? I guess I've been hanging around the music hall too long.
Music hall? Hold on there, chum. You're not trying to slip in a little plug for your sponsor, are you?
Well, maybe it was kind of reachy. I should have been a little more crafty.
That's what I call the old double Crosby. You better clear this up right now. Take it, will you, Johnny Conti?
A lot of people miss some mighty good things just because they never tried them. Well, that's why tonight we'd like to make, a sporting proposition to those of you who have not yet tried Gulf No-Nox ethyl gasoline. Try just one tankful of Gulf No-Nox. That's all we ask. And then see if you're ever again satisfied with ordinary gasolines. You see, you don't need to take the advantages of Gulf No-Nox gasoline on faith. Far from it. You can feel the smoother power it gives your motor. And you can hear the way it ends those annoying pinging motor knocks. And if you're up north where February means a lot of cold weather, you can tell at once that Gulf No-Nox gives you quicker, easier starting. So won't you just try a tankful tomorrow? And then you'll be the judge of what it can do for your car. Remember the name, Gulf No-Nox, and it's the knock-proof gasoline.
It was very interesting, Johnny Conti. Beautiful. In fact, it was the same plot as my last picture, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Oh, look at George, masquerading. Oh, that's quite a get-up, George. Very good. How did you get so small?
Hey, wait a minute, Hugh. Here I am over here.
Oh.
That's not me you're talking to. That's Jane Withers.
Hello, Mr. Murphy.
Hello, Janie. Do you know Hugh Herbert?
Oh, sure. Hiya, Mr. Herbert.
Hello, Jane. Come on, I'll introduce you to everybody in the show. You know George Murphy? Jane Withers, George Murphy. George Murphy, Jane Withers. And I hope the four of you will be very happy. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes, I was standing over there by the door. Good. No, I'm gone. Where am I?
Here you are, right here. You're introducing me to the people on this show.
I'll take it, Huey. Jane, this is our orchestra leader, Oscar Bradley.
Hello, Jane.
Well, hello, Mr. Bradley. Oh, boy. It sure is a pleasure to be on a program with someone my own size.
I'm not so small, am I, George?
Small? Why, at rehearsal this afternoon, you were chased up the bull fiddle by a termite.
Oh, yes. Speedy little devil, wasn't he?
Well, men, how about me? What do you say? Don't I get presented to the lady?
Oh, I know who you are. How are you, Mr. Crosby?
Fine. And you, Jane?
Oh, just swell. Say, you must know my father. Lots of times he talks about your horses.
Really? What does he say?
Well, I don't know. You see, when he uses that kind of language, Mommy always sends me into the other room.
Well, you just come out to my house anytime. I've got 4 kids, and they talk about my horses, too.
Oh, really? What do they say?
Well, I don't know. They always send me in the other room.
Oh, I understand. Well, thanks for inviting me. I'll come out sometime.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you guys?
Who are we?
Wait a minute. That's right. Who are we?
We're not Judge Hardy's family. We haven't a healthy, hearty tone, and none of us look like Louis Stone. He said if we did, he'd sure disown his family. Hugh Herbert is known to all of you, so honestly, folks, we can't be you. There isn't a doubt we'd never can shout out. Woo-hoo! We're not the great Bing Crosby man. But here's a father of fame, you bet, a papa who raised his own quartet. We never could hope to get results like Crosby can. And we can't be Lawrence Tibbett. One of us would sound so sad. But when 4 of us are singing, then we sound 4 times as bad. So there's only one name left for us.
I know, ladies and gentlemen, the Yacht Club Boys. Well, I'm glad to see you, fellas. Glad to see you. How are you?
Come in.
Are you the Yacht Club Boys?
Yes, officer.
The Yacht Club Boys in person.
Well, here's the ticket. You parked your yacht in front of a fire hydrant.
Oh, now you're in for it.
Don't worry about us. We've got influence.
Influence?
Yep, plenty. We've been gentlemen of the jury since the 13th day of May. For guys who haven't got a dime, $4 a day ain't hay.
We know the tricks of lawyers, and we always call their bluff.
We never stoop to take a bribe unless there's big enough. As gentlemen of the jury, we appear in thoughts of deep. We really aren't thinking, we're just catching up on sleep. That's why the lawyers shout at us, but still we never budge. How can they hope to wake us when they can't wake up the judge? We're gentlemen of the jury, and no matter what we do, we're 4 good men and true. We're gentlemen of the jury and we lead judicial lives. We tried a man for bigamy who married 7 wives.
Of course we found him innocent. It took but little time. To manage 7 wives should be an art and not a crime.
We're gentlemen of the jury and we're married men, of course. That's why we're always glad to give a husband his divorce.
We tried a man who beat his wife. He gave her 30 smacks. We fined him $50 plus a small amusement tax.
We're gentlemen of the jury and in everything we do, we're for good men and true.
Now we'll take you into court, and if you're from Missouri, we'll show you just what happened when the judge addressed the jury. His Honor, the court.
He's guilty. Whoa, no, he's innocent. Now go to the jury room and decide the prisoner's fate. Go on. Last one in is a sissy.
Well, fellow jurors, we are here on very serious business. Before we deliberate, I'd like to ask a very important question.
What is it, Mr. Foreman?
Who's got a deck of cards?
Don't start that. Let's wash this case up and get out of here. My wife's waiting for me. My wife's waiting for me, too. Let's stay in here as long as we can. Will you fellas keep quiet? I'm trying to write poetry. How do you like this one? Sing a song of 6pence, pocket full of rye. 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in the pie. When the pie was open, the birds yelled, gee, wasn't it hot in there? Oh, quit that junk.
Say, listen, how are you guys going to vote? Innocent or guilty?
I'm not quite sure. I think he did it, but I don't think he meant it. I wonder if he did it. I wonder if we'll send him up. I wonder what became of Sally.
Oh, let's get out of here. I want to see my horse run in the 5th tomorrow, and it looks like we'll be here a week yet.
You'll still get out before he finishes. Hey, fellas! I got another one. I once had a $5 bill. I hid it neath the windowsill. My wife decided to clean the house. I once had a $5 bill.
That's terrible. Come on, let's take a vote and get out of here. How do you vote? Count off.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. I mean innocent. I mean guilty.
Oh, it's the judge.
No fair, Judge. No fair. You can't be on the jury, too. It's against the law.
Oh, I know. It's very irregular. But I took both jobs because I needed the money. I'll sentence myself later for this.
How did you want us to vote when you made that speech, Judge?
Who knows? It's a stock speech. I use it for every case.
Come on, let's finish the vote.
Okay, I say guilty. Guilty. Innocent. Innocent? You're the only one that's holding us up. Do you really think he's innocent? No, I really think he's guilty. Then why did you vote innocent? Because I like this job, and if he hadn't done it, I wouldn't be here.
We're gentlemen of the jury who deserve the public's praise. We never give a verdict till we've argued it for days. We know the technicalities, the ifs and ands and buts. We're not so good in business,
but in court we are the nuts.
We're gentlemen of the jury, and we don't mind telling you.
The ladies adore us when they come before us.
At home we're neglected, but here we respect as for good men and true.
Thank you very much, fellas. That was grand.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes, what is it, Jane?
Say, would it be all right if I brought my little dog on this program? Oh, he does the cutest tricks.
Well, that would be novel. What kind of tricks does he do?
He's simply wonderful. When you ask him how much is 2 and 2, he jumps through a hoop, stands on his head, wiggles his ears, and barks 5 times.
5 times? 2 and 2 is 4, not 5. That's the wrong answer.
Yeah, but can you jump through a hoop and wiggle your ears?
Now, wait a minute. I don't want any trouble with you, Janie. Besides, we haven't time for animal acts on this program.
Well, gee whiz, that's just because you're slow. You know, I can do in 1 minute what you do in 30.
George, the child is right. You know that this is an age of speed. You know that Jesse Owens in 9 seconds runs 100 yards? You know that in 2 minutes I can be in Pasadena?
Well, what's stopping you?
Well, you know what I mean.
All right, Jane, let's see you do this whole program in a minute.
All right. Little Oscar, on your mark, get set, go!
Welcome, Gil Show, Jane Withers.
Good eve, here's Bing Crosby.
This can't be lovely.
Thanks, Bing. Commerce, Connie.
Go.
I guess that takes care of you. Here's Hugh Herb. Woo. Thank you. Now, is there anyone else?
How about us?
Who are you?
We're gentlemen.
Thanks, gents. And here's Oscar Bradley and his orchestra playing a medley. Thanks. Connie Commerce.
Go.
Next week news show, you're an Ask Jane with. This is the Column.
Thank you, Jane. And now while you go find a midget to sponsor your program, Shorty Bradley will shinny up the podium and accompany that Crosby man in a song from Bing's latest Paramount picture, Paris Honeymoon. And the name of the song is I Have Eyes.
I I have eyes to see with, but they see only you. For you have eyes that put the very stars to shame. I have lips to sigh with. What else am I to do when you have lips that fill my very soul with flame? Tonight, you're near to me in a light bright as day, but you're so dear to me, I could see you even miles away. I have eyes to see with, and yet when we're apart, I close my eyes and see with my heart. Tonight, you're near to me in a light bright as day, but you're so dear to me, I could see you even miles away. I have eyes to see with, and yet when we're apart, I close my eyes and see with my heart.
Really dream it, son. You are a solid send-in killer-diller. And now, a few words from my good friend John Conte.
You've all heard those two famous old proverbs, a stitch in time saves 9, and the best is cheapest in the long run. Well, it's interesting to see how closely those wise old sayings are followed by your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer. A stitch in time saves 9. Your Good Gulf dealer follows that rule when he checks your tires and your battery and your radiator. He knows that simple precautions like those are really necessary to help guard against possible trouble later on. And your Good Gulf dealer believes in that other proverb, too. The best is cheapest in the long run. That's why he features quality products like Gulf Pride Motor Oil and Gulf No-Nox Ethyl Gasoline. Products that save you money on repair bills and on upkeep expenses. So won't you accept our invitation? Stop where you see the orange disc and make the Good Gulf dealer your dealer.
At this point, our big little music maestro, Oscar Bradley, comes out from behind his baton to direct the orchestra from the top of a 10-foot ladder in a special arrangement of You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby. Ladies and gentlemen, the trend in entertainment lately has been toward the family angle, the sweet, wholesome goings-on of the average American family circle. Tonight, the Gulf Screen Guild Show presents a preview of a new family entitled The Niddlewitz Family at Home, as adapted by Bing Crosby from a bookie of the same name. This is a copyrighted sketch. Anyone using it in whole or in part is just a dirty old stealer, so there. We find Papa Niddlewitz, played by Hugh Herbert, at home with Susie Niddlewitz, played by Jane Withers, waiting for Joe Niddlewitz, played by Bing Crosby, who is reading about Seabiscuit, played by Millions.
Wrong number. Goodbye. Wrong number. Goodbye. Hello?
Wrong number. Goodbye.
Oh, what a bore he is. Gab, gab, gab all day long. Why does the phone always ring at dinner time? Hello?
Fire! Fire! Your house is on fire.
Oh, what a stop you are. It ain't my house. I only rent it. Goodbye. Some people are so silly. Fire. Oh, what a predicament. Fire all around me, and here I am without any popcorn. Susie?
Yes, Daddy?
House on fire?
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah?
The finance company took the coal back this morning.
Oh, never mind that. Where's dinner?
It's ready, but I can't get this leg of lamb on the platter.
What's the matter? Is it too heavy?
Oh, I don't know. Every time I get close to it, it kicks me.
Oh, right. Just feel the heat from that fire. Marvelous. That bedroom set upstairs is made of hardwood. It burns beautifully. Good.
Oh, look, the flames are licking the roof.
Hey, isn't that cute, isn't it? Hey, what's the idea of stirring the chicken broth with Mama's lipstick?
I'm making tomato soup.
Oh, you shouldn't touch your mother's cosmetics. Last night the eyes and the potatoes had mascara on them. Very, very attractive, but tasted awful. Ooh, tasted awful.
Hi, fellas. Where's dinner? I'm hungry.
Hello, Joe. The house is on fire.
Yeah, I know. I called up the fire department. Then I called the insurance company.
Insurance company?
Yeah, and they said they'd send over a man to pay for everything that was burned.
Good work, Joe. Then what did you do?
Well, I called back the fire department and told them to wait a while.
Oh, wonderful. Susie, give Joe a cookie.
Hey, what's the matter here? What's this? There's 6 inches of water on the floor.
Oh, you're right. You're perfectly right. Very observing young man. I thought it felt kind of damp in here.
Oh, I did it. I left the water running in the bathtub this morning and forgot to turn it off.
Oh, of all the forgetful... Oh, we got a bathtub? Well, bath water. Well, what a relief. That explains everything. I wonder what those ducks were doing in the living room.
I'm sorry. I'll turn it off when I go upstairs. But come on, let's eat.
Yeah, let's. Ah, this is fine. Certainly is a pleasure to wade home to a good meal.
Yeah. Say, this soup is good. Yeah, but it's too hot. Scoop me up a glass of water, will you?
Gee, look, asparagus. I didn't know we had asparagus.
Oh, that's my hand, asparagus. By the way, Dad, did you fix the wall with that plaster of Paris I left in the kitchen?
Plaster of Paris? I thought it was flour. I made the bread with it.
Oh, you did? Well, that's a fine thing. How do you expect me to sink my teeth into a piece of toast made of plaster of Paris?
I expect me to get mine out.
Here, Dad, I'll break it for you.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, Daddy, pass the milk.
Here, I'll have some, too.
Here you are, Daddy, dear.
How about you, son?
Thanks, I've had some milk.
Take the cow off the table.
Say, by the way, where's Mom?
I haven't seen Mom since she played third base for Peoria in the 3-hour league. I wonder where she is now.
I remember. Your mother left a note saying she was running away with the circus.
A note? What did it say?
I don't know. I didn't read it. It wasn't addressed to me. It was for the milkman. He told me.
Gee, I'd like to see Mom again.
Yeah, me too.
Don't worry, children. When the circus comes to town, we'll all go down and throw peanuts at her.
Oh, goody.
Gosh, Dad, this is awful. Mom's gone and left us.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's horrible. I can't stand it. Pass me the gravy.
Oh, don't take it so hard, Dad.
I hate to bring it up again at a time like this, kids, but the water on the floor is getting mighty high.
Oh, now there's nothing to worry about. It isn't very high.
Oh, no? Look what's cruising in the door.
Catching anything, fellers? I got the limit. Well, I'll see you later.
Yes, it's more than I can stand. Help me to the sofa. Let me lie down. There, that's all right. Hey, turn on the lights. Who turned off the lights?
Nobody. You're lying face down.
I wonder why the darkness had wrinkles in it. Oh, well, turn me over.
All right, Dad. Whoa, hey, Dad, come back here. Now look what you done, Susie. Wasn't bad enough that Ma's gone, but now Dad's floated away. You'll catch it if a storm comes up and he sinks. Who is it?
Fire department.
Come in. Well, hello. Hello, folks. How are you? What did you break the door down for? It was open.
Gee, I gotta have my fun, too.
Well, help yourself. The fire's upstairs.
Oh, yes, but it'll be down in a minute.
Oh, no, the fire's out. Pretty bad fire, too.
You managed to save anything?
1 or 2 things.
boys are upstairs chopping them up now.
Fine thing.
Incidentally, that guy that went out of here on a sofa just got arrested for going through a red light.
Well, anyway, we know where he is. Say, Fireman, did you catch the person who started this fire?
No, but I think we will. Whoever left the electric curling iron turned on started the fire.
Uh-oh. I've got to be going. So long.
Just a minute, Small Fry.
What?
Small Fry, you're too young for the follies. Small Fry, stick to your paper dollies. My, put down that powder puff. Take it from a pal, you're smooth enough.
Oh, you're just saying that.
Small Fry, you want your dresses longer.
Yes, and what's more, I want my cup of cocoa stronger.
My, now you just listen here to me. You ain't no queen, you're just a little bee. You're getting tired of your toys.
And kind of dreaming about boys.
Keep out of this, George.
Oh, yes.
You too.
Oh, yes. If you send Valentines to Bill, how come you send them to Phil? You'll never be a big success. Yes. Small Fry.
Now, what can I do for you?
Small Fry. Bedtime stories bore you. Seems I should take you cross my knee. You ain't no queen, you're just a little bee. You get to bed at 8, it's true. Then you read Look until 2. Oh, me.
Oh, my.
Small Fry.
Now, look here, Bingo. I have something to say to you, too. Tall Fry, oh, you're betting on the pony.
Quiet, small change, or I'll spin.
Oh, you got a stable full of ponies.
My. This filly is a wretch.
Yeah, and so are all your fillies in the stretch.
You've got the pinnacle deck in your pocket.
What happened to Ma's wedding ring? Did you hot?
Not so loud, not so loud.
Oh, yes.
You signed your own report card last night.
Well, why don't you learn how to write? Then you will be a real success.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Small oats, your ears ain't hardly dry ones. You sing notes, yes, but you can't reach the high ones.
Oh, now. Why don't you break down and confess? You ain't the biggest catfish on the CBS.
You're just a pesty brat and cur.
Oh, you're just allergic to girls.
Oh, me.
Oh, my.
Small Fry.
Thank you, Hugh Herbert, Jane Withers, the Yacht Club boys, and Bing Crosby.
Thank you, George. And could I interpose a word here? Speaking for the people in tonight's cast, may I say we've been happy to be a part of the show and give a hand in the work of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. We're proud to have a part in establishing a home for the aged and indigent people from every branch of the motion picture industry. The Gulf Oil Companies and the good Gulf dealers who make this program possible have our heartiest thanks. Special thanks also to the radio audience. We hope that you'll enjoy these programs in the future and that you'll continue to give them your support.
Thank you very much, Bing Crosby. And don't forget, audience, next week a dramatic show with Olivia de Havilland, Spencer Tracy, and a cast of featured players, written by Lawrence Stallings and directed by Frank Lloyd. This is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry and the Gulf Oil Companies. Good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Olivia de Havilland and Spencer Tracy. We are grateful to Warner Brothers for Hugh Herbert, to 20th Century Fox for Jane Withers, and to Paramount for Bing Crosby, and to Frank Lesser for special lyrics for his Small Fry. This Can't Be Love is from the boys from Syracuse, Drums in My Heart from Through the Years. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. welcome everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting the sixth in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows, all the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Olivia de Havilland, William Bakewell, Clarence Derwin, Akim Tamirov, Spencer Tracy, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the sixth of the Motion Picture Star's own programs, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. As you know, we present a different type show with a different cast of stars each week. All of them written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Last week it was a review. Next week, a musical comedy starring Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, and Charles Winninger. Tonight, it's a drama, 3 Days March, directed by Frank Lloyd and written by Lawrence Stallings under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. Our story tonight was taken from the Journal of a War Correspondent. It is not a judgment of war, and it holds no brief for or against any existing or past governments, but merely sets its scene on a turbulent, war-torn stage and brings into sharp focus the people sometimes called secret agents, to whom war is only a device to be used for their own selfish interests and profit. In tonight's story, we meet Janet Taylor, played by Olivia de Havilland, Joe Ransom, played by Spencer Tracy, Akim Tamirov as Ahmed, William Bakewell as Jenkins, and Clarence Derwin as Markham. The time might be November, 1 year, 5 or 10 years ago. The place, a spot like Djibouti, gateway to Ethiopia, jumping off place of civilization. The crowded, sweaty little town swarms with soldiers, correspondents, thieves, and spies. Lights. Music. Curtain.
Please, don't all yell at once. Does anyone here speak English?
I speak English, missy. I speak English, yes.
All right, if you can get my bags away from the other quarters.
Oh, that's easy, Mem Sahib. Hey, yell him. Get away, you dogs. No, get away, you.
You don't have to kill them.
I don't have to, but I would like it. Oh, only 3 pieces of luggage, Mem Sahib.
Don't forget that typewriter.
Oh, sure, I have it. Now come, this way. Where do you stay in Djibouti?
A friend in Cairo recommended the Regis Hotel.
Oh, yes, the Regis, friend in Cairo. Yes. Yes, the Regis is just the hotel for you, Mem Sahib. It is just the right hotel. This way, Mem Sahib. This way. The best rooms in this hotel are on the second floor.
Don't your guests register at the desk?
Oh, yes, sure. But I have reserved a room for you.
Well, how did you know I was coming?
Oh, a whisper, even a thought, travels fast out here. Miss Taylor, this way, please.
You even know my name.
Oh, of course. This, I'm sure, is the room you want.
Thank you.
Enter, please.
What is it, Ahmed?
Miss Taylor, she has arrived, Sahib.
Oh, I've been wondering when you'd turn up, Miss Taylor. Sit down, please. Close the door, Ahmed.
Yes, Sahib.
You're younger and more attractive than I expected, but that's good for the job at hand.
Just what is this job?
Didn't they tell you in Cairo?
Not in detail.
I buy and sell information.
For any particular government?
No, I sell to the highest bidder. I understand you're a newspaper reporter.
No, I was a newspaper reporter. I lost my job. That's why I'm here.
I think you'll serve our purpose, don't you, Ahmed?
Oh, sure, Sahib.
Now, Miss Taylor, here on this map is the town of Diridawa. And over here, 3 days' march away, is the desert village of Bulale. Between the two, there are a number of fords across the Fan River. Over one ford, they will move men, supplies, and munitions for the next and deciding battle of this war.
Where do I come in?
You must find that ford. We have scouted the country, but it's too thickly wooded for aerial observation. The job must be done on foot. Ahmed will travel with you.
Well, suppose I get the information you want. How do I transmit it?
Continue on to Bulale. Send it on shortwave wireless as a news story to some American paper. I'll pick it up off the air.
Sounds like a nice, easy assignment.
Not so difficult, Miss Taylor. Fortunately, a fellow countryman of yours is making the same trip. Joe Ransom, a newsdeal cameraman. Now, I think if you and Ahmed went to Diridawa, you could meet Ransom and find a way to make him useful without arousing his suspicions. You must follow my instructions.
Excuse me, could you gentlemen tell me...
It's a mirage.
Jenkins, am I going nuts, or is she a Caucasian?
Why don't you touch her and see if she's real?
Don't pay any attention to him, sister. He's a sound man in love with the sound of his own voice. My name's Joe Ransom. What's yours?
Janet Taylor.
Is that a makeup kit or a typewriter?
Well, I use it for both. I make up little pieces for the New York Globe.
Oh, a sob sister, huh? Is this your first trip outside the city limits?
No, they sent me to Staten Island once.
I suppose you're here to do the woman's angle of the war?
Yes, I'm going through to Bulale.
Well, you haven't got a chance.
How come?
I'm on my way now to Addis-Ababa to pick up a passport to take my party through. It's taken weeks, 1,000 miles of red tape, and 10 years off my life to get it. They'll never listen to a girl.
Your train's starting, Ransom.
Okay. I'll see you next week when I get back from Addis-Ababa, sister. So long, Jenk.
So long.
Sit on that equipment till I get back.
Sure.
Is he always that helpful?
He'd help you if he could, but he's got other things to worry about. Well, I've got to collect some cans of film. Good luck to you, sister.
Well, Ma'am Sahib,
Yes, Ahmed?
what about Ransom?
You'll never let us join his party.
No? Well, let us suppose, Ma'am Sahib, that he found both of us a day's march out of the Dawa. Alone. It's so simple. A country woman lost on the desert, young, beautiful, helpless. That's the way, Ma'am Sahib, and I know just the spot he will find us.
Heaven, could you let yourself get stranded in the middle of the desert? What do you think this is?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Ransom. Is it my fault if my car burned up?
What happened to your porters?
They ran off last night. Only Ahmed stayed.
Yeah, you sure you didn't send them away?
Well, why would I do that?
So a guy named Ransom would have to pick you up and carry you along to Bulale.
I suppose you think I burned the car and all my supplies to hone in on your assignment.
I wouldn't put it past you. Okay, I guess I'll have to give you a lift.
You don't have to give me anything.
I wouldn't be surprised if I took you up on that. Now, why not hop up on the camel and cut out the acting? Go on, sister. Hurry up.
This is pretty bad stuff, Joe. You know what the natives think of unattached women in this man's war. Why, they might...
It's too late to worry about that now. We got one. All right, let's move. Imshi, imshi. Too hot to sleep in your tent?
No, I just wanted to see what the desert was like at night.
Don't go too far from the fire. There's a lot of things out there in the dark you wouldn't want to meet.
What?
Things the fire holds back. Lions, jackals, men, maybe.
Are we getting near the fighting?
Yeah.
The trails must be pretty well patrolled. And the sky, too.
Well, we can put out the fire if we hear a plane. How do you like that music?
I don't know. Here in a desert like this, it's kind of frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. Oh, before I forget, I'm sorry for the way I sounded off this afternoon. But you see, this trip means a lot to me. I've been trying to get through for weeks. Even now, I'm not sure I'll make it.
Didn't you get your passport?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean much beyond Bulale. That country's run by a lot of minor chiefs. They may say no dice.
Then your whole trip would be for nothing?
Well, that's the breaks. This is a rotten game we're in.
I wouldn't give it up for anything.
Well, you can have my share as soon as this mess is over. I'm going back to the States and live like a human being.
Oh, you'll die of that stagnation.
Yeah? Say, for 15 years, I've had a ringside seat at every major catastrophe to the human race. I've seen it burn and bleed, get blown up and drown. I'm sick of it. I want to realize again that people do other things. Go to church on Sunday. Listen to the radio for fun and not to find out when they're going to be bombed. Stagnation. This is stagnation.
Ransom!
flame coming over.
Put out the fire. Scatter it.
He's headed this way.
He's seen the fire.
Move out. Scatter.
Look out. Here she comes.
Jake, let the fire go. Run.
Get that girl out of the way.
Get back, Jake. Get back.
Take care.
Jake.
Wait, Joe, he may come back.
Oh, she does. Jake.
He's over here, Sahib.
Jake, are you all right, Jake? Jake, are you? Get my kit. Give me that flask in my tent.
You will not need your kit, Sahib. It's too bad. Well, perhaps he did not feel it when it happened.
Joe, what is it? What are you doing?
Go back. Get out of here.
Oh.
Great pity. It is the will of Allah.
Yeah, it's the will of Allah. Maybe it'd be better to keep Al out of this and put the blame where it belongs. And a lot of guys who don't tip their hats to Allah or any other god. The ones who don't even have a cause to fight for. The informers who buy and sell to the highest bidder. They're the ones who killed Jenk, not the kid in the monkey suit. Yeah, they killed him. Killed him and got paid for it.
The curtain has just fallen on the first act of your Screen Guild play, 3 Days March, starring Spencer Tracy, Olivia de Havilland, and Akim Tamirov. We're happy to bring you these Screen Guild shows, and we're happy at this time to bring you a word from the organization who makes this weekly visit possible.
In Grandfather's time, a man had to take good care of old Dobbin if he wanted to go sleigh riding the next day. Well, the modern automobile does a lot more for us than Dobbin ever could, and yet it demands a lot less care. Just look after a few simple things, and your car will be your faithful servant all winter long. For instance, be sure that your car is running on a real high-test gasoline. Gulf No-Nox ethyl gasoline. Down south where the weather is milder, Gulf No-Nox ends motor NOx in both old and new cars. And up north where the weather is cold, Gulf No-Nox starts instantly. Now, that means less battery drain, less chance of a towing bill, and more economical performance right through the month of February. So there's the whole story of high-test Gulf No-Nox. It ends slow starts, and it ends motor NOx. Drive in tomorrow and ask your good Gulf dealer for Gulf No-Nox, the knock-proof gasoline.
This is the second act of 3 Days March, written by Lawrence Stallings and directed by Frank Lloyd, starring Olivia de Havilland, Akim Tamirov, and Spencer Tracy. It is dawn on the third day of the march through the desert to Bulali. Joe Ransom's small newsreel party has just reached a ford in the Fan Fan River.
Don't let your camel drink here, Ahmed. Ride along with us and we'll stop on the other side of the river.
Yes, Sahib Ransom.
I'm sick of hearing camel bells. Will we get to Bulali tonight?
Yeah, sure, if we step on it. You want to send a dispatch from there to your paper?
Can I?
Yeah, sure, by field wireless. 500-word limit. You can start off with first white woman gets through the front. Or your boss might kick through with a bonus.
Yes. A bonus.
Yeah, but don't get too literal about times and places. I'm on trust here to censor my own dispatches so they don't tip off any troop movements.
I'll be glad to let you read my story.
You might give poor Jenk a little send-off. Tell how it happened. He's got folks back in the States. It might help.
Yes,
Thanks.
I'll do that.
Imshi, keep moving.
Allah is good to us, Mem Sahib.
What do you mean, Ahmed?
Why, this is the fort the Sahib in Djibouti sent us to find. You can see by the sand that many men and many camels have crossed here. And now Sahib Ransom arranges for us to use the wireless.
Ahmed, we're not sending information to Djibouti.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I understand. Oh, sure. You feel a woman's pity for the accident that happened to Jenkins 2 nights back, eh?
I didn't know what I was getting into. But now that I do know, I'm through.
Oh, no, Mem Sahib. No. Your job will be finished when you include a few words of code in your message from Bulali. The Sahib is waiting for it. You are through. Oh, no, Mem Sahib, no.
Let's get off the road and let gang of soldiers go by.
Eulalie's full of them. Is something big going to break?
Yeah. Up ahead somewhere.
Say, Joe, what is it with us? Are we quarantined or something? They shoo us out of the mosque. They mutter and grumble if we walk into a bazaar. But the corporal didn't even want to take my dispatch. Am I poison or something?
Take a good look at that street. Packed jam with natives down from the hills. Just one light dusting of civilization above savages. There'd be plenty of trouble, sister, if that mob gets out of hand.
Well, what would start them off?
You know, your paper should have given you a book of rules when they sent you out here.
For instance, Joe?
For instance, they should have told you that rule number 1 with these natives is that women don't appear in public until they're married, and then only with their husbands.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Plenty. Right now, they're getting a kick out of just looking, but later...
Later? What do you mean?
I mean, later, the headlines back home would read, Girl Reporter Mysteriously Disappears.
I certainly am a big help to you, aren't I, Joe?
Well, there's one solution.
What's that?
We could get married.
Married? Oh, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about turning you from what they think is a camp follower into a respectable Mohammedan wife. Then they wouldn't lay a hand on you. Well, how about it?
Well, I don't
now,
know.
Look, you're not in New York now, and don't kid yourself that I'm in love with you. I just want to bring you back alive, that's all.
Oh, so you're willing to sacrifice yourself to protect me?
It's less trouble that way.
Well, I don't know how to thank you, Joe.
Oh, don't bother.
I won't. And don't you bother about my African reputation either. I'll take care of that myself.
Yeah? How?
I'll go back to Diridawa. I'd go tonight if I could get a passport.
Oh, you go tonight, huh?
Yes. You think I'm frightened?
Okay, I'll get you a passport. I'll take you to one of the chiefs and fix it up. But just let me do all the talking. See, no matter what he says, you just nod your head and say yes. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. Come on, Elsie Dinsmore.
أنت جنت لا تخوضي هذا الرجل جورانسم أن يكون جوزك إلا لبات.
Okay, say yes.
Yes.
بسم الله إلا لبات.
Good, that fixes everything. Thanks, Chief.
بسم الله إلا لبات.
I can leave Eulalie now whenever I like?
No, but you're safe anywhere I am.
What do you mean, anywhere you are?
Well, this may be a little shock to you, but you're married.
Married?
Yeah, sure. That was a wedding ceremony in Arabic. You're my wife.
Why, you hijacker.
Now, look, I don't like it any better than you do. When we get to the border, we'll call it quits.
Oh, it's all very easy, isn't it?
Sure. All I have to do is go to a Mohammedan priest and say I'm tired. You know, this is no romance for me either.
Well, the only romantic thing about this marriage to me will be the divorce. We'll have it in English so I can enjoy it.
Yalam. No.
Oh, but wait a minute. I've told you I got a passport to go beyond Bulali.
Paper no good.
Why not?
Big fight soon. Only soldiers go through.
Okay, you win. Turn him around, boys.
Sahib. Sahib, we do not go on?
No, this is the end of the line, Ahmed.
End of line? You mean we go back?
That's it. You know, back.
By the same trail we came through the ford of the Fanfan River?
Sure, why not?
Well, no reason, Sahib. Only I must remain here. You see, there was a man I wished to see where we were going, but since we don't go, well, I stay here and wait for him in Bulali.
No. Party go, you go.
Looks as though you're still traveling with us, Ahmed.
Well, Sahib Ransom, I suppose it is the will of Allah. Be best to wait till nightfall to cross the river.
No, Ahmed, we'll take it wide open in daylight.
Yeah, but still, by day, the ford is wide. Safer to stay here, under the trees.
Who's doing this, me or you? Come on, close up ahead. Keep them together now. Imshi.
Mem Sahib, don't let him cross the ford.
Why not? There's no danger. No message was sent about this crossing.
You are wrong. The message was sent, Mem Sahib. If we cross here in daylight, the same accident that happened to Jenkins may happen to us.
You've changed my dispatch.
Yes. I added the information you forgot to send. The location of this ford and what you learned in Bulali that troops must pass through here today. And by this time, the information has been received. Sure, look. Look, Sahib, the birds of death are already here. See those small black dots in the sky?
Joe!
Shut up. Shut up, you fool. Shut up.
Joe!
Would you like him to know that it was your dispatch?
What's the matter? What's the argument?
Joe, Ahmed changed my dispatch last night. He sent word the troops are using this ford.
Yashi. Yes, sir. Take the men and withdraw 2 kilometers. Hurry. Take Ackman with you. Turn him over to the first official along the road.
Yes, sir.
No, Sahib Ransom, no. The girl, she's as much to blame as I. She was hired, as I was hired, to draw maps and send messages. We worked together on this.
Is that right, Janet?
Yes.
Oh, so you both played me for a sucker. And now when things are hot, you turn yellow, huh? Yashi, take him.
Yes, sir.
And you...
Joe, please believe
Cut it. You and I are staying here. You're going to have a taste of your own medicine. You helped to dish it out before, and now we'll see if you can take it.
I'm not afraid.
That's because you've never seen the real thing. You've never seen death falling on you. No place to go, no place to hide. Nothing to do but stand and wait for it to happen. You haven't seen anything, but you'll see it now.
Joe, look. The soldiers, the other side of the ford.
Nice timing, too. Congratulations on a perfect job, sister. Those poor devils don't stand a chance.
Here, take my scarf. Get up on that rise and signal to them to go back.
Too late. Bring me my hand camera. They'll cross the river down there by the Black Boulder. Hurry up, hurry up.
Bombing planes, Joe. Bombers, 7 of them.
They can't hear them across the river. The wind's against them. Get me that case of film magazine, the one with the big Flight 5 on it. Hurry, bring it here. Well, I got 600 feet of the ghastliest stuff ever put on a film. What's the matter?
I'm hurt. My leg.
What? When did you get hit?
When I wrote the magazine,
Hold on now. I'm going to move you a little. Easy now. I'm going to make a splint of these 2 sticks and tie them tight.
Oh,
Sorry.
Joe, I didn't send the map that killed Jank. You've got to believe that.
Don't talk. Take it easy.
I didn't have money to get home, and they offered me this job, and I didn't know it had to do with all this. Men dying, and... Oh, Joe, you've got to believe it.
Keep quiet. I'll get you a place in one of those army trucks. They'll be sending the wounded back.
You're coming back with me.
I'm going back to Bulali with these troops. I got work to do.
You hate me, don't you?
No, I don't hate you. I feel sorry for you. You got mixed up with something you know nothing about. Well, now you do know. You know that war is not drums and uniforms and glory. It's blood and death. Only don't forget that a swell guy like Jenk had to die to show you how it is.
Joe.
You'll have a lot of time to think in the hospital. Maybe by the time you get out, this war will be over. You can pray to God it is. Pray to God all war is. So long, sister.
Hey, Ransom, you're blocking my scene.
I'm sorry, brother. I like this spot. I'm getting my customers a ringside seat for the end of the war. 10 more feet to the blackout and the best newsreel shot of the year. Okay, General, much obliged.
See you at the next war, Ransom.
Not a chance. This is my bow-off. From now on, I'm writing baseball for the Times Union. I'm tired of taking little pictures of big events. I'm going to sit in the sun at Ebbets Field.
Yeah.
Want to take my picture?
No. No, go on. I wouldn't waste film on you.
What's the matter? Don't you like my face?
Yeah, it's good enough face as faces go.
Oh, Joe. Joe, gee, it's good to see you.
Yeah, you look kind of good yourself. A little peaked, though. What's the matter? Didn't they treat you good in the hospital?
You ought to know. You paid the bills.
Oh, they have stool pigeons even in hospitals, huh?
Joe.
Well, don't thank me. I always was a sucker for a sob sister. Well, what now?
I was just going to ask you the same.
I'm catching a boat.
So I heard. Ebbets Field. Nice assignment. Need anybody to cover the woman's angle?
I tried that once. When the son of a gun things got so tough, I had to marry the girl.
Oh, that's all right by me. It's part of the job.
Okay. It's yours. Hey. Hey, what are you crying for? Oh, come on. Brooklyn's not going to be that bad, Mrs. Ransom. Even Brooklyn couldn't be that bad.
And now here's John Conte with a message for you.
Thank you, George. The big orange disc that you see up above your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers is more than just a sign. It's a promise. Actually, two promises. First, that sign promises the best in gasoline and motor oil. Second, that sign promises friendly, courteous service from an independent merchant who has a real personal interest in taking good care of your motoring needs. Why, just as an example of the little extra services you get at your Good Gulf dealers, there's the Gulf Funny Weekly, a free weekly newspaper in full color, bringing you comics, short stories, interesting facts, and other features every single week in the year. This Gulf Funny Weekly has just come out in a convenient new form, with the same size page as popular weekly magazines. Why not drive around to your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers tomorrow and have a look at the new Gulf Funny Weekly? It's free for the asking. Just another part of the grand service that you get at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
Thank you for fine performances to you, Spencer Tracy, to Clarence Derwent, to Billy Bakewell, to Akim Tamiroff, and to you, lovely Olivia de Havilland.
You like me on the desert, George?
Oh, dramatically, I do indeed. Romantically,
Yes, George?
well, now, I know a nice desert.
Oh, I see. Ahmed Murphy, eh? Ish me.
Ah, well, it is the will of Allah.
Well, George, I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed working on our own show. It means a great deal to me, as I know it does to the rest of the cast, to be a part of the great work undertaken by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and the Gulf Oil Companies. We'll be listening to the musical comedy next week with the rest of this program's great audience. Thank you, George, and good night.
Good night, Olivia. And thank you, Lawrence Stallings. And don't forget, audience, next week, musical comedy starring Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, Charles Winninger, and Tyler Brooke. Written by Ralph Block and directed by Robert Z. Leonard. This is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry and the Gulf Oil Companies, and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the Good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, Charles Winninger, and Tyler Brooke. We are grateful to Warner Brothers for Olivia de Havilland, who has just completed Dodge City, to Paramount for Akim Tamiroff, and to MGM for George Murphy, Lawrence Stallings, and Spencer Tracy. Mr. Tracy can soon be seen in Northwest Passage. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting the seventh in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows, all the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Tyler Brooke, Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, Charles Winninger, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the seventh of the Motion Picture Star's own programs, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. As you know, each week we present a different type show with a different cast of stars, all of them written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Last week it was a drama. Next week a review starring Burns and Allen, Ruth Davis, Melvin Douglas, and Shirley Ross. Tonight, a musical comedy, A Song for Clotilda, directed by Robert Z. Leonard and written by Ralph Bloch, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. Tonight we meet Jeanette MacDonald as the Princess Clotilda, her Uncle Keo, played by Charles Winninger, Prince Lothar, alias Johnny Prince, played by Robert Taylor, and Tyler Brooke as Jan, his personal servant. Springtime, Paris. The Princess Clotilda, at her piano, is unaware of an audience composed of the concierge, gendarmes, militaire, and boulevardier under her window, or that her Uncle Keo, fire in his eye and a newspaper in his hand, is hurrying up the stairs.
Hello, Uncle Keo.
What the devil is the meaning of this?
Of what, Uncle Keo?
Oh, this advertisement in the newspaper. Lady, well-born, young, beautiful, will devote an hour each evening to any gentleman with credentials. Conversation, dancing, a sophisticated view of the world. Fee, 500 francs. Address, Clotilde, 82, Rue de la Matin. Will you stop that plane and listen to me?
All right, Uncle Keo. What do you want?
What is the meaning of this item?
It means just what it says.
Have you lost your senses? Think of the Emperor.
He's dead.
Well, think of your country.
Been off the map for 5 years.
Well, just the same, you're still a princess.
Mm-hmm. A princess out of a job.
But a princess offering herself as a paid companion, it's undignified.
Oh, I'm tired of living on past memories and beef stew. I want some Paris gowns, a bottle of eau de something, and a broiled lamb chop.
Would you sell the honor of the royal house of Spasia for a broiled bobble?
Oh, don't be dramatic, Uncle Keo.
Well, you've got a voice. Why don't you get a job singing?
They don't want singing these days. They want swinging.
A paid companion. Ah!
Just think. Tickets to the opera, a box at the races.
Now, you're wasting your breath, Clotilde.
Cafes, Uncle Keo. The best tables. Someone else paying the bills.
I won't.
Onion soup at Henri. Canard sauvage at René.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Crepes Suzette at Monet.
No, absolutely no. When do we start?
Tonight. We go to the Café Poutrelle. To get clients, we must show ourselves at the most exclusive spots, you know.
Who pays the bills for these previews? We've nothing left that will bring a sou.
Oh, what about Rudolph?
Oh, we can't pawn him, Clotilde. My conscience would hurt me at the thought of an old faithful retainer behind the 3-ball. However...
He got his salary every month in the palace. He must have saved some of it.
Yeah, he's the type. He must have. Rudolph!
Yes, Your Highness. Come in. What is... Oh, Your Highness, why do you look at me like that?
Rudolph, have you or have you not some money?
Only 200 Spezien kronen.
So, I've been nursing a serpent in my bosom. Rudolph, oh, it hurts me deep inside.
Does that mean you want the kronen or the bicarbonate, Your Highness?
The 200 kronen, and be quick about it, you hoarder, you miser, you kronen crook.
Yes, Your Highness.
Poor Rudolph. I suppose no one wants to engage my time.
It's too late for supposing. Win, lose, or draw, tonight the Princess Clotilda and her agent, Count Keo, will dine at the Café Poutrelle. Thank goodness.
I'm sure I don't know.
Sounds good to me, boy. What does it say, Johnny?
Is it a cable from New York? When do we open at the Rainbow
If
Room?
you buzzards will keep quiet, I'll read it to you. Listen. Johnny Prince, Café Poutrelle, Paris. We'll hear your midnight broadcast. If okay, we'll send contract for you and your band to open at the Rainbow Room, New York.
Goodbye, Paris. Hello, New York.
Swinging up the gangplank to Broadway. Shall I pack my trunk, Johnny?
You'd all better pack some good, solid harmony in that broadcast. Now, go on, clear out so that I can lay out a program.
Come on, King. Come on. Pardon, sire.
What's that, Jan?
Oh, Prince Lothar.
Come again, Jan?
Mr. Prince.
More like it.
Oh, I can't get used to it, sire. I mean, sir. What would the people of Provania say if they knew Prince Lothar, heir presumptive to their throne, was blowing a saxophone in a Paris cafe under the name of Johnny Prince?
The kingdom of Crovania is gone, Jan. It's now the regency of Spezia Crovania. So why a Prince Lothar? Oh, come on now. Don't look so down in the mouth. When we get to New York, maybe they'll crown me king of swing.
Yes, sir. I hope so, sir.
Jan, what did you come in to tell me, if anything?
Oh, tell you? Oh, yes, sir. That man's here again.
You mean the song plugger with that ditty called Doin' the Balkan Bounce?
No, sir. The emissary from the region of Spezia Crovania.
Oh, well, get rid of him.
Oh, but he says it's most important.
Tell him some other time. I've got this broadcast thing. Come in.
Monsieur Prince.
Yes, Monsieur Poutrelle.
C'est terrible. Que l'horreur.
What's up?
She's gone. Mademoiselle Reine doesn't plus du coup.
You mean she's not going to be...
She's quit. Said goodbye.
But she can't do that. Hurry up. Get a move on. We've only got an hour before we go on the air.
The manager! I demand to see the manager.
Uncle Cleo, please.
A deadbeat, am I? Where is the manager?
Monsieur, I am the manager, Charlemagne Poutrelle. The waiter tells me you refused to pay your check.
Refused. I gave the ignoramus 150 kronen and told him to keep the change.
Kronen.
You can live a whole year on that in Spezia.
You can live 5 years on them in Paris, monsieur. 5 years in jail.
Oh.
I must ask you to pay the check in franc, monsieur.
Suppose I can't. I mean, suppose I won't.
In that case, we could use an extra dishwasher in the kitchen, monsieur.
Oh, couldn't he just wipe?
Count Keo, a dish dunker.
Poutrelle, in 3 minutes we go on the air. Did you find me a singer?
No, monsieur Jean, it's such short notice. I implore, I beg.
But the future of the whole orchestra's at stake. In exactly 2 minutes we go on the air.
Just a second, monsieur. How much would you pay for a singer?
Oh, anything, mademoiselle.
500 francs?
500, isn't that rather steep?
Well, that's the price I've established.
And 125 would be donated to a worthy cause, the relief of kitchen police.
Make up your mind, monsieur. You've only 1 minute left.
All right, it's a bargain, mademoiselle. What song will you sing?
How about The Dove?
Oh, good Lord, no. We've got to send something that's hot. That's what they like in New York.
I like The Dove.
Sure, but you see, you can't sing
I'll sing The Dove.
Okay, little pigeon, but I warn you, you'll be sorry. Come on, there's a signal. We're on the air. This is Johnny Prince and his orchestra coming to you direct from the Café Poutrelle, Paris. Now we introduce Mademoiselle...
Clotilde.
Who sings?
The Dove.
Yeah, The Dove.
I saw you, I met you, I loved you then, the spell of a moment divine. I want you, I need you, I love you now. If your eyes have looked in mine, to hold you, to guard you, to keep you fast forever, I ask nothing more. Let me be
dare you make a fool of me? How dare you ruin a fine piece of music? This is what I think of you and your swing. And I hope that was heard around the world, too. Good night.
Wait a minute, Clotilde.
Monsieur Prince, I am a witness.
Clotilde!
Such an insult. She's horrible. She's terrible.
She's wonderful. She's divine.
Divine? Oh, I understand, monsieur. You fell in love with her singing when she swung on the song.
On the song? Don't be silly. I fell in love with her when she swung on my chin.
So the curtain falls on the first act of your Gulf Screen Guild play, A Song for Clotilde, starring Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, Charles Winninger, and Tyler Brooke, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. And now, here's John Conte.
Even after music is over, it leaves you with a definite feeling of pleasure. And that's the way it is with many other things. Even after they're gone or used up, they leave something behind. For instance, if the gasoline that you use in your automobile gives you a smoother, quieter ride, it leaves you with an extra sense of satisfaction. And we'd like you to prove this to yourself by buying a tank full of Gulf No-Nox Ethyl tomorrow. Gulf No-Nox has been raised to one of the highest anti-knock ratings ever offered the motorist. You'll notice the difference right away. That chattering, pinging sound called motor knock disappears instantly whether your car is new or old. And if you use Gulf No-Nox consistently, the cost of keeping your car tuned up should go right down, because when you end motor knock, you end a big cause of engine damage. So, for the sake of your pleasure and your pocketbook both, ask your friend, the good Gulf dealer, for Gulf No-Nox, the knock-proof gasoline.
The curtain is about to rise on the second act of the musical comedy, A Song for Clotilde, written by Ralph Bloch and directed by Robert Z. Leonard, starring Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, and Charles Winninger, with Tyler Brooke, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley.
No, 1,000 times no. Do you think, Johnny Prince, you can bribe me to tell you Clotilde's whereabouts for a paltry 300 francs?
I'll ante another 100, Keel.
Well, that's better. But still, I wouldn't consider it.
How about 500?
Now you're appealing to my notoriously soft heart, Mr. Prince. I promise Clotilde...
600 francs, Keel?
Sold. I mean, I know exactly how you feel. I was young and romantic once myself. Have you the 600 francs with you?
Yeah, here they are. Now, don't say a word to anybody. We'll forget this little deal. Now, where is Clotilde and how can I see her?
Well, she's given up entertaining and she's guiding tourists around Paris. My idea, of course. All you have to do is to make an appointment.
Oh, that's ridiculous. If I made an appointment, she wouldn't keep it?
She would if I didn't tell her who made the appointment.
Oh, I see. Well, I want to be taken through the Louvre. Have Clotilde meet me there at 5 this afternoon.
Very well. Here's your ticket. 100 francs, please.
But I just gave you 600.
Oh, we forgot all about that. Remember? 100 francs or no ticket.
All right, you win, Uncle Keo, but if Clotilde doesn't meet me at 5 on the dot, you're meeting with an accident at 5:30.
Huh?
On the nose.
Oh.
If you don't go away, I'll call a gendarme.
Right ahead and call. When he gets here, I'll tell him your Uncle Keo did me out of 100 francs. He sold me a ticket to see the Louvre, and I demand to be shown the sights.
Very well, Mr. Prince. If you insist.
All I want is my money's worth.
You'll get it. Follow me, please.
I'd follow you anywhere, Clotilde.
This, Mr. Prince, is the celebrated Venus de Milo. May I point out the classic profile of the nose evokes vividly the essential virtues of Greek art?
May I point out that your nose wiggles when you talk?
One does not know the original position of the arm.
Oh, I could easily show you that.
Since you evidently don't appreciate sculpture, we can go back, perhaps go look at the Mona Lisa.
I'd rather go someplace where we can talk.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say.
Now, wait a minute. I've got writer's cramp from writing notes you won't answer, and fallen arches from chasing you from Montmartre to the Champs-Élysées. If you think I'm going on with this game of hide-and-seek, you're crazy.
Don't yell at me.
I'll yell if I like.
The whole Louvre will hear you.
I don't care if all Paris listens in.
Do you want the guard to think we're married?
That'd be wonderful. Ever since that night at Café Poutrelle, I've been trying to see you to tell you I love you.
Fine way you have of showing it.
You haven't given me a chance. Oh, look, Clotilde, I'm sorry for what happened at the cafe, but Up to that time, the broadcast was the most important thing in the world to me.
I gathered that.
That was my big chance, my passage to New York, my future paychecks.
Do you mind if I resent being used to exploit you and your swing band?
Oh, Clotilde, you don't understand. My future's your future. Strange as it may seem, I want to marry you.
What's so strange about it? Don't you think I've ever been proposed to before?
Not by me, you haven't.
Oh, well, there I go again, missing another great opportunity.
Oh, well, you can't be expected to figure things out for yourself. From now on, I'll make the decisions for this combination.
Oh, you will?
Yes, decision number 1, all arguments are to be settled this way.
Oh, Johnny, someone's coming. Let me go.
What of it? Don't they come to Paris to be shocked?
This gallery, monsieur et madame, contains the statue of the Venus de Milo. It can be seen just behind the couple who are embracing.
Pardon the intrusion, monsieur, mademoiselle.
Oh, that's quite all right. We don't.
One does not know the original position of the arms of this lovely creature. The statue, I mean. But one may assume...
Will you meet me here tomorrow? Same time, same place?
Yes, darling. I'll be here.
Prince Lothar.
This is he?
Count Dmitri of Crovania, speaking from the capital. I have news of the greatest importance. The Crovanian Spetsian dual monarchy has decided to end the regency. It is the wish of the Crovanian people that you, Prince Lothar, ascend the throne. It is your duty, Your Highness, to return at once.
But how can I
It
return?
is your duty, Your Highness, to return to Crovania Spetsian. Princess Clotilde.
This is she.
Baron Raventi of Spezia, speaking from the capital. I have news of the greatest importance. The Crovanian Spetsian dual monarchy has decided to end the regency. It is the wish of the Spetsian people that you, Princess Clotilde, ascend the throne. It is your duty, Your Highness, to return at once.
But how can I?
It is your duty, Your Highness, to return to Crovania Spezia.
I'd like to speak to Johnny Prince.
The line is busy, mademoiselle.
Connect me with Mademoiselle Clotilde.
The line's busy, monsieur.
Please try again, operator.
I'm ringing him, mademoiselle.
But she must answer, operator.
I'm ringing her, monsieur.
Keep trying, operator.
I'm trying, monsieur. Line's busy, mademoiselle. Line's busy, monsieur. No answer, mademoiselle. No answer, monsieur. No answer. No answer. No answer. No answer.
If I could only have talked to him, Uncle Keo.
Don't fret, my child. By now, your telegram has explained everything.
It's terrible running off like this, Jan. No chance to tell her anything. What'll she think when I don't show up tomorrow?
Your telegram, sire. By this time, all is clear to her.
Clotilde!
Yes, Uncle Keo?
Come off the balcony. Don't think you have to earn a crown on the head with a cold in the nose. Come in, come in. Clotilde, this is Count Dmitri of Cravonia and Baron Revanti of Specia.
Messieurs.
Your Highness. These two gentlemen have a little surprise for you, Clotilde. Speak up, Revanti.
It is in connection with your marriage, Your Highness.
What marriage?
The alliance that has been arranged between Your Highness and Prince Lothar of Crovania.
Isn't that marvelous, Clotilde? You remember Prince Lothar, don't you?
No, I don't. And if I did, it wouldn't make any difference.
You must remember. Last time we saw him, he was handsomer than ever. Bronzed like a god. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a beautiful little mustache.
Count Keo, the prince has black hair, brown eyes, no mustache.
Well, that's what I said, isn't it? Clotilde, I guarantee he'll make you a great husband.
I agreed to accept a crown, not a husband.
But my country, Crovania, demands that our Prince Lothar rule with you.
And you can't have a king and queen who aren't married.
How clever of you, Uncle Keo. That makes it very simple, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, we'll go right back to Paris.
Be reasonable, Clotilde. Would you like to see your uncle a dishwasher in Paris?
I'll wash dishes or sing swings. Rudolph, get my bags and call me a taxi. A fast one. There's just time to catch the blue train for Paris.
What is it, Dmitri?
A crisis, Your Highness.
Already? Well, out with it.
It's the marriage alliance with the Royal House of Spezia, Your Highness.
Marriage alliance? I never heard of it.
But now it's all off, Your Highness. That's the crisis. She won't have you.
Who won't have me?
The Princess Clotilde of Spezia.
Did you say Clotilde?
Yes, Your Highness. The niece of Count Keo.
Count Keo? Clotilda, where is she?
She's gone off to Paris on the blue train, sire.
Well, get me a fast car. I'll catch her at the station.
The train left 5 minutes ago.
Then get me a plane. Hurry.
But she won't marry you, sire.
That's what you think.
What of the people, sire?
Don't let them stop cheering.
But the coronation, Your Highness.
Keep it on ice. We'll be back. Poutrelle, has Mademoiselle Clotilda been here since I left?
She was here, Monsieur Johnny, looking for you, but she left for Rome this morning.
Mademoiselle Clotilda sings at the opera tonight?
No, it was last tonight, senor. Tonight she sings in a Warsaw.
Pardon me, I wish to see Mademoiselle Clotilda.
She left Warsaw for London by plane this morning, monsieur.
Who do you wish to see, sir?
Mademoiselle Clotilda.
Sorry, sir. She's gone back to Paris.
Welcome, Monsieur Johnny. Welcome to the Café Poutrelle. We have heard the good news. You are going to America?
It all depends on Clotilda. Where is she?
Clotilde, listen.
Clotilda!
Johnny, where have you been?
Chasing you all over Europe. Why didn't you tell me you were the Princess Clotilda? What's this about your not marrying me?
Not marrying you?
If you hadn't run off in the palace, we'd have been married now and crowned, too.
Do you feel all right, Johnny?
Don't you know who I am, Clotilda?
Of course. Johnny Prince.
Oh, now take it easy. I'm also Prince Lothar of Crovania.
You're Prince Lothar.
Yeah, look, it's done with mirrors. Johnny Prince, Prince Lothar. Get it?
And you're the one they wanted me to marry?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, but Johnny, we can go back. It's not too late.
Darling, they got tired of waiting for us. Crovania Spezia has a new monarch, King Kio the Kind who never pays these bills. They crowned him yesterday.
Mademoiselle, 1,000 pardon. Your broadcast to America. You are on the air.
Johnny.
Yes, Clotilda.
I found a love song within a garden fair. I'll sing my love song until my love listening will find me there. For every lonely heart, there's a heart that must be lonely. So I'm singing only to a heart that beats for me. For every breeze that blows, there's a rose. For every sorrow's heart, a tender song.
Sing it, honey. Come on, get her. Now you're in the
Someone will be lonely heart, although your tears may fall.
Darling,
Don't interrupt. This program is being heard round the world.
this is what I think of you and your swing. I hope that was heard around the world, too.
That was swell grand. And now, before we say goodnight to our cast, a word from John Conte.
Thank you, George. Monday or Tuesday, why not get ready for that Washington's birthday trip by driving into your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers and letting him give your car a quick health examination. That's really just about what he does, too. He corrects its tire pressure. He puts it on a diet of Gulf no-nox ethyl gasoline. He opens its hood, and while it's saying ah, he fills the radiator and checks the motor oil to help keep the engine temperature down to normal. Now, these may sound like little things, but If you're going to avoid repair bills and extra upkeep expenses, they must be cared for. And your good Gulf dealer does care for them efficiently and intelligently. You see, he's an independent merchant, and it's to his interest to give you tops in service and products both. That's why it pays to get Gulf gasoline and Gulf motor oil, and to make the good Gulf dealer your dealer.
Thank you, John Conte. And special thanks to Tyler Brooke, Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, and Charles Wininger for being here with us tonight and turning in such swell performances.
Now, good night, George, and any time you're near Spacia, Crovania, drop in and say hello.
Yes, do, George. I'm going back for a visit.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't let that get you. You see, that was just a mythical kingdom. There is no such place.
How naive. I suppose that isn't our royal car over there.
Car? No, there's no car here.
Here, bring the royal car.
Oh, now, wait a minute, fellas. This is going too far. Well, shut my mouth.
Well, next I suppose you'll tell us there's no archway right over there.
Now, look, Jeanette, I know that there isn't an archway over there.
Come along, Jeanette. Good night, George.
Good night, Charlie.
Good night, George.
Good night, Jeanette.
And thanks. Through the archway, Rudolph.
Hey, wait a minute. There's no archway there.
There is now, George. There is now.
Oh, that surely is an awful hole in the program when Wininger leaves.
Do you mind if I say a word, George?
Sure, Bob. In Spasian or Crovanian?
In straight, me to you. I'd like to thank our listeners and the Gulf Oil Companies on behalf of tonight's cast. We appreciate having our own show, especially for such a worthy cause as the needs of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. We hope everyone enjoys hearing them as much as we do bringing them to you. Good night, George.
Good night, Bob, and thanks for coming. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, a review starring Burns and Allen, Ruth Davis, Melvin Douglas, and Shirley Ross. Until then, this is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry and the Gulf Oil Companies, and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Gulf Screen Guild show with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Ruth Davis, Melvin Douglas, and Shirley Ross. We are grateful to MGM for George Murphy, for Robert Taylor, who has recently completed Stand Up and Fight, and for Jeanette MacDonald. For Every Lonely Heart, introduced on this program by Miss MacDonald, is from her latest picture, Broadway Serenade, soon to be released. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting the eighth in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows, all the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Ruth Davis, Melvin Douglas, Shirley Ross, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. Each week on this program, we bring you a different type show with a different cast of stars.
Each one written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Next week, we'll present a drama with Paul Muni, Josephine Hutchison, Lionel Atwill, and George Irving. But tonight, it's a review. So let's get on with the show and our first Screen Guild star for the evening, Shirley Ross.
Hello, George.
Hello, Shirley. It's certainly swell having you here tonight.
Oh, thank you, George. You know, I've listened to this show every week, and I think you're doing a grand job.
Oh, thank you, Shirley. You know, people say that our
You're
show...
really great, George.
Oh, thanks, Shirley. We get letters from all
George,
over...
you're terrific, colossal, absolutely tremendous.
Oh, I saw you in Paris honeymoon, Shirley. And I thought you were grand, too.
Well, it's about time.
Yes, I really enjoyed it. Especially those scenes with the warships coming into the harbor and all those airplanes circling around and dropping that smoke screen.
George, that was the newsreel.
Good, wasn't it? But, Shirley, I really thought your picture was swell. Tell me, did it do good business at the theater?
Good. My audition night, they only had to give away Dixie cups. But, George, you didn't tell me what you thought of me in the picture.
Ah, Shirley, I thought you were wonderful, wonderful, especially in that scene where you were sitting in the bathtub. Oh, that bathtub.
Oh.
Talking to Bing Crosby, you know, on the telephone. Oh, that telephone.
Oh, thank you, George.
But why did you make that sudden grab for the towel?
Bing started to sing, I Have Eyes.
Shall we sing, Miss Ross?
George, who is that?
Why, that's little Oscar Bradley.
Why, he's not so small.
Thank you for coming to my assistance, Miss Ross. Oscar, stand up when you speak to a lady.
I am standing.
Don't pick on him. George, he looks hurt.
That's because I went ice skating last night and I had a frightful accident.
Really? What happened?
I fell off the ice cube.
Well, shall we sing, George?
Yeah, how about that song we did together in the musical comedy, Anything Goes?
Well, you know, I feel a little bit sentimental because it was on this same stage that we sang it before.
That's right. Okay, Oscar, shinny up that piano leg so everyone can see you, and let's go. At words poetic, I'm so pathetic that I've always found it best, instead of getting them off my chest, to let them rest unexpressed.
Your words poetic, I'm not pathetic. As a matter of fact, they're swell. So go right to it. I know you'll do it. You're the old golf boy, Frank Merriwell.
You're the top.
Tell it to me.
You're a short by Disney. You're the top.
You mean Ferdinand? Say, he is cute, isn't he?
You're that, just get the basket that they all went crazy from.
You're a Corrigan solo, you're Wanger's polo, you're Crusoe's drum.
You're the top.
Yeah, but you're the cutest.
Sally Rand's best bubble.
You're the top. Orson Welles, but double.
I'm a corny guy, the smallest fry.
Stop! I'm the bottom.
No, I'm the bottom.
Oh, you're the top.
So we got married.
Yeah, we got married.
Guess I must have been drugged that day.
Oh, no, that's just your natural dopey way.
Okay, my little pigeon, anything you say.
Well, I'm stuck with you now.
And I pay for two now.
Guess I must have been deaf and blind.
A little dumb, too, if you don't mind.
Hey, don't throw that vase. We're 2 payments behind.
It's a trap.
Yeah, and I'm the mouse.
It's the well-known phony.
Took the rap, known as matrimony.
You've a face, old pal, like a comic Valentine.
Well, you're not too handsome to play the grandson of Frankenstein.
Whoa. You're a freak.
You're a Ripley rumor. Oh, you missed me.
Honey, you have a squeak in your sense of humor.
Well, you are a total loss.
A double cross.
Stop when it comes to making love.
You insincerely making love.
You heard me, Mr. Murphy, I swear.
And I declare,
you're not the bottom, you're the top.
Well, naturally, most of us can't buy a new car every year. All the same, it's only human nature to envy the owners of the shiny new models and to wish that you could enjoy that new car feeling yourself. Well, here's a quick, inexpensive way to get that new car feeling from your present car. Just step up its performance by switching to high-test Gulf No-Nox ethyl gasoline. The best way to get an idea of what Gulf No-Nox will do is to try a tank full. You'll notice right away how it smooths out the power flow from your engine. You'll hear how it quiets your car by ending all trace of motor knock. And over a longer period of time, you should also notice a definite decrease in repair bills.
The reason for this improvement in performance and economy is that Gulf No Knox has been raised to the highest anti-knock rating ever offered the motorist. It's the knock-proof gasoline. So good that it gives all cars that new car feeling. All we ask is that you try a tank full of Gulf No Knox gasoline. You get more satisfaction from any automobile, new or old, when you use Gulf No Knox gasoline.
Oh, Shirley Ross.
Yes, George?
Oh, Shirley, it was swell singing with you a minute ago. You remember when we sang that song together on the road?
Yes, and then we stopped singing and somebody gave us a lift.
Oh, yes, those were the good old days. Do you remember the time?
Hello?
Why, it's Gracie Allen.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, how about a kiss?
Sure, why not?
Oh, well, you might not believe it, but you're the first fellow I ever kissed.
Why, I believe it.
And you're the first fellow that ever believed it, too. Oh, Melvin Douglas, I'm one of your biggest
Just
fans.
a minute,
and
just a minute, Gracie. I'm not Melvin Douglas. I'm George Murphy.
You're not? Well, you've got a lot of nerve kissing me. You should be ashamed of yourself.
But I-
Kissing a poor defenseless girl.
But I tell you, I didn't.
Sheep and wolf clothing, you.
Wait a minute. Maybe I can help. Why, it's George Burns. Thank you, George.
Say, are you Melvin Douglas?
Melvin Douglas. Why, I'm George. Don't you remember, Gracie?
I remember Gracie, but who's George?
I'm George.
Oh, no, he's George.
Now, look, Gracie, we're both George. But he is Murphy, and I am Burns.
Oh, very bad English. I am Burns. You either say I am burning or he burns, but you can't say I am Burns.
I know. Pardon me, Gracie. There's someone that wants to meet you. Gracie Allen, this is Shirley.
Oh, I know Shirley. You know, I want to tell you that I certainly enjoy your work on the screen, Shirley. I've seen all your pictures, Little Miss Broadway and Wee Willie Winky.
Gracie, look, this is going to be an awful shock to you, but the young lady you're talking to is not Shirley Temple. Her name is Ross.
Ross? Oh, how silly of me.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry I got you mixed up with Shirley Temple, Miss Ross.
Oh, that's all right, Gracie. It's all straightened out, and now you know who I am.
Oh, sure. Who doesn't? Tell me, Miss Ross, how did it feel to make the first American flag?
Gracie, did the nurse ever drop you on your head when you were a baby?
Oh, no. When I was a baby, we couldn't afford a nurse. My mother had to do it.
Look, here comes a man. Go speak to him. Maybe he's Melvin Douglas or Napoleon or Louis XIV.
Well, wait a minute. I'll find out for you. Hello, mister.
Howdy, lady.
Are you Melvin Douglas?
No, are you?
Have I got a little blonde mustache?
Nope. Well, I reckon neither one of us is Melvin Douglas.
I'll help you out, Gracie. This is Ruth Davis. Ruth, come over here a minute. I want you to meet Gracie Allen.
What's your name?
Ruth?
What?
Ruth.
George, throw him a piece of liver.
Gracie, Ruth Davis isn't a dog.
Ain't her fault, Mr. Burns. A lot of people make that mistake.
Well, maybe I was wrong. Take him, Gracie.
Well, Ruth, if you're not Melvin Douglas, what are you doing here?
Well, I do most anything that my mama won't allow.
Now, what's your mama got to do with it?
Well, Mama don't allow no music played in here. Oh, Mama don't allow no music played in here. Well, I don't care what Mama don't allow. I'm going to play music anyhow. Mama don't allow no music played in here. Now, Mama don't allow no juice harp playing in here. Oh, no. Mama don't allow no juice harp playing in here. Well, I don't care what Mama don't allow. I'm going to do juice harp anyhow. Oh, Mama don't allow no juice harp playing in here. Well, I don't care what Mama don't allow. I'm no bass fiddling. Mama don't allow no bass fiddling in here. Mama don't allow no train whistling in here. Mama don't allow no train whistling in here. Well, I don't care what Mama don't allow. I'm gonna do a train whistle anyhow. Oh, Mama don't allow no train whistling in here. Now, Mama don't allow no bazooka playing in here. Mama don't allow no bazooka playing in here. Well, I don't care what Mama don't allow. I'm going to do a bazooka anyhow. Now, Mama don't allow no bazooka playing in here. Mama don't allow no tap dancing in here. How am I going to do it? Mama don't allow no tap dancing in here. Well, I don't care what Mama don't allow. I'm going to do tap dance anyhow. Oh, Mama don't allow no tap dancing in here.
The Screen Guild spotlight hits little Oscar Bradley, but he recovers from the blow in time to prove that a little man can do big things musically with a new arrangement of an old favorite, Bojangles of Harlem. It's all yours, Oscar. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I introduce one of the swellest guys in Hollywood, Melvin Douglas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And thank you, George. You know, I've been looking forward to appearing on the Screen Joe show.
Oh, so you've got that radio bug, too.
Yep. I think this program's swell. I heard Jeanette MacDonald sing The Dove last week. She was marvelous. So, by the way, how does that go? I've been trying to hum it all week.
Let's see. It goes, I can't remember. Ask Oscar Bradley.
All right. Oscar. Oh, Oscar Bradley.
Yes, Mr. Douglas?
Hello, Sonny. Oh, Oscar. Oscar Bradley.
My name is Bradley.
Oh, well, that's fine. Will you tell your father I'd like to see him, please?
Melvin, look. This is Oscar Bradley. Didn't you see him over there in front of the orchestra?
Oh, no, I didn't. He must have been standing behind a piece of lint.
Did you want something, Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Oscar, I do. Tell me, how does the dove go?
The dove goes...
Never mind, Oscar, never mind. I'm sorry I bothered you. On your way back, be careful climbing over that cigarette butt. It's still burning.
Never fear. I can hurdle it. Cheerio.
Incidentally, George, about my being here.
Oh, shucks, I missed it.
Better luck next time, Oscar. Well, George, now that I'm here, what do you want me to do?
Well, Melvin, I saw you in The Shining Hour. It was a grand picture. You were great, and I thought you might do a little dramatic acting for us.
Gee whiz, that's sort of hard to do unless you have a good dramatic actress opposite you.
George.
Yes, Gracie?
It's he. It's Melvin Douglas. Introduce me to him.
Gracie, I don't know Melvin Douglas.
Oh, well, then I'll introduce you to him.
Yes.
Come on, George. Don't be bashful. Georgie Porgy Porgy, I want you to meet Dougie Wuggy Muggy.
Dougie Wuggy Muggy. Georgie Porgy Wargy.
Oh, isn't that cute? Two grown-up men talking baby talk. Now, Mr. Douglas, did you say you wanted a dramatic actress?
Yes, do you know one?
Do I know one? Do I know one? Oh, do I know one?
Sounds like she knows one, yeah.
Mr. Douglas, I've got just the girl for you. Shirley. Shirley, come over here. Now, this girl has got glamour, excitement, great dramatic talent, and beautiful beyond description.
Really? Who is it?
Shirley, tell her my name.
Gracie Allen.
Oh, now, you see? What did I tell you?
Gracie, you're wasting Mr. Douglas's time. He's an important man, a movie star.
And he's pretty.
I said he's a movie star.
Oh, and he's pretty.
He plays dramatic roles.
He's pretty.
He plays romantic leads.
Oh, he's pretty.
All right. I'm pretty. Now stop arguing about it.
Mr. Douglas, about that dramatic actress, do you know that I'm a third Helen Hayes?
A third? You mean you're a second Helen Hayes?
Oh, flatterer.
I say.
You know, Mr. Douglas, you're going to love holding me in your arms and looking into my eyes.
Gracie, Mr. Douglas wouldn't be thrilled by that. He makes love to all the movie stars.
Is that right, Mr. Douglas? Do you really make love to all the movie stars?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, tell me, is it a thrill to kiss Clark Gable?
Now, what am I laughing at? Now, as a matter of fact, Gracie, I think it might be a delightful experience to do a dramatic scene with you. We'll do one a little later, huh?
All right. But I've got a scene we can rehearse right now. It'll only take a minute.
Well, all right. What kind of scene is it?
Well, I'll show you, Mr. Douglas. You sit down in this chair.
This chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, good. Now, George, you sit on Melvin's lap.
Huh? Me sit on Melvin's lap?
Yes, all right.
Well, if you say it's all right, I guess it's all right. There goes, but it certainly looks silly.
Oh, now that's good. Now, George, you don't mind if I sit on your lap, do you?
No, go right ahead. Come on, sit down on my lap.
Okay, now I'm on your lap.
Yep, and I'm on Melvin's lap. Now what?
Slip out, George.
I think it's...
And now, while our guest stars are getting untangled, Shirley Ross gives us her impression of a currently popular ballad, Deep Purple. All right, Shirley?
When the deep purple falls over sleepy garden walls, and the stars begin to flicker in the sky, through the mist of a memory, you wander back to me, breathing my name with a sigh. In the still of the night, once again I hold you tight. Though you're gone, your love lives on when moonlight beams. And as long as my heart will beat, lover will always meet. Here in my deep purple dream, sinking low behind the hill, I loved you long ago, I love you still. Across the years, you come to me at twilight to bring me love's old thrill. In the still of the night, once again I hold you tight. Though you're gone, your love lives on when moonlight beams. And as long as my heart will beat, lover will always meet. Here in my deep purple
In just a minute, Gracie Allen will make her dramatic debut with Melvin Douglas. While the stage is being set, here are a few words from John Conte.
Thank you, George. Right now, there are a couple of things about your car that it's especially important to have your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer check for you. The water or antifreeze in your radiator may have boiled away during a warm spell and need refilling. Your storage battery may have lost water, too, and your oil level may be down to danger. So won't you accept your Good Gulf dealer's invitation to check up on these important matters free? You'll find he's a real expert in the care of your car, pleasant and courteous to deal with. And that's because he's an independent merchant with a personal interest in giving you tops in service as well as in gasoline and motor oil. Drive in tomorrow where you see the Gulf orange disc and make the Good Gulf dealer your dealer.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Screen Guild Show presents its own version of one of Hollywood's biggest pictures, The Shining Hour. There are several interesting facts about this play that we'd like to point out, but we won't, because it's not nice to point. Hannah Linden, played by Shirley Ross, and David Linden, played by George Burns, are mad at their brother Henry, played by Melvin Douglas, who loves the glamorous dancer Olivia Riley, played by Gracie Allen, and golf, played by hitting a small ball with a large club.
Darling.
Yes, dear.
Oh, darling. It's wonderful being here with you. All my life I've dreamed of the day when I could hold you in my arms. And yet in the garden this afternoon I asked you to become my wife and your answer was no.
Oh, but my sweetheart, I didn't refuse you. My answer wasn't no.
Well, then why was it while I was whispering words of love in your ear, you kept shaking your head from side to side?
I was watching a ping pong game.
I do want you to marry me.
You know, that sounds like you're getting ready to propose.
Getting ready to propose? Why, I proposed to you every day for weeks.
Oh, you're the one. Of course. Well, what's your name again?
Henry. I proposed to you 8 times this week.
Oh, now I remember. You're Henry VIII.
Oh. Darling, please listen to me. It's your sweetheart, Henry.
What is it, Henry?
Oh, my precious pearl. Do you know why I love you?
Why, Daddy?
Because, baby Snooks, you're not after my money. And you're so sentimental. The way you keep my love letters wrapped up in a little blue steel vault.
Oh, Henry, come take your love letters out of the vault, and we'll sit in the parlor and read them.
No, darling, I don't want to sit and read. Please say you'll marry me.
Oh, coax me.
Well...
Certainly.
Well, Olivia Riley, now that we're married, I want you to meet my family, dear. Let's go into the house. Come on, I'll carry you across the threshold.
Up the daisy.
Here we go.
Oh, what happened?
I forgot to open the door.
Oh.
Hello, Henry. Hello, David. Hello, David. Darling, I want you to meet my brother, David Linden. David? David, stop laughing. This is Olivia.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Olivia.
Hello, George.
The name is David. What shall I do with your luggage?
Put them on the Chesterfield.
Where?
Chesterfield.
Where?
Chesterfield. Chesterfield. Think that's enough, George?
I think so, Gracie.
You got a cigarette, David? Well, come on, darling. I want to introduce you now to my sister, Hannah.
All right. You know this house is beautiful. Well, why do you keep that funny-looking, broken-down old statue in the living room?
Don't look now, Olivia. That's not a statue. That's Hannah.
Oh, this is a fine time to tell me I hid my gum on her.
What? You certainly picked a great place to park it. Hello, Hannah.
Hello, Henry.
Pardon me, I'll take my gum back.
Oh, my skirt is ruined.
Sister, dear, this is Olivia.
How do, Hannah?
Disgusted, I'm sure.
Oh, isn't she sweet? Oh, I think she's the most adorable person I ever met. So kind and so sweet. And...
Hannah, don't mind Olivia if she gets carried away.
Don't mind me if I help carry her.
Come on, folks. Food's ready.
Very well. Must you stay to dinner, Olivia?
Oh, I'd be glad to. I'd love to go slumming.
Well, this is going to be a nice, happy little family.
Olivia, dear, can I get you something before dinner? Some tomato juice or a Mickey Finn or something?
Hannah, Hannah, that's the last straw.
Oh, that's all right. I can drink it out of a glass.
Oh. We can't all live together under one roof. Hand me that phone. Hello. Hello, get me the Easy Quick Construction Company.
Oh, this is a wonderful drink, Hannah, but it's got too much fin and not enough Mickey.
Hello. Hello, Easy Quick Construction Company. This is Henry Linden. Send me over one of your ready-to-build houses. I want it in a hurry, too. Send it over by airplane. Drop it in the front yard. Thanks. Bye. Come on now, Olivia, darling. We'll go out and put our house in order.
Oh, look. It's all in boxes.
Now, open those directions, dear, and see what it says.
This is for the kitchen. It says, attached left wall to right wall and south wall to east wall. If it looks like a kitchen when you get through, call us and we'll be over for breakfast.
Well, let's put it up. 1, 2, 3. It's up.
Oh, Henry, you forgot the ceiling.
There you are. Now, wait a minute. There's something wrong here. We've got the door in the ceiling.
Oh, that'll be wonderful if any of our friends want to drop in.
Well, all right, if you say so, dear. Now let's put up the bathroom. Here's a box marked bathtub.
Well, open it.
Okay, I will. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. So sorry.
Oh, that's all right, old man. I'm just rinsing.
I hope he brought his own towel. Well, there you are, Mrs. Linden, your new house.
Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you, Henry.
Oh, darling, here we are in our own little home. Aren't you happy?
Oh, yes, dear. Kiss me. Say, are you sure you're Melvin Douglas?
Gracie Allen, of course I'm Melvin Douglas. Do you have to have a house fall on you to believe I'm Melvin Douglas?
Yes. George!
Yes, Gracie, what is it?
Meet Melvin Douglas.
Oh, nuts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank George Burns, Gracie Allen, Melvin Douglas, Shirley Ross, and Ruth Davis for coming up here tonight for doing such swell jobs.
Oh, George, it's probably silly, but I'd like to try to say a serious word.
Well, go right ahead, Melvin.
Well, speaking for the cast tonight, I'd like to say thank you to the listeners and to the Gulf Oil Companies. We like having our own show, you know, for the fun it is to do it and for the purpose it accomplishes in helping attain the objectives of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. We hope everyone listening in gets the same kick out of it that we do. Thanks, Jordan. Good night.
Good night, Melvin, and thank you for coming. Did a swell job. Tonight's show was written by Nat Parent and directed by William Sider. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, listen to Paul Muni, Josephine Hutchison, Lionel Atwill, and George Irving in a drama written by Norman Riley Rain from a story by True Boardman and directed by George Cukor. Until then, this is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry and the Gulf Oil Companies, and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Gulf Screen Guild show with Paul Muni, Josephine Hutchinson, Lionel Atwill, and George Irving. We are grateful to MGM for George Murphy, to MGM and Columbia for Melvin Douglas, to Paramount for Gracie Allen, soon to be seen in the Gracie Allen murder case, and for Shirley Ross, now appearing in Cafe Society. Melvin Douglas's latest picture is There's That Woman Again. And special thanks to Frank Lesser for Shirley Ross's song material. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting this new series of programs.
Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. All the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Paul Muni, Josephine Hutchinson, Lionel Atwill, Louis Alberni, Harry Bradley, Wheaton Chambers, Russell Gleason, George Hackathorn, George Irving, John Middlejohn, our musical director, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Ladies and gentlemen, that long list of names you have just heard represents one of the most unusual casts of film players ever to appear in a radio play. It would be virtually impossible to see a picture coming out of Hollywood without at least one of these characters appearing in it. The reason behind this flocking to the colors is the subject matter of the play itself. Radio, as far as we know, has never been the medium for a discussion so controversial a subject. But before the curtain rises, John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever driven over a backcountry dirt road that had crosswise bumps or ridges on the hills? Well, those bumps are called thank you ma'ams. Now, thank you ma'ams were built partly to hold the wagon wheels so that the horses could rest when they got tired. Well, when you're on a modern concrete road driving up a steep hill and your motor begins to knock and ping, what your car needs is not a rest, but something to stop that motor knock. And that's just what Gulf No-Knox Ethyl does. If you heard a knock in your motor halfway up a long, steep hill, and if you stopped and got a tank full of Gulf No-Knox gasoline, that motor knock would disappear almost instantly. You'd get a quieter, smoother ride, and you'd probably save money on repair bills, too. Just try a full tank of Gulf No-Knox Ethyl tomorrow. The first steep hill will prove to you that Gulf No-Knox is the knock-proof gasoline.
Bridge of Mercy. This play was adapted by Norman Riley Raine from an original story by True Boardman, directed by George Cukor. Due to the delicate nature of the play's subject, I feel that I should say that neither the sponsor of this program nor the persons appearing in it wish to express any personal conviction in the controversy indicated. Among the first voices, you will recognize Lionel Atwill, John Middlejohn, Paul Muni, and Josephine Hutchison. Lights. Music. Curtain.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you will judge this case sanely, rationally, and without sentimental bias. The state intends to present only facts. Hard, unemotional facts, which will prove beyond any reasonable doubt that on January the 11th of this year, the defendant, John Carsons, did willfully and with cold, planned premeditation take the life of Mary Carsons, his wife. The defense will work upon your pity and your emotions. But you intelligent men and women will not allow your judgment. Mr. Derwent, how long have you known the defendant, John Carsons?
Oh, 5 or 6 years. We were both bookkeepers in Greenleaf and Sons. We were pals before he got married.
You mean his marriage made a difference? In what way?
What? I don't know. He got kind of quiet and quit going out nights with the old crowd.
Then his wife caused that change. And Carsons resented it?
I object, Your Honor. That is a leading question.
Objection sustained. The prosecution will rephrase the question.
Mr. Derwent, suppose you tell us in your own way something of the change his marriage made in John Carsons.
Well, I remember the first night I went there after John got married. Just as I was leaving...
It was nice having you, George. Sorry you have to go so early.
Oh, you know how it is. Thursday night's bowling night.
Oh, John, why didn't you tell me, dear?
Gosh, Thursday night. Never think of that anymore.
The gang misses you, John.
Don't have time for that now.
You see, George, John's doing some special work at home.
Don't you get enough of that in the office?
It's not exactly work, George. It's... Well, It's kind of a hobby. You know, some fellas play golf and some tear cars apart and stick them together
Oh,
again.
it isn't. It's much more than that.
Well, it sounds kind of foolish, I guess, but I'm taking a correspondence course.
Oh, going highbrow on us, huh, Mary?
Of course not. It's a home course in engineering.
Engineering?
Sure, you know. Dams, power projects, bridges, a path to the moon and beyond. Just name your order.
Won't that take a long time, John?
Well, I can wait. I have nothing else to do except eat and sleep and work and monkey around with this.
Well, I wish you luck with it. Good night, Mary. Night, John.
Come again soon, won't you?
You bet, Mary. Thanks.
So long, George. Kind of wish you hadn't told him about that course, Mary. They'll never quit kidding me at the office.
Darling, I wish you weren't so self-conscious about things you feel. There's nothing wrong about ambition. That's what makes great men different from other men.
Great men? One bookkeeper telling another bookkeeper he's studying to build bridges.
And you will, too, someday.
Build a bridge? Yes, Mary. I will. Someday. I'll build a bridge. A big bridge. A shortcut for people who work hard through the day and for tired people. For people who want to do things and get places.
You will. You will. I know it.
And, darling, that day, the first one to walk across will be you.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
Dr. Morton, you were Mary Carson's physician, were you not?
I was.
What has been the state of Mrs. Carson's health for the past 2 years?
Very bad. Summer before last, she developed a form of malignant growth known as sarcoma. I operated, but the condition was already too far gone to be checked. In time, it was certain to reach her heart and cause death.
The deceased suffered pain?
Excruciating. Continuous. The last few months, I've been administering morphine.
When you last saw the deceased alive, was there a possibility of her ultimate recovery?
None whatever. It was only a question of time.
How long a time?
Well, that's impossible to say. It depended entirely upon the progress of the disease and the ability of the patient to withstand pain.
You told her husband who defended this?
I did.
What did he say?
Well, he's rather a reserved
By
man.
reserved, would you mean indifferent? Calloused?
Your Honor, I object. The prosecution... Objection sustained. Proceed, Doctor.
Well, as I left his wife's room, he came to meet me.
Is there any hope?
I'm sorry. There is none.
But surely there must be something you can do. Another operation, a specialist?
I'm afraid there's nothing anyone can do.
But, Doctor, the pain, she can't stand it anymore.
I'm leaving you a prescription for morphine to be given as directed. She has enough by her bedside for today and tonight.
That doesn't seem to help anymore, Doctor. It did at first, but isn't there anything else?
Unfortunately, no.
We can't do anything more to help her, then.
We can only wait for the end.
The end? How long?
It's hard to tell. A week or a month? She might live indefinitely.
Indefinitely? This pain indefinitely? Tortured indefinitely? Doctor!
I'll stop by in a day or two. Sooner if you need me. Goodbye, Mr. Carsons. I'm very sorry.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Has the doctor gone?
Yes. He's gone.
What did he say?
Well, he said that in a little while now the worst would be over and that...
I know. That I'd have no more pain.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Mary, this bottle is empty. What did you do with the morphine? Mary!
I do. Your residence and occupation?
St. Anne's Hospital. Ambulance surgeon.
Take the stand, please.
Dr. Baker, you made an emergency call at the Carsons' residence in the afternoon of January the 9th.
I did.
What did you find on your arrival?
Mrs. Carsons was in a coma from an overdose of morphine.
An attempted suicide?
That's what I reported.
I see. Was Mr. Carson at the house when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
What was his condition? I mean, did he seem worried?
Well, I couldn't say. You see, I had my patient to attend to.
And when you revived Mrs. Carson's, did he seem grateful?
Why, yes, I suppose. That is. Well, I don't remember.
When you left, was the defendant still there?
Yes, in his wife's room.
Who else was in that room when you left?
No one but Mr. Carson. I went into the next room to make out my report. When I left the house, Mr. and Mrs. Carson were...
John, where are you?
Right here, Mary.
Take my hand. Hold it. Tight. Oh, darling. Why did you let them bring me back?
I was a coward.
I'm such a bird.
A bird?
It's true. But when you're with me, I don't feel so frightened. With only this... Oh... this pain. John.
What, Mary?
What did Dr. Morton say? How long, I mean?
Now, don't worry about that, dear. Just think about getting well again.
John, how long? I've got to know.
A week? A month? Even...
As long as that. John, you said someday when you built your bridge, I'd be the first to cross. Remember?
Yes. I remember.
I need that bridge. Now. Will you build it for me?
Build you it? Mary, you don't mean...
I'd go across so gladly.
Well, you don't know what you're asking of me.
I do know. Please, dear. I'll wait for you, just on the other side.
You're talking nonsense, darling. Why, doctors aren't infallible. Lift up your head. Look at me. Now smile. Not a very wide one. Why, you'll live to dance a jig at my wake. And Dr. Morton's, too. Why, you've got years ahead of you.
Morphine. If you gave me more. Just half a grain more. It's so quick and so easy. It's just like falling asleep. It isn't wrong. It can't be. John, please don't make me wait too long.
Mary, forget all this crazy, morbid thing. Why, this...
Oh.
Yeah. You're right. We can't wait too long.
Your name is Alice Smith?
Yes, sir.
You're employed by Greenleaf & Son, where Don Carson's worked as a bookkeeper?
Yes, sir.
On the afternoon of January the 11th, you and Carsons were working on the accounts.
Yes, sir, until 3 o'clock.
Then what happened?
Well, you see, we were working together, and he seemed worried and upset. I was calling the figures, and he was punching them on the machine. 18. 46.
Build
a bridge. 97.
97.
For me to cross. 17.
Build
a bridge. 32.
30 bridge.
I said 32.
32.
A week or a month, indefinitely.
It's torture. I can't bear it, John. 28.
Bridge 8.
I called 28.
28.
No hope.
Morphine. 33.
Grange 3.
I called 33.
Grange 3.
Not too long, John. Not too long. 51.
51.
Morphine.
88. Bridge.
Build a bridge. Build a bridge. Build a bridge. Build a bridge. Build a bridge. Build a bridge. Build a bridge.
Bridge!
Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson, what's the matter? Don't you feel well? Can I get... Where are you going?
I'm going to build a bridge.
Antonio Romano, take the stand, please.
Say,
Your address and occupation?
Alante Street 402. I am a barber.
Thank you.
It is no trouble, thank you. Mr. Romano. Mr. Romano, your place is directly across the street from Kane's drugstore, I believe.
Sure.
Were you in your shop on the afternoon of January the 11th?
Sure.
What were you doing at approximately 3:30?
Excuse, please, mister. I don't get that approx.
At about 3:30, then. What were you doing?
I sit in the barber chair. It is a nice and comfortable.
No doubt, no doubt. And as you were there, did you see Mr. Carson's, the defendant, come down the steps from the elevated and walk towards Kane's drugstore?
Sure, I saw him.
Did he go directly into the store?
No, he walked by it 2 or 3 times.
As though trying to make up his mind about something.
How I know how he walks?
No, you wouldn't. But eventually he did go into the drugstore.
Sure, he walked by 2 or 3 times, and then he go inside, just like
Oh, hello there, Mr. Carson.
Hello, Kane. Let me have a pack of cigarettes, will you?
You bet. There you are. Say, you feeling all right? You look kind of...
I'm all right. I feel fine. Look, I'd better have some toothpaste, and I'd like you to fill this prescription of Dr. Morton's.
Sure thing. Morphine, eh? Your wife no better?
No better.
Say, this is kind of a large amount, isn't it? Dr. Morton don't usually
Dr.
prescribe...
Morton's going away for a day or so, and she needs it in increasing doses. You see, it says to be taken as ordered.
Sure. I just wanted to be sure the doctor hadn't made a mistake. We can't be too careful, you know.
Never even answered testimony you're about to give.
Left off the curb if I hadn't had good brakes.
Probably the truth.
Kept right on going up the steps and went in.
The whole truth.
Fixing a broth, but I heard him come in.
Nothing but the truth.
I passed him on the
So
stairs.
help you God.
He went right to the bedroom and closed the door.
Are you awake?
Yes, John.
Mary, your bridge.
You've decided.
Are you sure? Very sure?
Very sure. Darling, what about you? You'll be alone.
Me? I'll be all right, I guess.
You won't do anything foolish. Try to follow.
No, I won't do anything foolish.
You must promise.
I promise.
Now. Kiss me, John.
You're not frightened, darling.
No. John, what's it like out there? Will it be cold?
No, dear. It's warm. And peace. No more pain. Just sleep. Sleep.
I want to hear your voice follow me all the way across. Such a long bridge, dearest. So long. The mist. It's rising. It's cold. John. Where are you?
Here, Mary. Holding your hand. Don't be afraid. That's it. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Mary Parsons might have lived for some time still. The defense claims she wished, against all human instinct, to die. But we have proven that the defendant did lie to the druggist about Mr. Dr. Morton having left the city and did forge a deadly prescription, raising the amount of morphine prescribed by said Dr. Morton. Ladies and gentlemen, this man murdered his sick and helpless wife. by administering to her a lethal dose of morphine.
Gentlemen of the jury, consider these truths. Mary Carsons was so hopelessly ill, so racked with insufferable pain, that she even attempted suicide. And if I say, John Carsons, this loyal and compassionate husband, did help this poor tortured soul to that long sleep she so desperately desired, then it is not you, but a higher...
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Carsons.
Hand it to the clerk of the court, please.
Carsons, you're a free man, I can tell by their faces.
We, the jury, find the defendant, John Carsons, not...
No! No, you can't free me! I'm guilty! I did murder my wife!
Mr. Carsons, do you know what you're saying?
Of course I know. I say I killed my wife.
John, stop it, you fool. Don't you realize?
Let him talk. Yes, let me talk. Let me tell you what it means to be tied hand and foot week after week, month after month, to a dying woman. Long, dull days in a sickly house, sleepless nights, incessant care of a helpless burden that stands on the threshold of death and refuses to cross. Refuses! Till you eat your soul away hunting for a means to free yourself. Suicide. It wasn't suicide, it was murder. I tried it once and failed because the ambulance got there too soon. The second time I did not fail. That's the truth, gentlemen. I gave her the morphine. A fatal dose, deliberately. And it killed her. I killed her.
Extra, Carsons dies tonight. Extra, read all about it. Carsons goes to chair tonight. Extra, white...
It is time, my son.
Yes. I'm ready. Gordon.
Yes, John?
Thanks for everything. You did your best.
You wouldn't let me do my best.
Our Father, who art in heaven...
I can't understand it, John. Why did you throw your life away like that?
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
At least the world would have thought better of you.
Is that important?
Thy
No.
will be done on earth
Perhaps even now I could.
No.
as it is in heaven.
But why? Why? You must have had a reason.
Yes, I had a reason. I had to make sure, very sure.
That you would die?
Give us this day our daily bread.
All ready, Warden.
Steady, John. You won't say anything more?
Only goodbye.
And forgive us our trespasses.
John.
Mary, where are you? I can't see you.
Don't be afraid, darling. Don't be afraid.
Mary, I had to lie about you being a burden. Forgive me. It was something stronger than I.
It was my voice, John. Don't you see, darling? You had to die. To be punished on earth.
And
Yes.
trespass against us.
Yes. I know now. Others, seeing me go free, might kill through hate and hide behind the cloak of mercy.
And lead us not into temptation.
Why can't I see you now? You said you'd wait for me.
I am waiting, dear. I can go no farther now, nor you. It's our punishment.
Punishment? Still? How long? How long, Mary?
Perhaps until we've learned that pain and suffering must be borne. As a cross is borne to the appointed place.
But deliver us from evil.
I'll be waiting for you, darling, at the end of the bridge.
For thine is the kingdom.
And the power.
And the glory.
Forever and ever. Amen.
On behalf of the Gulf Oil Companies and the members of the Screen Guilds, I want to thank Paul Muni, Josephine Hutchison, Lionel Atwill, Louis Alberni, Harry Bradley, Wheaton Chambers, Russell Gleason, George Hackathorn, George Irving, and John Miljohn for one of the best performances in our series of Screen Guild shows. In just a moment, Paul Muni will return. But right now, a few words from John Conte.
Thank you, George. Ladies and gentlemen, March, as you know, is 1 month that you simply cannot count on. But whether it acts like a lion or like a lamb, you can count on your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer to help make March motoring safer and pleasanter. For instance, in March, your windshield is apt to get splattered with mud. So your Good Gulf dealer is specially careful to clean it for you so that it doesn't catch the glare from the sun or from the other fellow's lights. And in March, the antifreeze or water in your radiator may boil away. So your Gulf man takes extra care to check your radiator. Yes, you get tops in service as well as in quality products when you stop where you see the sign of the Gulf orange disc. Your Good Gulf dealer is an independent merchant, and he makes it his job to see that your car gets the best possible attention. It pays to make the Good Gulf dealer your dealer.
Paul Muni, I know how much time and hard work you've given to this performance, and we are very, very grateful to you indeed.
Thank you, George. And speaking for myself and the rest of tonight's cast, we'd like to thank the Good Gulf dealers and the Gulf Oil Companies for presenting us with the opportunity of doing our part for such a worthy cause, the needs of the Motion Picture Relief Fund.
Thank you, Paul Muni, and good night. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the same time, the same station, the Good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Gulf Screen Guild show with Carol Lombard, James Stewart, Spring Byington, and Edward Everett Horton in a comedy drama tailored by Tony, written by Connie Lee and directed by Dorothy Arzner. Until then, this is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry and the Gulf Oil Companies, and good night.
We are grateful to 20th Century Fox for Lionel Atwill and Russell Gleason, to MGM for George Murphy, and to Warner Brothers for Paul Muni, soon to be seen in Juarez. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting another program in this series of reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. All the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Spring Byington, Edward Everett Horton, Carol Lombard, James Stewart, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another of the Motion Picture Star's own programs, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. Each week, a different type of entertainment presenting a different cast of stars, and all of them written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Last week, it was a drama. Next week, a review starring Fanny Bryce, Bob Hope, and Martha Ray. Tonight, it's a comedy drama tailored by Tony, directed by Dorothy Arzner, and written by Connie Lee, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. Tonight, we meet Carol Lombard as Tony Warren, New York's foremost designer of men's clothes. Her mother, Mrs. Warren, is played by Spring Byington. Edward Everett Horton is heard as Kenneth Pickles, her business manager. And Peter Graham, a Greenwich Village author, is played by James Stewart. Lights, music, curtain.
Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Greenleaf. Oh, a lot more padding in the shoulders? Oh, yes, we'll take care of it. No, we don't put any padding in the hips. No, all right, we'll take care of it, Mr. Greenleaf.
What shall I do about Mr. Ramon's pajamas, Tony?
Send the Mail Express to Honolulu. Yes?
Do Mr. Olson's trousers have 18-inch bottoms, Miss Warren?
20 inches. Tell the switchboard not to send any more calls in here. I'm through.
Why, Tony?
Through for the day, Mother. There aren't any real men anymore. Nothing but strutting peacocks and pants.
Why, Tony, some of our clients are very handsome.
Handsome, yes. But put them in bathing suits and see what they look like. Who squares off their round shoulders? Who fills out their caved-in chest? I do, and I'm sick of it.
Miss Warren?
What's the matter now, Pickles?
Have you seen the latest issue of the Gentleman magazine?
No.
Well, Miss Warren, it's outrageous. It's terrible. Just look at this article by that gigolo of the trade, Michael Barbonet.
Isn't English, Pickles?
I couldn't... Of course it's in English.
Well, then don't worry. Michael speaks with such an accent, no one will understand a word of it.
Mother, what was the article about?
He titles his slanderous essay, The Well-Dressed Man Prefers the Clothing of a Man, for a Man, and by a Man.
Oh, but he's got it all wrong. It's of the people, for the people, and by the people. I remember distinctly. Washington, wasn't it?
What else does Michael say, Pickles?
He says...
what?
Please, Mrs. Warren, please. He says that red-blooded men have an aversion to being pointed out as the clients of a female dressmaker.
Oh, he said that, did he? In hope that some of my customers will wear his unpressed mail sacks. He announces to the world I'm a female.
Oh, I'm afraid that's my fault, Tony. I promised your father a boy. But I was so young at the time. Oh, youth.
Yes, it's too late to correct the mistake now, Mother. Pickles?
What's that?
Where can I find the most atrociously dressed man in New York?
Well, I should say any one of Barbonet's clients.
Oh, no. You must be an artist, a sculptor, a writer, some undiscovered genius, unknown, unrecognized, uncouth.
Oh, how romantic, Tony.
No, I'll make him successful, and then I'll expose him as a Tony Warren creation.
Oh, an inspiration, a divine inspiration, Miss Warren.
I'll prove it isn't the clothes that make the man. It's Tony Warren who makes the clothes, who makes the man.
Who's that by, dear?
By me, Mother. Pickles, where can I get my man?
Why, someone like that ought to live in Greenwich Village. Miss Warren, I think I know the very spot. Spaghetti Joe's.
Get your coat, Mother. Call the cab, Pickles. We're dining sub rosa at Washington Square.
I told you we got a vino and a spaghetti. If you don't like a spaghetti, you get a vino. If you don't like a vino, you get out.
Now, look here, my good man.
We'll all have spaghetti.
No, si, signora, 3 spaghetti.
Just a minute, waiter. Who's the musician at the piano?
Oh, he's a Peter Graham, Signora. But he's no musician. He's a right. All the time he's a right to play. But nobody want to read what he's a right. It's too bad.
Will you ask Mr. Graham to join us?
Si, Signora, I asked.
Well, Miss Warren.
Yes, Pickles?
You aren't seriously thinking of taking that man for your experiment.
Why not? He's exactly what I want. He's picturesque.
Oh, my word, he's appalling. You can't do it. Look at that. Why, sneakers, corduroy slacks, a yellow sweater.
But very handsome.
No tie, no coat, no hat.
And so romantic.
Mother, I am not looking for a movie star. I'm getting a guinea pig. He's got height. He walks well, and if I dress him properly...
Here he comes.
Hello?
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 Hello.
Well, I guess that sort of cleans up the hellos, doesn't it? The waiter said you wanted to see me.
Yes, sit down, Mr. Graham.
Well, thanks.
This is my mother, Mrs. Warren, and this is Mr. Pickles, and I'm Tony Warren.
Well, not the famous designer of men's clothes.
Yes, and now I have a proposition that might interest you, Mr. Graham. Well, what are you laughing at?
Well, nothing. I always thought you wore trousers and smoked a pipe or something.
See here. Mr. Graham, I'll have you understand.
Well, if it isn't old Joe Stinkle from Public School 39. It's a small world.
Really? Really, my good man, you've made a mistake. I'm not Joseph Stinkle. Now, Miss Warren,
you are too, Joe Stinkle. You can't kid me.
I certainly am not. My name is Pickles. Pickles, here, there. See? My Social Security card.
Oh, no. You're Joe Stinkle.
Are you sure you're not Pickles?
Mother, please.
My dear man, I never saw you before.
Oh, so you're giving me the brush off, eh, Joe? Fine.
I assure you I am not Joseph Stinkle. Now go away. Go
well,
away.
Then where is Joe Stinkle?
Why, there is no Joe Stinkle. He doesn't exist. Go away.
Oh, he doesn't exist, huh? What did you do with him?
I didn't do anything with him.
Oh, so you killed him. You killed my old pal, Joe Stinkle. You're a murderer.
Please.
Really, Pickles, I think we ought to humor him. We were only fooling you. Why, of course, this is Joe Stinkle.
Why, certainly, yes. Of course, I am Joe Stinkle, yes.
Then where's the $50 you owe me?
I don't owe you any money.
Oh, a welcher, huh? I'll fix you.
Hey, come on, let's get out here. Here's the side door.
But Mother.
No, come on.
But wait a minute.
Where
are we going?
Never mind. Just keep running.
Wait, will you let go of my arm and stop dragging me around?
Here's a bus. Come on. Come on, catch the rail.
Will you please?
Here, hang on to the... You'll break your neck. Now, there. You all right?
Well, what are you, a kidnapper? What about my mother and Pickles?
Oh, they're perfectly safe.
Safe in the middle of a gang fight?
Oh, no, I forgot to tell you. That fella starts a brawl every night by pretending he's drunk and looking for Joe Stinkle. That's all.
You mean it was all a gag?
Yeah. Just atmosphere, Visitors in the village like to get something for their money. Nobody ever gets hurt.
Well, of all the low-down... Conductor.
Yes, ma'am?
Stop the bus. I'm getting off.
Oh, yes, conductor. We're both getting off.
Then I'm staying on.
Yeah, we'll stay on, but...
Hey, look, folks, will you please make up your minds? We got a schedule to keep.
All right, start your old bus, but I'll find a seat on the upper deck alone.
Hey, she seems kind of upset.
Yeah, she... Look, I don't know much about girls. How long has it taken to cool off?
Grant's tomb.
Grant's tomb. What?
Grant's tomb. I've been on this run 10 years, and I'm an authority. There's something about riding along by the Hudson in the moonlight that breaks down even the most stubborn.
Oh, it must be awfully late, Peter.
Oh, no. Oh, but that sign on the Jersey Shore will flash the time in just a minute.
Isn't it funny?
What?
Well, the way things happen. When I got up this morning, I never thought I'd sit on the steps of Grant's tomb and be kissed in the moonlight. Peter.
Yeah?
Look, darling, the sign says 5 after midnight. I've got to go home.
Well, if you do, you'll break the spell. You'll become Tony Warren Incorporated again. You forget you were ever riding up Riverside Drive on top of a magic coach with a guy in a yellow sweater.
But Peter, we can't sit here till morning.
Well, why not? Did you ever see those towers when the sun comes up?
Did you?
Yeah, sure. My first morning in New York, I slept the night before on a park bench with a bunch of play manuscripts as a pillow. Yeah, I guess that was all they were good for.
No one liked them, Peter?
Like them? Well, I couldn't even get into managers' offices.
Do you mind if I tell you why?
Look, Tony, darling, you can tell me anything.
Do you know why I asked you to our table?
Oh, yeah, of course, my fatal charm.
No, because you were one of the worst-dressed men I've ever seen.
Oh, well, thanks.
Now I've hurt your feelings.
Oh, no. Only, what'd you plan to do? Sort of exhibit me in your window as a horrible example or something?
No, I wanted to dress you up and introduce you to the right people, and then if you became a great playwright, I'd say it was all due to my tailor.
Oh, so you were interested in my commercial value.
But Peter, now I'm interested in you, and I want you to be a success. I want to help you, and will you let me?
No, we Vermonters don't accept help from strangers.
But I'm not a stranger.
Of course, if you were, no, you wouldn't consider that.
Wouldn't consider what?
Well, if you were, no, you wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't do what?
Well, you wouldn't do it. I mean, did you ever think about getting married?
No, why should I?
Well, why shouldn't you?
Because I'm perfectly happy just as I am. I've worked hard, made a place for myself. Why should I give it up just to marry some man?
Well, not some man. You see, I'm the guy who's asking you.
You're asking... You mean... Peter, darling,
Yeah, sure. Now, look. New York's no good for me. I don't know. I just don't fit. But I got a farm up in Vermont. I want you to go back there with me. Will you, Tony?
I can't, Peter.
Why?
I don't think I'm the kind of a wife you want. I love New York, being somebody. I couldn't live in Vermont. I'd have to wash dishes and get your meals and all the other things. And, well, in 2 weeks I'd go crazy. And darling, so would you.
Well, don't you think that maybe...
No, Peter, I'm Tony Warren. I want to stay Tony Warren. I couldn't give it up. I just couldn't give it up.
Oh. Well, I guess it wouldn't work.
No, it wouldn't work, Peter.
No, I just wouldn't.
Well, you'd better take me home.
Yeah, but steps sure get hard.
You were right about the spell, Peter. Only it's fading before morning.
Yeah. It's late. Oh, here comes a bus. Maybe we better get it, huh?
Yes, it doesn't look like a magic coach anymore. It's just a big green bus.
Yeah.
Watch your step, please.
Peter.
Yes, Tony.
We can't let it end this way.
Come on, buddy. You're getting on the bus or staying off?
Look, I guess I could stay in New York.
No, I'll go to Vermont with you.
No, but I couldn't let you do that.
But what can we do?
Make up your mind. The suspense is killing me.
Now, listen, Tony, we'll both give up something. I'll give up Vermont, and you just give me a few hours a day.
Will it work, Peter?
It's got to work. We'll make it work.
You know, we're crazy to try it, but Peter, we'll be happy.
Be happy, Tony. We are happy.
And so is the Fifth Avenue Bus Company, buddy. Service is now resumed. Oh, how does Miss Warren ever cook anything in this kitchen? Good heavens, the cauliflower. Quick, put some water on the cauliflower.
Oh, where's the sprinkling can?
Oh, no. The cauliflower, it's in a pan. It's on the stove.
Oh, how stupid. It'll never grow there. It's much too hot.
Really, Mrs. Warren, would you please get out of the kitchen? How can I get dinner if you... Oh, don't. Please, don't try to bone the anchovies. You see, you've ruined the salad.
Well, you must let me help you, Pickles. I can do the most surprising things with practically nothing at all.
I'll take your word for that.
Mother, Pickles, woo! In here, Tony. Pickles is helping me get dinner.
Helping?
Am I late? Has Peter come home yet?
No, Miss Warren, he hasn't. Thank heaven you've come. If your mother doesn't stay out of the kitchen, well...
Oh, hush, Pickles. Tony, is Peter always this late? I should think on his anniversary.
Don't worry, darling. He'll be home tonight. You know, he's awfully busy with his play. It opens in 3 weeks.
That's right, and I do hope it's a success so he can pay for the clothes we've loaned him.
Who's playing the lead?
And Prentice.
Oh, really? Well, I imagine you won't be seeing much of Peter during the rehearsals.
No, but I can't complain. He has his career. I have mine. That was our agreement.
Of course. An ideal arrangement.
Oh, excuse me. I'll be right back. Hello?
Hello, darling. Look, I won't be able to get home for dinner. You don't mind, do you?
No, of course not. Only it was last night, and the night before, too. Peter, this is our...
Yeah, but I've got to go over some changes in the second act with Ann Prentice, and she lives way up on 86th Street.
Oh, I see. Well, of course, that's very important.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, darling. Goodbye.
Bye.
Was that Peter, Tony?
Yes, we don't need to wait dinner for him. He doesn't know when he'll be home. More coffee? Coffee.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
The morning paper is interesting as usual?
Yeah, I guess so.
What's the weather?
Weather? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, it's fair and warm, I'd say. Why?
Some friends asked me to run up to Saratoga to the races. You don't mind?
No. I won't be home anyway. Ann Prentice wants me out in Long Island. It's rewrites in the second act.
The second act should be a wow.
Yeah, well, I've got to rush. I'll see you later, darling. So long.
So long.
Peter Graham, author of Summer's End, now in rehearsal, can be seen nightly at the Sky Room in company with Ann Prentice, star of the show, and Summer's End by Peter Graham was a flopperoo at the Washington tryout last night. Rewrites may help, but our Beau Brummel Graham is the glamorous Ann Prentice on a heart-to-heart
The Peter Graham-Tony Warren partnership is rumored close to the rocks. Graham's play opens at the Imperial Theater, New York, next Tuesday night, and advance reports are...
So nice of you to come backstage, Miss Warren.
Oh, thank you, Miss Prentice. I believe you've met my mother and Mr. Pickles.
Yes, how do you do?
Yes, we've met. How do you do? Hello, Peter.
Hello. A nice opening, wasn't it?
Oh, beautiful. We had such lovely seats, Peter.
Didn't we? So comfortable. Oh, so comfortable. I almost napped a couple of times.
Oh, it was so thoughtful of you to remember us, Peter.
Oh, that's all right. Did you think the audience was a little cold?
Why, yes, it seemed as though every one of them had a cold. They coughed and sneezed all through the last act. Did you like the play, Miss Warren?
Oh, yes, indeed. It was splendid and deep, too.
Oh, wasn't it? Wasn't it deep? Yes, I should say. It was positively abysmal. What was the second act about, Peter?
Oh, what does it matter, Pickles? It's all make-believe anyway. I did think the music between the acts was delightful, Peter. Simply delightful.
Oh, thanks very much. I didn't write that.
Oh, too bad.
Anne was swell, wasn't she, Tony?
Oh, yes, she was. Well, I think that second act gown of yours is really a triumph, Miss Prentice.
Oh, thank you. So sweet of you, darling.
Yes, indeed. It looked lovely on you, Miss Prentice. Positively lovely. The moment you walked on the stage, the audience knew you were George's mother.
I played George's wife, Mr. Pickles, not his mother.
Oh, imagine that. Well, isn't that stupid? Oh, these managers. Why, you're perfect. You're perfect for the mother.
Pickles will have his little joke. You mustn't take him seriously, Miss Prentice.
No, of course not. It's very funny. Well, did you think the critics went for it, Tony?
Went for it? Oh, of course they did.
Oh, yes, Peter, I counted 4. They went for something after the first act and never came back.
Yeah, well, maybe it was over their heads, You can't give them such good stuff.
No, they don't appreciate fine writing, Peter.
Where was that? You mean in the program? Oh, yes, that was an excellent article on tropical fish.
Well, suppose we all toast the success of Peter's play. Oh, that'd be nice. Don't you think so, Tony?
Oh, yes, wonderful.
You get the glasses, Peter, darling.
Oh, sure, honey.
Thank you, precious. Miss Warren?
Please. Oh, that's plenty, dear.
And you, Mrs. Warren? Oh, thank you, darling. That's enough, dear. Mr. Pickles?
Yes, honey. I mean, Miss Prentice, yes, that's sufficient. Oh, thank you so much.
Peter, sweet, will you... Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. It's fine, I hope I haven't ruined your suit.
Oh, no, that's all right. It doesn't matter. I never liked this suit.
Pardon me, you what?
I said I didn't like the suit.
That's what I thought you said.
Well, so what?
so that settles it.
Well, settles what?
I'm fed up with this sweetheart and darling routine. Let's take our hair down and say what we really think.
Miss Warren.
Shut up.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell her to shut up.
Then don't say you don't like the suit I made for
Well,
you.
I don't like the suit.
You don't like anything about the suit.
No, I don't even like the buttons.
Nor the buttonhole.
I hate buttonholes.
Well, that's just fine. I can fix it for you.
Well, wait. Let go of that
Maybe
suit.
the tails are too long.
Tony, what are you,
and
crazy?
the tail. Get out. Get out.
Well, look, somebody do something.
Maybe the waist is too Get out or I'll call the police. We're getting out, only I've got one thing to say first.
No, I'll say it for you. We're finished.
You're darn right we're finished.
I don't know why we ever got married anyway.
I second the motion. You're a clothes horse, a stuffed shirt, and your play is a flop.
All right. Can you think of anything else?
Sure, but I'll put it on a poster card from Reno. Oh, is that you, Pickles? The 2 bags in the hall already, but... Oh.
Hello.
Hello, Peter.
I'm not butting in on anything, am I?
No, I just came up to get some things before the apartment was closed.
Yeah. That's what I came up for, too.
Well, just go right ahead.
Sure, I won't bother you. I could come back.
No, I'm almost finished. Things are pretty dusty.
Yeah, they aren't. You know, I had some shirts here someplace.
In the bottom drawer of the bureau.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The bottom drawer. You go right on with your packing now. Don't let me hold you up.
Well, I am in a hurry. My train leaves in an hour.
Mm-hmm. Look, Tony, have you seen my slippers?
Yes, they're under the bed.
Where? I don't see them.
On your side?
Oh, yeah. My side. Funny me looking over there, wasn't it? Maybe it was because I always used to stop on that side to kiss you goodnight.
Yes. Oh, the snake plant. I don't know what to do with that.
Oh, yeah. What are we going to do about that? It certainly needs water, doesn't it? Remember the night we got that? We went down to the dime store to buy a lot of pots and pans and gadgets. It certainly is a silly-looking thing, isn't it?
It isn't. It's beautiful.
I know. Whoever saw an elephant with a plant growing out of his back? But you said the elephant was good luck in a house.
No. We named him Jumbo. You won't give it to the janitor.
Oh, no. But, Tony, look, I think you ought to have Jumbo. After all, I bought him for you.
All right. I'll take him with me.
To Reno?
Well, why not? Is there anything wrong in that?
No, it's swell.
Well, I guess I've got everything.
You sure?
Yes. Bye, Tony. Peter.
Goodbye, and I wish you luck.
I wish you luck, too.
Oh, Jumbo.
Oh, I dropped him. Oh, Peter, he's broken. Everything's broken. You, me, us, everything.
Oh, Tony, now don't, please. Listen to me, Tony. I love you. I'll always love you. Look, Jumbo can be fixed. Just a little glue, he'll be okay. And we can be fixed, too, Tony, honest. A little understanding, a little forgiveness. Well, we'll never be able to tell where the break was.
Peter, do we dare try it again?
Look, Tony, did you keep my yellow sweater?
Yeah, and the sneakers.
You were right about my play. Oh, wasn't that awful?
Well, you can write another.
I could in Vermont.
Oh, I love Vermont. You know, I'm tired of New York. I'm tired of being Tony Warren. Peter, I just want to be your wife.
Forever and ever.
Forever and ever.
Just you and me.
You and me and Jumbo. God bless him.
Thank you, Oscar Bradley, and thank you, John Conti. And special thanks to Spring Byington, Edward Everett Horton, Carol Lombard, and James Stewart for your swell performances here tonight.
Well, thank you very much, and good night, George.
Good night, Eddie.
Good night, George.
Good night, Spring.
Good on. So long, too, George. It was a lot of fun. You know, George, I wish I could look like one of those arrow-collared fellas. You know, my clothes just don't seem to hang right on me, you know?
Oh, you're just self-conscious, Jimmy.
No, not at all. Now, look at this. Now, that's a good piece of material. I feel it. It's okay. But there's just something wrong with it, you know?
Oh, you don't like it, huh?
No.
Well, you know, I think I can fix it for you.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, wait a minute.
Come back here. I won't do anything.
Oh, no, I'm not taking any chances. Come on. So long, George.
So long, Jimmy. Now, there you are, Carol. To see what you've done, you scared Jimmy away.
Well, George, as I was saying...
Oh, no, you don't. No, I like my suit fine. It's wonderful. It's paid for, free and clear, no liens. There's nothing wrong with it. I like it.
No, George, what I really wanted to say was that you've been a grand host.
Oh, thank you, Carol.
And speaking for the rest of the cast, we've loved working just as much as we've enjoyed listening to your Sunday evenings to our friends and other Screen Guild shows.
Thank you, Carol, and it was swell of you to be here. A grand show. Next week, same time, same station. The good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Gulf Screen Guild show with a review starring Fanny Bryce, Bob Hope, and Martha Ray. Until then, this is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry and for the Gulf Oil Companies. And good night.
We are grateful to MGM for George Murphy, for Jimmy Stewart, who had just finished Ice Follies of 1939. Carol Lombard may now be seen in the Selznick release, Made for Each Other. This is John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting another program in this series of reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. All the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Fanny Bryce, Bob Hope, Martha Ray, Hanley Stafford, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another of the Motion Picture Star's own programs, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. Each week we bring you a different type of entertainment, written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Last week it was a comedy. Next week, a drama, with Kay Francis, Leslie Howard, Irving Pitchell, Mary Nash, and Virginia Weidler. Tonight, it's a review starring Fanny Bryce, Bob Hope, Martha Ray, and Hanley Stafford. Directed by David Butler and written by Phil Ratt under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. And so now, on with the show and our first Screen Guild star for tonight, Martha Ray.
Thanks. Hello, George.
Hello, Martha. You certainly look lovely.
Oh, everything looks lovely. Spring. What a wonderful time of the year. You know, George, I was in the park all morning greeting the little baby flowers.
Greeting the little baby flowers?
Yes. I bent over and pinched the little petals and said, "Hiya, bud, hiya, bud, hiya, bud." Yes, summer will soon be with us.
Well, that's to be expected, Martha. We always have mild weather after Groundhog Day.
Oh, you said it. We always have... after what day?
Groundhog, Martha. You know what groundhog is, don't you?
Oh, sure, sausage.
No, Martha. A groundhog is an animal that runs backwards when it sees its shadow.
Oh, yeah, I bet on a lot of them at Santa Anita. But you know, George, I'm going out to Santa Anita tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Wait a minute, Martha. They haven't been any races at Santa Anita for over a week now.
Yeah, I know. I want to see how it feels to be there once without losing.
Well, that's a great idea, Martha. I think I'll go with you. So let's set the time right after you sing "Tain't Necessarily So" from Porgy and Bess.
You're liable to read in the Bible. It ain't necessarily so. Little David was small, but oh my. Little David was small, but oh my. He fought big Goliath, who lay down and died. Oh, David was small, but oh my. Little Moses was found in a stream. Little Moses was found in a stream. He floated on water till old Pharaoh's daughter, she fished him, she fell from that tree. To get into heaven, don't snap for a seven. Live clean, don't have no fault. For I take that gospel whenever it's possible, but with a grain of salt. Ah, Jonah, he lived in the whale. Yes, Jonah, he lived in the whale, for he made his home in that fish's abdomen. Oh, Jonah, he lived in the whale. I'm preaching this sermon to show that it ain't Nessa, ain't Nessa, ain't Nessa, ain't Nessa, ain't necessarily so.
Wonderful, Martha. Thank you, Martha Ray. That was really swell. And now, just a word from John Conte.
Thank you, George. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that seeing is believing. Well, tonight, I'd like to tell you about a time when hearing is believing. And that's when you hear the way Gulf no-nox ethyl gasoline quiets down your car and ends motor knocks. Now, you've heard motor knocks in your car often enough, when you're driving up a steep hill or when you accelerate suddenly on the level. Well, just try a tank full of Gulf no-nox. Drive up the same steep hill or accelerate in the same way and listen. With no knocks in your tank, you don't hear the same annoying pinging sound at all. Instead, your motor gives you quieter, smoother performance almost immediately. And in the long run, you probably save money on your upkeep expenses, too. So won't you drive in tomorrow at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc and try just one tankful of Gulf no-nox gasoline.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Fanny Bryce in her incredible characterization of that preposterous, lovable child, Baby Snooks. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Daddy is played by Hanley Stafford. Daddy is sick in bed, and the doctor has just finished his examination.
Well, Doctor, you think I'll be all right?
Oh, yes, but stay as quiet as possible and don't give that rash a chance to break out again.
Yes, I'll be careful, Doctor. Oh, is it all right if I answer a few letters on the dictaphone?
I don't think that'll hurt. But remember, no excitement of any kind.
No. Okay, Doctor, no excitement.
Well, good night.
Goodbye, and thanks. Now, let's see this mail. Where's that dictaphone switch? Oh, here.
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, Snooks, I've asked you not to disturb me this morning. I'm busy.
Was the doctor here, Daddy?
Yes, he just left. Now, run along.
All right.
Gentlemen, yours of the 15th instant received and contents...
Daddy!
Are you still here?
Did the doctor bring his little black bag?
Yes.
Have I been a good little girl, Daddy?
Yes.
Well, ain't you going to let me see the baby?
There isn't any baby. Now, please leave me alone. I'm supposed to have absolute quiet.
I want to stay here.
Now, Snooks, the doctor said if I get excited, I'll break out in a rash again. Now, go away and let me get these letters off.
All right, Daddy.
Gentlemen, yours of the 15th instant received...
Daddy!
What do you want?
Who are you talking to?
I'm not talking to anybody. That is, I'm talking to my secretary, but she's not here.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
Yes, I feel fine, and when I don't feel all right, I'll take my medicine. Now, leave me alone. Gentlemen, yours of the 15th instant...
Are you talking on a telephone?
No, this is a dictaphone. It's a dictating machine that plays records.
I don't hear any music.
It doesn't play music.
And what's it for?
It's a machine that takes letters.
Like the mailman?
Yeah. No.
Then where does it take them?
Nowhere!
Look it.
Look at what?
There's a strawberry on your face.
Gentlemen, yours of the 15th instant received and contents noted.
Daddy?
Oh, what's the use? Now what do you want?
There's another strawberry.
I know it. You made me get so excited, and now the rash is coming back.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
How'd you get it?
Oh, I ate something that didn't agree with me, so it comes out on my face.
Did you eat strawberries?
No, I ate fish.
You ate fish and a strawberry comes on your face?
Yes.
If you ate strawberries, will a fish come on your face?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not sensitive to strawberries, only to fish.
Oh. Daddy.
What is it?
Do fish eat strawberries?
Oh, how do I know? Leave me alone with the fish and strawberries. I have to work.
On a machine?
Yes. Gentlemen, received your strawberries of the 15th fish. Oh, what am I saying?
You better take your medicine, Daddy.
I don't need any medicine. I'm all right. I'm calm. I'm not excited. I think I got a fever.
What you putting in your mouth, Daddy?
I'm going to take my temperature.
With a cigar?
Oh, am I sick? I don't know what I'm doing. Where's the thermometer?
Here, Daddy.
Mm.
Does it taste good?
Mm-hmm.
Can't you talk with those things in your mouth? Daddy? I want to say the letter for you in the machine. Dear Uncle Louie, my daddy is very funny. He sucks on a glass lollipop and he makes strawberries come on his face whenever he wants to.
Stop pulling on that dictaphone. Snooks, you're going to... Oh!
I think I better go now.
Oh, look what you've done. The machine is wrecked. It'll cost me $100. Oh, I'm sick. Oh, where's the thermometer?
You swallowed it, Daddy.
Oh, good heavens. Call the doctor. I'm dying. Oh. Wait a minute. Here's the thermometer. It fell on the bed. Oh, thank heaven.
You feel better, Daddy?
Yes.
There ain't no more strawberries on your face, Daddy.
Huh? No, Snooks, really?
No.
Oh.
Now they look like tomatoes.
Wait. Get me my medicine. Give me that powder. Hand me that glass of water.
Shall I put the powder in the glass, Daddy?
Yes, but not too much. Just enough to cover a dime. I'm dying.
Wait, I'll get a dime from my bank.
Oh, that dictaphone. $100. I'll never get well. Snooks, hurry up with that medicine.
Here, Daddy, drink it down, Daddy.
Yeah. Ow! Oh, it burns, Snooks. How much powder did you put in this glass?
Huh?
I told you only to put in enough to cover a dime.
Well, I couldn't find a dime, so I used 10 pennies, Daddy.
After Oscar Bradley might not be tall, but he proves that he's a big man in things musical by swinging out with his own arrangement of Could Be. Well, nice work, little Oscar. That was Could Be as it should be. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
pardon me, is this a Screen Guild show?
Why, it's Bob Hope.
Hello, George.
Hello, Bob. Say, it's really been a long time since I've seen you. Times have certainly changed.
I'll say times have changed. Remember, you used to dance?
Yeah, you used to tell funny jokes?
Thanks, George. I like that George Murphy. He's a big hit out here in Hollywood, and he deserves it, too. He's so democratic. I'm different. I snub everyone I meet out here. I snub everybody. That's so if I ever get to be a big movie star, people won't say I've changed. I do all right in Hollywood, though. I got a lot of fan mail on my last picture. I just made one mistake. I sent it before the picture was released. But they treat me nice. They treat me nice at Paramount. The producers are so wonderful, and the directors are so wonderful, and my salary is so. I have a nice contract. My option comes up every Monday. I spend the weekend in an oxygen tent. But I can't say too much for this climate out here in California. The air is so wonderful. My grandmother arrived here one afternoon, and the next day she came in fifth at Santa Anita. Yes, she would have done better, but she dropped her cane. And my relatives like my work in pictures so much, they all came out here in person to congratulate me. In fact, I have so many relatives at my house now, I had to build bleachers in the guest room. But one thing about Hollywood, I like the way the men dress. They're so casual. It's the only town in the country where you can wear a turtleneck sweater with a tuxedo. And in order to be in style, your coat and trousers must be of different colors. Yesterday, I saw a brown dog with his bottom half dyed green. But I want to tell you, when you come to Hollywood, the only way to see everything is to take one of those buses. Last week, I took one of those sightseeing tours of the movie stars' homes, and I found out I'd been living in the wrong house for 2 years. I have a lovely house. I live about 3 miles from Hollywood as the landlord's escrow flies. Oh, that's all right. I have a nice little place on the side of a hill. It's so steep the milkman has to leave the milk in square bottles. It's the only house in Hollywood where you have to wear spurs to stay in bed. My brother doesn't like it. He sleeps with me and he's ticklish. I don't mind the house being on a slight incline, but I wish the guests would wipe their feet before walking on the wallpaper. But if I ever hear a burglar downstairs, I'll creep out into the garden and gently push the house over him. Egg. The place is... I thought that would be a scream. But anyway, I want to tell you, my house is very easy to find. You go up a long hill and you see a beautiful house nestling in there in among the flowers and the trees. In the window of that house is a ham. That's not my house. I live in a tent in the back. Drop in anytime, folks. Thank you. Right?
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Hope that was swell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest love songs that ever came from the pen of George and Ira Gershwin becomes a screen gill highlight as Miss Martha Ray sings Dave Rose's arrangement of The Man I Love.
Someday he'll come along, the man I love, and he'll be big and strong, the man I love. And when he comes my way, I'll do my best to make him stay. He'll look at me and smile, I'll understand, and in a little while he'll take my hand, and though it seems absurd, I know we both won't stay long. Maybe I will meet him Sunday, maybe Monday, maybe not. Still, I'm sure to meet him one day, maybe Tuesday will be my good news day. He'll build a little home just meant for two, from which I'll never roam. Would you? And so all else above, I'm waiting for the man I love. Someday he'll come along, the man I love, and he'll be big and strong. And when he comes my way, I'll do my best to make him stay. Maybe I will meet him Sunday, maybe Monday, maybe not. Still, I'm sure to meet him one day, maybe Tuesday will be my good news day. He'll build a little home just meant for two, from which I'll never roam. Would you? And so all else above, I'm waiting for the man I love. I'm waiting for the man I love.
Thank you very much, Martha. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in just a minute, Fanny Bryce, Bob Hope, and Martha Ray will give you their version of a gay 90s melodrama, Fifi, the Flame of Paris. But now let's hear a few words from John Conte.
With spring officially only one day away, we'd like to extend a sincere invitation to all of you to let your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer help you get ready for the new season. Now, of course, he can't come into your house and help with the cleaning, but he can help with the family car. For instance, now that we're having more warm days, it's wise to have him check the water in your radiator and in your storage battery. And as a kind of a spring tonic, you better have him fill your tank with that famous Gulf no-nox ethyl gasoline that we mentioned earlier this evening. Then you know that your car will give you top performance. Yes, for extra quality in both products and service,
stop at your independent neighborhood Good Gulf dealer. He takes a real personal responsibility for giving your car the best possible care. That's why it pays to make the Good Gulf dealer your dealer.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Screen Guild Show presents Fifi the Flame of Paris. Fanny Bryce plays Fifi, Martha Ray plays Charmaine, Bob Hope plays Henry Toulouse, and I will play the part of Jack Pot. And I hope no one hits me. The scene is Paris, the spring of 1894. Fifi, the idol of Paris, is singing softly as Charmaine, her maid, dresses her luxuriant hair.
I'm only a boy in a gilded cage. I'm Fifi the glamour girl. I once had a honey with plenty cash. He called me his little foil.
And then how come you lead a single life and still out upon the stage?
Someone else was preferred, so I got the bird, and she got the guilty taste. Charmaine, somebody's knocking on the door. Maybe it's a man.
Oui, mademoiselle. It must be that mystery man who has watched your performance every night.
Do you think I should let him in?
Oh, dear me, no, not in your home at this hour of the night.
It wouldn't be right, huh? Charmaine, is he tall?
No, he's short.
Has he got blonde, wavy hair?
No, he's bald.
Has he got maybe a good physique?
Terrible.
Is he a man?
Yes.
Send him in.
Viva la France!
Wait, I'll let him in myself. You go into the other room.
All right. I'll comb your beautiful hair while I'm in there.
Come in.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I must have knocked on the wrong door. I thought this was Schultz's butcher shop.
It's a very natural mistake. He thought this was a butcher shop. What do I look like, lamb chops?
Pardon me. I'll be on my way.
Goodbye. I'll get him back by dropping this wallet. Excuse me, did you drop this wallet?
Take your foot off it and I'll see.
Okay. If he reaches for it, I'll break his arm.
Off with this sham and pretense, Fifi. I love you. Be mine. I'll make you the happiest girl in the world.
Could I try a kiss on approval?
Certainly, my sweet. Ah, Pepsodent. Come, my pet flea. Come, my pet flea with me.
Yes. I'll tell my maid to pack my things. Oh, Charmaine.
Yes, mademoiselle, I'm coming. You! Henry Toulouse.
Curses my fiancée, Charmaine Dreep. How did you get off the fly paper?
How dare you? How dare you talk to me like that?
Oh, 23 skidoo, and I do mean skid.
Tut, what's your language?
I am alone and helpless. Why? Why do you insult me?
Because you're alone and helpless.
Oh, you wouldn't do this. You couldn't do this. You wouldn't do this if my sweetheart Jack was here. Jack! Where is that guy? I'll hit him right in the head.
Here I am, Jack Pot to the rescue. Thanks, fellows, thanks. That's enough just in the nick of time. Unhand her, Henry, you villain. Stand up and fight, and come and get it.
Ah, double feature.
I'm not afraid of you, Jack. You can't bluff me. You are bluffing, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Put up your hand.
Stop it. Don't move. I got a gun.
Say, she has got a gun. Quick, Charmaine, do something.
Okay, I'm holding Henry.
Henry? Well, why don't you hold Fifi?
Because it's more fun holding Henry. Yoo-hoo!
Say, as a matter of fact, you two look pretty good together. Tell you what I'll do. I'll take Fifi.
Oh, no, you don't. She's mine.
I said I'll take her.
Over my dead body.
Well, let's not fight about this. Let's let the cards decide.
Okay, the cards. One game of pinochle. We'll play for Fifi's love. And on the side, 10 cents 100.
I refuse to let you play pinochle for my love. Let's play bridge, and we can all make some money.
All right, I'll be Fifi's partner. Will you two hold your ears for a minute? I want to set the signals with my partner.
All right, but no cheating now.
Now listen, Fifi. It's very simple. If I talk about my heart, you bid hearts.
Uh-huh.
If I admire your ring, you bid diamonds.
Uh-huh.
If I say I was digging in the garden, you bid spades.
Uh-huh.
And if I mention the Elks, you bid clubs. Got it?
Uh-huh.
Come on, partner. The cards are all dealt.
Both of the men in my life are in love with another woman. This is a fate worse than death. One club.
I pass.
One heart. What do you bid, Fifi?
Let me see.
What's that on your finger, Fifi?
A mole.
A mole. That's the first square-cut mole I've ever seen. I was talking about the stone in your ring. It's beautiful.
Say, it's as big as an elk's tooth.
Elks. 2 clubs.
Fifi, move your head over here so I can get my lips close to your ear.
You want to whisper something?
No, I want to use it for a bean shooter. Remember the ring? Not clubs, diamonds.
Just a minute, two louse.
Hey, wait, that's too loose. Pause there, friend.
I got it. Nevertheless, my friends, you're cheating. Take that.
Please, help! He killed Henry. He's dead.
Oh, well, he had a rotten hand anyway.
Open in the name of the law. Yeah. What goes on in here?
Hello, Daddy.
Stick to the script. Has there been shooting in here?
Yes.
Pablo, you must be more quiet. The neighbors are complaining. Bonsoir.
Hey, wait a minute, officer. You can't do this to me. I just shot this man. You've got to take me to prison.
Pardon, I am not going that way.
Wait, look. The corpse has on a false mustache.
The mustache, I will rip him off.
Ouch, give me back my upper lip.
Voila! It is Gentleman Joe, the diamond thief. There is a reward for him.
What, he gets a reward for being a diamond thief?
The reward is yours, Charmaine, for discovering him. 50,000 francs.
Yeah, man. Vive la France.
Charmaine, darling, all of a sudden I realize that it is you that I love. Come, let me put my arms around you and the money.
Darling.
Oh, what is to become of me? One of my sweethearts is dead, and the other has deserted me. Oh, cruel fate. There's only one thing left for me now. Oh, gendarme.
Oui, mademoiselle?
What are you doing tonight, Kitty?
Thank you, Fanny Bright, Bob Hope, Martha Ray, Hanley Stafford, and Oscar Bradley for a swell Screen Guild show. We'll see you all again next week. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting another program in this series of reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Kay Francis, Leslie Howard, Mary Nash and Irving Pitchell, Morgan Wallace and Virginia Weidler, the music of Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another of the Motion Picture Star's own program, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. Last week it was a review. Next week, a variety show starring Bob Burns, Edna May Oliver, the Bryan sisters, Warren Heimer, George Raft, and Virginia Verrill. Be written by Duke Atterbury and directed by Busby Berkeley. Tonight, we present a drama, Never in This World, directed by Sidney Franklin and written by Stephen Morehouse Avery, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. Tonight's play, Never in This World, is a fantasy, a strange story of a child who lives in an enchanted world created for her by her father. The child, Susan, is played by Virginia Weidler. Her father, Paul Dodd, is enacted by Leslie Howard. And Kay Francis is Martha Sheldon, the woman who comes to live next door. It is mid-afternoon of a day in late June. By a stone wall bordering a winding Connecticut road, Paul Dodd awaits his daughter, Susan, age 5, who runs down the hill to meet him.
Susan, how many times
He
have
went
I
over
told
the
you?
hill.
Ah, but you mustn't climb hills, no run,
It
darling.
was the Clover Fairy. He was riding a yellow butterfly.
You know, if I told the doctor you disobeyed him, he'd be very disappointed in you,
I
Susan.
forgot.
Please don't tell him. I won't run again.
Promise? Word of honor?
Yes.
All right. Now come over here and sit down in the shade and rest. I've got something to show you. Quiet, Tinkle. It isn't good manners to shout that way.
What's he saying, Paul?
The elves are planning to dance in the moonlight tonight.
But Tommy Stonehouse said there aren't any elves.
You mustn't play with Tommy or any of the other children. Tinkle's much better company.
I guess so. But I wish I understood dog words.
You'll pick it up in no time at all if you'll eat a few of these every day.
Gumdrops? Where did you get them?
Off the gumdrop tree, of course.
But there weren't any on it this morning.
Now, look here. Have you been climbing after what you promised the doctor?
No, I didn't climb, Paul. I just looked.
Here, have a strawberry pink one. Open your mouth. Good?
Mmm.
Tell me, what did you see from the top of the hill?
Something shiny, way off. Maybe it's the palace of the Silver Prince.
Perhaps.
When will he send for me?
Not for a long time, I hope.
Are you coming with me to his magic city?
Yes, I'll take you there, darling. Only I can't enter the palace until I've been summoned.
But maybe the prince won't want me. Maybe his godmother won't like me when she comes to call.
Oh, what nonsense. How could she help but love you?
When do you suppose she'll be here?
Well, that's difficult to say.
How will we know she's the godmother?
Well, she'll be announced by silver trumpets. And then down this very road will come rolling a great shining chariot, driven by a Nubian slave.
And the godmother? She'll be beautiful?
Oh, she'll be very beautiful, very regal. She'll be wearing a robe studded with...
Paul!
Yes?
Did you hear? Trumpets! Trumpets, and look! A great shining chariot!
Susan, you mustn't get so excited.
It's coming right down this road. It's the godmother!
No, it couldn't be, Susan.
But it must be. See? There's the Nubian slave driving.
Now, Susan, darling, please.
Only he's stopping next door. Call to him. Tell him this is our house.
No, we mustn't, Susan.
But why?
Well, because the godmother may not wish to be recognized.
But, Paul...
No. We mustn't let on we've even seen her until she deigns to notice us. Look, she's stepping down from her carriage, not even glancing our way.
Did you ever see so many boxes and bags? She's going to stay, Paul. She's going to live right next door.
Yes, I guess she is, darling, but you must promise to stay on our side of the hedge. You mustn't bother her.
I won't, Paul.
Oh, come on, darling. Now you've tired yourself out. Now I'll have to carry you into bed.
I'm really disappointed, Martha. I came up here to Connecticut hoping to find you reconciled.
To what, Charles? Being labeled a has-been by the hidebound, one-sided notices of so-called music critics?
Their criticisms weren't malicious, Martha. If they had been, I, as your manager, would have been the first to resent them.
Well, suppose I did give a few bad performances. All singers do now and then.
But your spring recitals, my dear. Everyone asking what had happened to Martha Sheldon.
Well, I was tired and sick. When George stopped the car at this gate last week, my holiday started. I'm only waiting till I can go back and prove how wrong those critics are. I'm not finished.
You mean you're going to attempt another recital?
In the fall. I won't accept defeat.
And you forced me to tell you something I hoped I could spare you. Martha, that throat specialist you saw before you came up here.
Yes?
He made some x-rays. I brought the plates. Let me show you. You see here...
No. No, don't. I know what you're going to say.
It's nothing dangerous, and only serious to the extent you'll never sing again.
Charles.
So you see, my dear, you must accept not defeat, but resignation.
But how can I? How can I, Charles?
You're young, beautiful. You have a small fortune.
Yes, I'm young. But my life's over before it's hardly begun.
You have this home, this garden, peace, security, things so many people dream of but never realize.
But I've lost my whole scheme of living.
Believe me, Martha, I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do...
Thank you, Charles. Well, I guess you'd better go now. You're going to catch your train.
Yes. Goodbye, Martha.
Goodbye, Charles. George will take you to the station.
No, I'll walk. Don't have much chance for that in the city. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, you just come along with me.
I didn't do anything.
Yes, you was doing something. You was speaking. I see you.
I was trying to get Tinkle. He ran through the head.
I'm going to take you right to Miss Sheldon.
Oh, please don't tell the godmother.
The godmother?
So, what are you talking about? Oh, Miss Sheldon.
What's the matter, George?
This here child was peeking through the hedge.
It was only a minute. Don't be angry, Godmother.
Godmother? Well, what do you mean?
Oh, I didn't mean to let on I knew you. But I won't tell anyone. I promise, Godmother.
Oh, you mean that you think I'm your godmother?
Oh, no. Only the Silver Prince could have as beautiful a one as you.
She's crazy, Miss Sheldon. Hey, you look here. You get along home now.
Wait a minute, George. What's your name, child?
Susan. Susan Dodd.
And where do you live?
Next door with Paul.
Who's Paul? The little boy you play this game with?
No. Paul's my father. He's told me all about the Silver Prince.
He also told you that I was the prince's godmother?
Yes. He watched you drive up in your chariot last week.
We didn't come in no chariot.
Oh.
It might have been, George.
How is the prince? Is he sick? Is that why you've been crying?
Oh, no. That wasn't the reason, Susan. The prince is quite well.
Is he at the Magic City with the shining towers?
With the... Why, yes.
Oh, I'll have to go.
Is that your mother?
No, I haven't any mother. Just Paul. Goodbye. Goodbye, Godmother.
Goodbye, Susan.
Well, I declare. Ain't she the funniest child, Miss Sheldon? You just ought to hear what the folks in town say about her and her father.
Yes. Yes, I can imagine.
He don't let her run or play with none of the other children. She must be sick or something. And he fill up her head with that silly talk.
I wonder if she'll come back.
No, ma'am. I tell her to keep on her own side of the head.
Well, don't tell her anything, George. If she wants to come here, let her come.
But Miss Sheldon...
I've been banished, George. And since I'm going to stay here, I'll need enchantments, magic cities with shining towers. I wonder what Charles will say when he finds out that I'm a godmother. A godmother of a Silver Prince.
Susan, did you see the hummingbird's nest in the lilacs? Oh, yes? Who are you?
I'm Martha Sheldon. I live next door. Are you Susan's father? She's told me so much about
Where
you.
is Susan?
Upstairs. She went to put on the dress she'll wear when she goes to visit the prince. She insisted that I must see her.
Well, I'm sorry she presumed on your time. It shan't happen again.
Oh, we become fast friends. She visits me every afternoon.
From now on, I'll see to it the child doesn't annoy you, Miss Sheldon.
Annoy me? Why, I love having her.
Would you mind leaving before she comes down? I'll explain to her that you couldn't wait.
You mean you're asking me to leave?
I'm asking you to leave us alone. Susan and I want no visitors.
You make yourself very plain, Mr. Dodd. And quite as the townspeople say, discourteous and bad-tempered.
Good day, Miss Sheldon.
Good day, Mr. Dodd.
We were so excited when we heard you taking this house, Miss Sheldon. Our club has been most anxious to invite you to one of our regular Tuesday meetings. But as president, I put my foot down and refused to come here and bother you until I was absolutely certain that you were settled.
Most thoughtful of you, Mrs. Stonehouse.
Well, I try to always put myself in the other person's place. We have a small club, but very select, Miss Sheldon. Only the very best people. And we thought you might address us on the trends of modern music. Our next meeting is Tuesday, and we'd like to... Is that the godchild?
Yes, I believe so. Why?
You mean to say you allow her?
Grandmother, look!
About the Tuesday meeting, Miss Sheldon.
I just found its feather. It's as blue as anything.
I'm talking to Miss Sheldon, dear. The ladies will be delighted, Miss
You
Sheldon.
suppose it came from the cap of your messenger to the prince?
Haven't you any manners, child?
It's a beautiful feather, Susan. And I'm sure the messenger lost it.
Do you think you want it back?
No, he must have a new one by now. You can keep this one.
Can I really? He won't mind?
Of course not. Now run along and
Look,
play...
Mrs. Stonehouse. Isn't it beautiful?
You've had no raising at all, breaking in without as much as a by your leave, and all over a blue jay's feather.
A blue jay? Oh, no. It's from the cap of the...
I say it's a blue jay's feather.
Please, Mrs. Stonehouse.
I declare it's a shame and a disgrace the way her head's been filled with this foolishness. Who is this messenger you're talking about?
The messenger to the Silver Prince in the Magic City.
Nonsense. There is no Silver Prince, and there is no Magic City.
There is. There are. You've seen them, haven't you, Godmother? They're real. There.
Susan.
What's the matter with the child?
Please go, Mrs. Stonehouse.
Why, she's fainted.
Susan. Susan!
curtain has just fallen on the first act of our play, Never in This World, written by Stephen Morehouse Avery and directed by Sidney Franklin. And now, here's John Conte.
Thank you, George. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could go along with you the next time you take a drive in your car. Then I could easily prove to you under actual driving conditions how quickly and completely Gulf no-NOx ethyl gasoline ends those annoying motor knocks. You probably hear motor knocks in your car often enough when you're pulling up a steep hill or when you accelerate suddenly on the level. Well, I'd like to be along and show you what happens when you stop and buy a tank full of Gulf no-NOx. You can drive the same hill again at the same speed without hearing the same annoying pinging sound. You benefit by this smoother, quieter performance the very first day. And in the long run, you'll probably save money on upkeep expenses. So, even if I can't be with you in person, I'd like to suggest right now that you drive in at the sign of the orange disc tomorrow and try just one tankful of Gulf no-NOx gasoline.
Now the curtain is about to rise on the second act of our Gulf Screen Guild play, Never in This World, starring Kay Francis, Leslie Howard, Mary Nash, Virginia Weidler, Irving Pitchell, and Morgan Wallace.
Doctor. Susan? She's here, Mr. Dodd. How is she?
She'll be all right this time, Mr. Dodd. Thanks to Miss Sheldon getting her here in time. Excuse me. I'll see how she's resting.
I don't know how to thank you, Miss Sheldon.
Well, she came through the hedge. Mrs. Stonehouse talked to her, and I didn't know how ill she was until the doctor told me.
I've always been afraid of this, that something might happen while I was away.
I understand now why you've been keeping her from the townspeople, Mr. Dodd.
Yes, I should have explained to you that day instead of asking you to leave. You see, 3 years ago, she was desperately ill. Scarlet fever. Left her with a bad heart.
Yes, the doctor told me.
You see, it was only a matter of a few years, 3 or 4, until her heart would give out. It seemed so cruel. Then it came to me that perhaps in her few years I could crowd all the happiness that you and I and the rest of the world have given to us in our lifetimes. So far, I've bungled nearly everything in my life. But I can't bungle this. I bought this farm where we could be away from people, and I've tried to create for her a perfect child's world. A world where everything is enchanted.
She calls me the godmother of the Silver Prince.
Yes, you see, I've tried to prepare her for the time when she must leave me. There'll be no sadness, no fear, because she believes she goes to the magic city to marry the prince and live happily ever after. Of course, perhaps that's all wrong.
No, it can't be.
No, but suppose something happens before that time, such as happened today. What can I do, Miss Sheldon? How can I protect her?
Will you let me help you? There's such a little time left.
Did the doctor say how long?
A month, perhaps.
Only a month. And it must be the happiest month the child ever had. 30 pages of enchantment to end a fairy tale. Yes, I'll want your help, Miss Sheldon. I believe we can do it together.
Oh, isn't it high? This must be the biggest hill in the whole world.
There you are, darling. Your two-legged horse is all out of breath. Now, you sit there while I go back and help with the blankets and umbrella. And you stay with her, Tinkle. No more rabbit chasing. Here, wait a minute, Martha. Let me carry that.
It isn't heavy, Paul.
Look, Tinkle. See way over there? That's the cliff where the Silver Prince killed the dragon. And way over there is the Pool of the Elves. And that's the shining highway, Tinkle. The highway. It goes.
I haven't climbed hills for years, Paul. Not since I went to boarding school and wore my hair in pigtails.
Well, that couldn't have been later than yesterday, Martha. Susan. Susan, darling.
Yes. Yes, Paul. I guess I almost went to sleep.
Well, then you better have a nap. See, I'll spread the blanket here in the shade. How's that?
And my coat for a cover, my sweet.
Paul, tell me about the Magic City again. When will we go there?
Soon. So very soon now, darling.
Paul,
Remember what we said. No tears, no grief.
how will we go to the Magic City?
In Godmother's chariot, darling.
Yes. Yes, and you'll wear your white dress. And as we drive down the street, 30,000,000 people will stop to watch us go by.
Trumpets will announce our arrival. And out on the balcony will come the Silver Prince himself. He'll throw a wreath of flowers for you to catch. You'll be his princess. Susan.
Oh, Paul. Paul, the time's so short.
Let's not even think about it.
It's been such a wonderful month. I almost believe the three of us have been enchanted. I know I must be under some kind of spell because the things that I thought important seem so very far away.
Yes, but our enchantment may end any day, any hour.
Must it, Paul?
Well, how can we keep it without her?
You've changed, too, just as I have. You'll never go back to being the failure you told me about.
Oh, I hope you're right. Listen.
Music.
They're setting up the merry-go-round at the park for the picnic tomorrow.
Do you think it's wise to take Susan?
She wanted so much to go.
And we'll have to watch that she doesn't get too tired. There'll be so much excitement, and the people, the games, the entertainment.
And, of course, the merry-go-round.
I declare. Isn't that the Dodds at the next table, Mrs. Trout? It certainly is, Mrs. Stonehouse, and Miss Sheldon. Seems to me if he's so particular about keeping the child away from other children, he'd be too particular to bring her to our picnic. Go away, go away.
Come here, Tinkle. Come here. I'll tell the Silver Prince.
The Silver Prince. It's a shame and a disgrace the way Dodd fills that child's head with crazy talk. Get away, dog. Or I'll take a stick to you.
Tinkle, come out in front of the table.
Why don't you leave that dog at home where he belongs? Get away, you dirty little beast.
Stop! Don't do it, Tinkle. You're hurting him. Tinkle! You're hurting. Paul!
What's the matter with the child? Get some water.
I'll take care of her. You've done enough. Susan, darling.
Paul, is she?
Come on. We're going home. How long, Doctor?
She may last till morning. There's nothing more I can do, Mr. Dodd.
Yes, I know. I know, Doctor.
I'm sorry. Very sorry. Good night.
Good night.
Oh.
Yes? Yes, Martha.
What did he say?
Till morning. Martha, I'm going to take her to the Magic City. Susan.
Yes? Yes, Paul?
Susan, it's time. It's time to start for the Magic City.
You mean to see the prince?
Yes, it's a long way. We must travel fast.
You'll take me?
Yes, didn't I promise?
And Godmother?
Of course, my Susan.
My white dress? And my slippers?
I'll dress you now.
Tinkle? Can he go?
Oh, yes, of course. He'd want to know where his mistress has gone.
Why are you crying, Godmother?
Because I'm so happy for you, darling. Because you're going to be a princess.
Come, darling. We must hurry. And the prince's army will be there to greet us in full uniform, clearing our way through the crowd to the palace. Some will ride ahead on fiery steeds, opening a path to the avenue.
Telegram for you from Bridgeport, Inspector. Thanks. Here, give this to Captain O'Brien. See that it's carried out. A motorcycle escort? Arthur Sheldon's car is to be met at the Parkway and cleared to the Carlton Towers. But why, Inspector? He doesn't give a reason, but if Martha Sheldon wants a police escort, she rates one. Go ahead, put it through.
And then as our carriage stops outside the great palace of the shining towers, The Silver Prince will be on the balcony. He'll have flowers to give you, telling all the Magic City that you, and you alone, are his princess.
What's that, Jordan? Telegram for Martha Sheldon from Stamford, Mr. Griggs. For Martha? What does she say? She wants a man in a silver costume with a wreath of flowers on the balcony of the Carlton Tower, sir.
A what?
That must be a joke, Mr. Griggs.
Perhaps, but if Martha wants it, she gets it. Get a theatrical agency on the telephone.
Darling, wake up.
What for?
We're here, Susan. We're in the Magic City.
This is the great avenue that leads to the palace.
The palace of the prince?
It's barely morning, and yet the city's awake to see you.
Isn't it big? Isn't it beautiful?
See, rising over there against the morning are great stone battlements.
They're so high. They touch the clouds.
And here's the great plaza, where Prometheus was bewitched and turned into a golden statue.
I never dreamed it would be so wonderful.
Is it as fine as I told you, darling?
Yes. Oh, yes, Paul. Only there's so much to see. And all the chariots.
Everyone's come to see you, Susan. Wave to them.
But how will we find the palace of the Silver Prince?
There. Just ahead, darling. See?
The high towers?
The highest towers in all the Magic City. See how they catch the sun?
Yes. Yes, I see, Paul.
Susan. Quickly, oh, quickly, Paul.
Just one moment more. Just one little moment more.
Susan. See, there on the balcony. Look, my Susan.
The prince. The Silver Prince. He is waiting. Isn't he, Godmother?
Yes, my darling. And he has the flowers.
But he doesn't see me, Godmother. The prince doesn't.
The trumpets, Paul. Quickly, the trumpets.
He's looking down. He's smiling.
Wave to him, Susan.
He sees you, darling. Look, he's tossing the flowers.
He's chosen you, my sweet angel. Now, you're a princess.
Yes. A princess. Princess of the Magic City. Oh, shiny.
Susan.
Darling. Goodbye, my princess.
Now there's no more magic.
But there must be, Martha.
The spell we cast for her is ended.
But the spell she cast for us, we'll keep forever.
We could do it, Paul. We can do it.
Martha, we will do it.
Thank you, Kay Francis, Leslie Howard, Virginia Weidler, Mary Nash, Irving Fitchell, and Morgan Wallace. In just a moment, Leslie Howard will return. But now, a word from John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at those house plans that are published every now and then in the newspapers and magazines, do you ever stop to think about the fact that nowadays, every single one of them includes a garage? Now, that's just another proof of the fact that your automobile is now an established part of your everyday life, no matter where you live. And that means that your neighborhood good Gulf dealer, by helping you care for your car, can be a big help in making your life simpler and easier. Let him take over the routine job of checking your radiator, your tires, your motor oil. And to keep your motor running quietly and efficiently, let him fill your tank with that Gulf no-NOx ethyl gasoline that we mentioned earlier in the program. Your good Gulf dealer takes a real personal responsibility for giving your car the best possible care. Next time, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Leslie Howard.
Thank you, George. And speaking for my fellow players and myself, I want to express our thanks for presenting us with the opportunity of doing our part for such a very worthy cause, the Motion Picture Relief Fund.
Thank you very much, Leslie. It was nice of you to come. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, same time, the same station. The good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show. Review, starring Bob Burns, Edna Mae Oliver, the Bryan sisters, Warren Heimer, George Raft, and Virginia Barrow. Be written by Duke Atterbury and directed by Busby Berkeley. We are grateful to RKO Studios for Miss Kay Francis, who can be seen in Memory of Love, for Leslie Howard, who is to be seen in The Man Who Lost Himself, and for Virginia Weidler, now appearing in The Great Man Votes. This is George Murphy saying good night. Thank you to the Motion Picture Industry.
Danny Bryce appeared on this program last week through the courtesy of MGM and the Maxwell House Good News program. We are grateful also to Pepsodent and Paramount for Bob Hope and to Lifebuoy and Paramount for Martha Ray. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting another program in this series of reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. Written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in Hollywood for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Tonight, it's a review written by Duke Atterbury and directed by Busby Berkeley. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Bob Burns and Warren Heimer, Polly Moran and George Raft, Virginia Barrow and the Bryan sisters, the music of Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. We're going to start the show today with one of my closest friends, the fellow that I've admired for some time. Here he comes now. I want you to meet George Murphy. Oh, that's enough. Thank you very much, George, and thank you, fellas, and thanks for that nice introduction. Oh, that's all right, Murph. What are you going to do for us? Well, if Oscar will help me out, I'd like to sing All God's Children Got Rhythm. All God's children got rhythm. All God's children got swing. Maybe haven't got money, maybe haven't got shoes, but all God's children got rhythm for to drive away their blues. All God's children got trouble. Trouble don't mean a thing. When they start to go ho-ho-ho-de-do, troubles drown to go away. Say, all God's children got swing. Chillin', listen to me. This is my philosophy, to see me through the day, to scare my cares away. That's what's known as the sound of A. Now you turn to the leader and he starts to play. And that is the hymn for the judgment day. All God's children got rhythm. All God's children got swing. Maybe haven't got money, maybe haven't got shoes, but all God's children got rhythm for to chase away their blues away. Yes, all God's children got trouble. Trouble don't mean a thing. When they start to go ho-ho-ho-de-do, trouble's bound to go away. All God's children got swing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Oscar Bradley. I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh, George.
It's George Raft.
Look, George, I don't want to start anything, but I heard we were going to do a sketch later in the program. I don't have to play a gangster, do I?
You mean one of those awful gangsters? No, nothing like that. But what's the matter, Butch? You getting gun-shy?
Oh, it's not that, but this being a gangster all the time has kind of got me. Why, the other night I was dreaming that 10 mugs were after me. I fought them tooth and nail, but they finally got me cornered. There I was with my back to the wall with 10 guns pointing straight at me.
Oh, that was terrible, George. Why didn't you wake up?
What, let those mugs think I was a coward?
Well, I think I see what you mean, George, but you won't have to worry about that in our sketch. There's not a gangster within gunshot.
Oh, that's swell, George. You know, my dramatic coach will be glad to hear that.
Your dramatic coach?
Yeah, I hired a tutor to instruct me in the drama. He's right outside. Oh, Professor Heimer.
Wait a minute. Professor Heimer?
Yeah, Warren Heimer. Oh, Professor, I'd like you to meet George Murphy.
Charmed, I'm sure.
How do you do, Professor? So, you were George Raff's tutor, eh?
Yeah, them screwballs at the studio was making a slug-nutty bum out of him. So he called me in on the job to line out some of the finer points of histrionicism.
Well, you sound like just the man.
Yes, right now he's teaching me Shakespeare.
Tut, tut, tut. Not teaching, it's teaching. Let me hear them pear-shaped tones.
Okay. Teaching. As I was saying, he's teaching me Shakespeare in pantomime.
Yeah, pantomime. Now, there's a guy who can really write.
Now, wait a minute. Don't you know that pantomime is acting?
No kidding. I thought he was dead.
No, George. Pantomime is acting without saying anything.
Lost his voice, huh? Poor old guy.
Never mind. Skip it.
Yeah, you can't argue with Heimer. He told the studio off this morning. They wanted me to play an Italian gangster, but he said no.
So what do you think they said? All right, we'll make him a thespian. So I said no again.
Yes, sir. They couldn't fool him just by changing the nationality.
A very wise man. You sure picked yourself a coach, George.
Hey, George, let's give him a hunk of Romeo and Juliet.
Okay. Professor Heimer wrote a special short version of Romeo and Juliet. And take it from me, it's got everything that Shakespeare's had.
Okay, George, let's go.
Okay.
I'm Juliet.
Mm-hmm.
Romeo! Oh, Romeo, where are you, kid?
I'm Romeo. Should I speak now or stand here and catch my death of cold? Oh, hello, Juliet. What are you doing out on the balcony at this time of night?
Waiting for you, you dope. Shimmy up the trellis and we'll pitch a little woo.
Okay. Here I come. Here I am, honey.
Now, I'm Juliet's old man.
Now, wait a minute. I'm the old man.
I said I'm the old man.
Now, listen, you.
What?
Look, you're the old man.
Okay. What are you doing out there with my daughter? Hey, what are you doing out there with my daughter? And why don't you answer me?
Oh, I'm mad and I don't want to play.
Oh, come on. Will you play if I let you be the old man?
Yes.
Okay. You're the old man.
It's about time, you big palooka.
Oh, yeah, I got a good mind to slug you.
Wait a minute. You wouldn't hit an old man, would you?
Oh, all right. Get on with the play or I won't learn you nothing no more.
Okay. I'm Juliet's old man. What are you doing out there with my daughter?
I'm Juliet. Nothing, Father. We're looking at the moon.
No Montague is going around with my daughter. I'll shoot the both of you.
No.
Take this.
I'm Romeo. You got me.
I'm Juliet. Me too.
Me too?
Hello? I'll get it, George. Hello?
William Shakespeare calling the Screen Guild show.
William Shakespeare? Put him on.
Go ahead, Mr. Shakespeare.
Any similarity between this play and Romeo and Juliet is purely coincidental.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Bryan sisters. Those three little girls who made such a big hit singing in the RKO picture Love Affair with Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer. Hello, girls.
Hello, Mr. Murphy.
What are you going to sing, kids?
Tom, Tom, the Piper's son.
Okay, grab that tune and away you run.
Tom, Tom, oh, Tommy. Tom, Tom, oh, Tommy. La-da-dee, ba-ba-da-ta-da-dee, la-da-dee-la-da-da. Tom, Tom, the Piper's son. He plays trumpet and he has fun, and he gets fan mail by the ton. Tom, Tom, the papa's son. Tom, Tom, he joined the band, packed his trumpet and to the land. He always gets a great big hand. Tom, Tom is simply grand. He can use his horn with an ear of corn. There ain't nobody born who can play that jazz as razzmatazz. Tom, Tom, the papa's son. He plays trumpet and he has fun. There's lots of trumpet, but only one. Tom, Tom, the papa's son. In the village back in my hometown was the papa with a son named Tommy. He taught the kid cornet, but the corniest yet. Tommy didn't show a bit of promise, but he kept rehearsing and rehearsing. Now he is a very famous person. Tom, Tom, Tommy, the papa's son. He plays trumpet and he has fun. He gets their mail by the ton. They call him Tommy, the papa's son. Tom, Tom, Tommy, he joined the band, packed his trumpet and to the land. He always gets a great big hand. Tom, Tom, simply grand. He can mute his horn with an ear of corn. There ain't nobody born. Beat it, but up, that beat the horn. Tom, Tom, the papa's son. He plays trumpet and he has fun. Dee-da-do, dee-da-do, dee-da-da-da. Dee-da-do, dee-da-do, dee-da-ho-ho. Tommy the papa's son.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you ever notice how often it's the little easy jobs that get put off from day to day? You just don't think of them at the right time. Well, there's no need for that to happen in the case of your regular spring motor oil change. The right time to think of doing that is the very next time you're at your Good Gulf station. And your Good Gulf dealer has put out a big Do It Now sign to help you remember. Your winter oil is probably dirty and worn out anyway, and it may be a bit low, too. So don't delay a single day longer. Drive into your Good Gulf dealers tomorrow and refill with the correct seasonal grade of Gulf Pride motor oil. The sooner you change to Gulf Pride, the sooner you'll be sure that your motor is protected against costly wear and tear. Gulf Pride motor oil is so good that it actually saves you money.
And now little Oscar Bradley makes a grand entrance riding side saddle on a termite as he and the boys gang up on Gotta Get Some Shut-Eye. Get it, Oscar? Get it, boys? Get it. Thank you, Oscar Bradley. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the first citizen of Van Buren, Arkansas. And the Screen Guild show's first Robin of Spring, Robin Burns.
Well, thank you, folks, and thank you, George. That's one of the nicest things about spring. It brings you such pretty things. You know, spring brings you flowers, and it brings you birds, and it brings all that beautiful poetry about spring. I believe if anybody's got any poetry in his soul at all, the spring will bring it out. But I believe the prettiest piece of poetry I ever heard about spring was written by my poetic uncle. That's my Uncle Oliver Wendell Hink. He wrote that song. He just poured his heart out in it, and I've been doing it every spring over where I work. Of course, I can't tell you where that is because we're not supposed to plug anything. I told him, I said, don't worry about me. I'm just a simple, artless country boy, and I couldn't do anything crafty. So, that ain't near as cute as I thought it was going to be. But anyhow, I just want you people to listen to this piece of poetry my uncle wrote and see if you can't just feel the fragrance of that fluttering spring in that piece of poetry. Just close your eyes and just listen to the words of this poetry. It goes, spring has came and winter has went, and it ain't no accident. The birds have flew as you have saw, for it's spring in Arkansas. Now, can't you just smell the fragrance of spring in that? Don't tell me you didn't smell something. But it takes a man that loves nature to write stuff like that. And that's the way my Uncle Hink was. I remember I went back to his house in the mountains one time, and I noticed that he didn't have any roof on his house. And I says, Uncle Hink, why in the world don't you put a roof on the house? And he says, well, Robin, a roof shuts out so many of the beauties of nature. He says, me and my whole family just like to lie on our backs on the floor and look up at the sky and see the fleecy clouds drifting across the lazy sky. And he says, once in a while, a little bird will flit across the open spaces. And he says, at night, we like to lie on our backs and look up at the pretty stars. And I says, yeah, that's all right when the weather's pretty to lie on your back and look up. But what do you do when it rains? He says, well, when it rains, we all lie on our stomachs. But, I said, the thing about him that I admire, he's not selfish. He likes to share the beauties with other people. And I told him, I said, you must be awful disappointed when the clouds shut out the beauties of nature like that for your family. He says, but Robin, he says, the most bitter disappointment I ever had in my life, he says, was when I was a soldier in the Army. And he says, we was camped on a hilltop, and one night I was just lying on my back there looking up at the stars, and they looked so pretty you could almost reach out and get them. And he says, I didn't want to see it all by myself, so I thought I'd wake the other boys up, and I nudged them. I said, boys, get up and look at them pretty stars. And says the other soldier just kind of grunted and turned over and went to sleep. And he says, then I laid on my back and looked up, and I was just about to lose myself in the beauties of the skies again when a lonely skunk walked into camp. And he says, I looked around at them other soldiers, and there they was snoring in vulgar sleep. And he says, Robin, I had to lay there and smell that all by myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob Burns. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, one of Hollywood's brightest singing stars, a young lady who has thrilled us all with her glorious voice, Miss Virginia Verrill. Tonight she sings Paris in the Spring.
Paris in the spring, la 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 la. Love is in the air, la 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 la. Life's a love affair, and every pair of arms a rendezvous for two. Paris in the spring, la 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 la. Hearts begin to dance, la 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 la. And in every glance you'll find an invitation to romance. You must fall. You simply can't evade love. The moon is there to aid love. Find someone you can call your own. You're to blame if you're alone. It's grand, it's new. It's me, it's you. Every beating heart becomes a part of Paris in the spring. les fruits sont verts encore, les mignonnettes et les violettes restent plus belles encore. L'hiver a pris, je sens une brise parmi les feuilles vertes, c'est le joyeux mois de mai. Il nous dit qu'il faut s'aimer, c'est vous, mon Paris, c'est vous, Paris in the spring. Hearts begin to dance, and in every glance you'll find an invitation to romance. You must fall, you simply can't evade love. The moon is there to aid love. Find someone you can call your own. You're to blame if you're alone. It's grand, it's new, it's me and it's you. Every beating heart becomes a part of Paris in the spring.
Thank you, Virginia. That was swell. What a grand girl and what a grand voice. Wonderful. Thank you, Virginia Verrill. That was grand. In just a minute, our cast will give you their version of a wild and woolly Western melodrama. But first, a word from John Conte.
Thank you, George. Ladies and gentlemen, when you move from one home to another, or when you change your old automobile for a new one, you naturally try to make it a change for the better. Well, in somewhat the same way, when you change your worn-out winter motor oil for fresh oil of the right grade for this time of year, better change to Gulf Pride motor oil. Gulf Pride is different from all other motor oils. It's made differently, refined from 100% Pennsylvania crude, not by conventional methods alone, but also by the patented Alchlor process that only Gulf can use. This Alchlor process removes still more waste. That's why Gulf Pride forms so little carbon, why it fights sludge formation, why it's so tough, so durable, and therefore so economical. So better make your regular spring oil change right now. And make it a change to Gulf Pride, the premium oil that saves you money.
Ladies and gentlemen, this season, Hollywood has been making one Western picture after another. So tonight, the Gulf Screen Guild presents its own Western entitled The Wide Open Spaces, or Two Gum Sam. Our version stars Bob Burns, Polly Moran, George Raft, and Warren Heimer. The action takes place in the little black schoolhouse. You see, business has been so good, they took it out of the red. As the scene opens, Polly Moran, the teacher, is instructing the future pioneers of the West.
Attention, children! Attention! We'll skip our usual spelling lesson and begin the day with our drawing lesson. Ready? 1, 2, 3, draw. Very good, kiddies. Albert, pick me up. And now we'll have our arithmetic lesson. Ferdinand Murphy? Ferdinand? Yes, teacher. Ferdinand, stop hitting Mary over the head with Elmer.
Oh, shucks, I want to go home.
No, it's only 1 o'clock, and nobody leaves this room until 3. Who is it?
It's me, your sweetheart, your lover.
Class is dismissed.
Hello, honey.
Hello, Two Gums. Pick me up.
Gee, it's sure good to see you again, gal. Can I come in?
Yes, but what's all that hay doing on the porch?
That ain't hay, gal. I wiped my foot on the doormat and forgot to take my spurs off.
You shouldn't have come back, Sam. The sheriff is out to get you, dead or alive.
I know it, gal. I ain't going to hide in them there scary mountains no more. What a night I put in. The moon was hardly visible through the clouds, and I lay there. It crouched behind the sagebrush and just trembled all night. All night long I could see your face in front of me. Gosh, it was awful. Then and there, gal, I made up my mind to live according to law and order.
Oh, Sam, I could kiss you for saying that. pucker up.
Now, just a minute, gal.
Don't try to talk me out of it, Sam.
Now, hold on there.
Don't worry, I will.
Okay, here's your kiss.
Wow! How did you learn to pucker up like that?
When I was a kid, I used to like to blow up hot water bottles. Well, now I reckon I'll have to talk to the sheriff and get myself an honest job.
Kiss me goodbye, Gummy.
You mean if I leave you here, I have to kiss you goodbye?
Yes.
Well, in that case, you better come along. Get your hat, gal. Come in. Well, Coyote Edgar, what do you want?
You tell him, Butch. I ain't got the heart.
Sam, we came to tell you your father was the victim of acute thrombosis by strangulation of the medulla oblongata.
Now, wait a minute. What do you mean?
Say, it's tough enough reading this without knowing what it means.
Tell me about it, Edgar. Tell me the whole story.
Well, the gang took your pa out of jail and dropped him off the courthouse balcony. But I threw a rope around him just in time.
What do you mean, just in time?
If I hadn't thrown that rope around your pa's neck when he fell, he would have broke his leg, sure as plum.
So now my paw's hung, huh? Doggone it, that makes my heart as heavy as a bucket of hog liver. Coyote Edgar, I'll get you for this.
Hold on, Butch. I'm getting out of here.
Out of my way. I'm going after him.
Okay, here's your horse, Sam.
Quick, gal, give me a boost. I'm off. Give me another boost. Both together now. Heave.
Boy, look at that horse run.
Never mind the horse. Help me off of this tree.
In spite of many obstacles, Two Gum Sam manages to arrive at the Golden Nugget Cafe.
Ho, ho, boy. Quiet, Ecstasy. If Coyote Edgar's in that Golden Nugget Cafe, I want to surprise him. Well, here I go. Quiet, everybody. Now, I ain't looking for no trouble except with Coyote Edgar.
Here I am. You ain't bluffing anyone, Two Gum. I ain't afraid of you.
You ain't afraid of me, huh?
No.
Then what are you doing under that table?
I'm talking to a midget.
I should shoot you like a dog, Edgar, but I know I've got the advantage over you, and I like to be fair. We'll stand back to back, and you walk 10 steps and draw, and I'll walk 12 steps and draw.
But wait a minute, I haven't got a gun.
I said I like to be fair. That's why I'm penalizing myself 2 steps.
That ain't fair, and you know it.
Well, how about 4 steps?
Big ones?
You drive a hard bargain, Edgar.
Wait! Stop this duel. Coyote Edgar, Two Gun Sam is the man I'm going to marry.
Then I won't shoot him.
Why not?
You're my enemy, Sam, and I ain't doing you no favors.
I didn't hear what you said, but if you say it again, I'll break your arm. And just for that, you can go on with the duel.
Well, thanks.
But remember, play fair and square. Now stand back to back. Take 10 steps as I count. Then turn around and fire.
Okay, let's go.
Stand back, everybody. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He got me.
Well, guess I'll be going.
Wait a minute, Edgar. You didn't play fair.
Oh, I did, too.
Then why did you shoot at 5? You were supposed to take 10 steps.
I did. I hopped with both feet, and 5 times 2 is 10. Nah.
Oh, I'm dying.
Two Gum, speak to me.
It's no use, gal. I'm dying.
If you do, I want to die, too. Here's the gun. Take me with you.
No, gal, my time has come, and I'm going to go alone.
Oh, very well. Kiss me goodbye.
Doggone it, you convinced me again, gal. You can come along, too.
Our thanks to the Bryan sisters, Warren Heimer, Polly Moran, George Raft, and Virginia Verrill for a swell golf screen show.
Oh, say, George, who's going to be on next week?
Well, Bob, it's going to be another review with Joan Bennett, Rosemary Lane, Mickey Rooney, and Rudy Valley and the King's Men.
That sure sounds swell, George. I'll wire my folks back in Van Buren. We'll all be listening in. Good night, George.
Good night, Bob, and thanks very much for coming. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the same time, the same station. The good golf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Gulf Screen Guild show with a review starring Joan Bennett, Rosemary Lane, Mickey Rooney, and Rudy Valley and the King's Men. Until then, this is George Murphy saying thank you for the Gulf Oil Companies and the motion picture industry, and good night.
We are grateful to MGM for George Murphy, to Kraft and Paramount for Bob Burns, now appearing in I'm from Missouri, to Warner Brothers for George Raft, soon to be seen in Each Dawn I Die. Thanks also to The Wonder Show for Virginia Verrill. Billy Burke and Edna Mae Oliver were unable to be with us today because of illness and studio commitments. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good golf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting another program in this series of reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. Written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in Hollywood for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Tonight, it's a review written by Everett Freeman and directed by A. Edward Souther. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show with Joan Bennett, Rosemary Lane, Mickey Rooney, Rudy Valley, the King's Men and Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another Gulf Screen Guild show. Since these shows started last January, it's been my privilege to introduce to you some of the greatest stars in the motion picture industry. And tonight is no exception. For tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies bring you a review starring Joan Bennett, Rosemary Lane, Mickey Rooney, Rudy Valley, and the King's Men. And so on with the show. And our first Screen Guild star for tonight, Rosemary Lane. Ah, Rosemary, you really are a perfect picture. You look as though you had just come from leading the Easter parade.
Thank you, George, but I really got all dressed up to sing with you tonight.
Well, I am flattered. What song shall we sing?
Well, today is Easter.
So they say.
And my music should fit the occasion.
Yes, indeed.
Now, I could sing Easter Parade today.
With very little persuasion.
Yes, but George, that's much too obvious.
Yes, in fact, it's become quite a habit.
Nothing rhymes with obvious, does it?
No, I don't think so. Say, is there a song about a rabbit?
How about lilies and flowers and stuff?
A song for Easter. You know, this problem is tough.
Oh, I know. I'm putting all my eggs in one basket.
Why?
I'm betting everything I've got on you.
Well, that's nice. You know what I'm doing? I'm giving all my love to one baby.
Me?
Yes, and Lord help me if you don't come through.
I've got a great big amount
Joe?
saved up in my love account.
Oh.
Honey, and I've decided love divided in two won't do.
Why, of course not, yeah.
I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. I'm betting everything I've got on you.
You know, Rosemary, gal, you sure are a gambler.
No, George, just confidence. I'm betting you're my lucky seven.
Well, honey, you're fated. My money is on the line. I'm putting all my chips on one number, which goes to show you what your love is worth. I'm dreaming all my dreams of one angel.
Ah, dream it, gal, dream
Sweet
it.
angel, don't you drop me down to earth.
If I should drop you by chance, you should have some old romance waiting for your attention the day I mention we're through, all through.
Oh, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. I
I dropped in.
Would you care to join us in an omelet?
We're putting all our eggs in one basket. We hope you have a happy Easter, too.
Rosemary, you were really great, and pretty, too. You know, I could stand here all day and rave about you, but John Conte can sum it up in just a few words.
Thank you, George. Now, look, Rosemary, you ladies know that quality clothes usually turn out to be more economical in the long run. And you men know that when you buy something for the house, it pays to buy something that will stand up and give real service. Well, that same principle holds when you make your regular spring motor oil change. Change now to Gulf Pride motor oil and see if you don't save money on motoring expenses. Gulf Pride stands up under the toughest kind of use. It gives you really first-rate engine protection. That's why car owners report fewer repair bills and less oil needed between drains when they use Gulf Pride in their cars. You see, Gulf Pride is made differently from all other motor oils. It's refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania crude, not by conventional methods alone, but also by the patented Alchlor process that only Gulf can use. So look for the Do It Now sign outside your good Gulf dealers and change tomorrow to Gulf Pride, the motor oil that works wonders of lubrication in your automobile.
There you are, Rosemary. How was that?
That was beautifully said. I'm going right over in the corner, George, and dream about
Oh, no, wait. Don't wander too far away. We have more to tell you later on. And right now, here comes a little fellow who's one of the biggest stars in Hollywood, Mickey Rooney. Well, Mickey, my friend, I'm glad you dropped in. I wanted to tell you that I saw Huckleberry Finn the other night, and I thought you were great.
Thanks, George. I put everything I had into that character. In fact, now I really feel part Huckleberry Finn.
You do?
Yep. I don't know whether to call myself Huckleberry Rooney or Mickey Finn.
What part of the picture did you enjoy making best?
Well, George, I think the part I liked best was playing hooky from school. We shot the scene over and over, and finally the director said, "Look, Mickey, you're supposed to be playing hooky. Make it real. Give me some realism."
And did you give it to him?
I think so. He's still looking for me. No kidding, George.
That's nice work if you can get away with it.
Don't say it too loud. MGM might hear you. But, George, you're a very fortunate man. Boy, are you a lucky man.
I am?
Yep. I wrote a song, and I'm going to play it for you right now, in person.
But, Mickey...
Oh, no trouble at all, George. Oh, Oscar Bradley, can I move your piano over here?
Why, of course, Mickey.
Thanks.
Oh, no, help.
Mickey.
Mickey, would you mind lifting it a little higher?
Why?
I want to get my gum back. Wait a minute, Mickey. You can't play now. Something else is going to happen.
Look, George, I dragged the piano all the way over here, and I'm going to sing.
Mickey, I've got to go on with this introduction.
Oh, go right ahead. By all means, go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a man whose music and songs have thrilled all of us for many years. Rudy Valley.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to play for you.
Just a minute, Mickey. I may be wrong, but I think that applause was for me.
All of it?
I think so.
Oh, that's how much you know. The first 7 rows out there are my relatives.
They are, eh? Let's see. Hey, are all you people in the first 7 rows Mickey's relatives?
Sure!
Why not?
Hey.
How did he get in there?
Look, Mickey, you can sing later, but right now everything is set for Rudy Valley to sing.
But gee, after me moving that piano all the way over here...
I'm sorry, Mickey, but it's got to be that way.
Well, all I've got to say is that this is a heck of a way to treat a guest star. I was all ready to come up here and play my song, and you won't let me. Oh, gee whiz.
Oh, Mickey, you shouldn't mind letting Rudy go on first. You know, the star always closes the show.
Really?
Why, of course. Say, Rudy, when you were on the stage together in New York, who closed the show?
The manager.
Well, in that case, all right, Mr. Valley, you sing first.
Thank you, Mickey.
the Gulf Screen Guild Show presents We're Taking Off, an unusual piece of musical imagination featuring Rudy Valley and the King's Men. Rudy Valley is heard as Major Kincaid. Time, 1918. Scene, somewhere in France, in a French farmhouse used as a billet by American Army flyers. The occasion, a celebration in honor of Major Kincaid, squadron commander, who leaves for Paris the next morning on a month's leave of absence. He is about to be married.
Breaking up that old gang of mine.
Gentlemen, a toast to the bride.
To the bride.
Thank you, men. I guess I need hardly tell you how happy I am tonight. I suppose that every man feels this way about the girl he's going to marry. But she's really wonderful. We're going to be together a whole month. That's a long time in days like these.
And how? No more doubt.
There's just one more thing. I want you all to know that my thoughts will still be with you, praying for your safety and success up there in the sky. Enough of thoughts like these. Let's have another song. Goodbye, girls. I'm through. Each girl that I have met, I say goodbye to you. Come in.
Colonel Scott's compliments to the Major. Emergency orders.
Bad news, sir? Attention. Orders. Your special leave of absence effective this date is herewith canceled. Intensive drive in your sector scheduled for tomorrow, April 16th, 4 a.m. Signed, Lyman Adjutant.
That's the doggone
I guess that's that. Lieutenant, will you try to get a message through to Paris informing her of this change? I guess that's about all. It looks as though we'll have to sing a different tune.
And the life and pleasure is good for your soul. Get the fullest measure till death takes its toll. Carry on your drinking, for when night is gone, we'll be on the dawn patrol.
We're taking off when the dawn lights the sky. We're taking off, heaven knows where or why. But we'll give a show and let them know the old dawn patrol is on high. We're taking off down the highway to hell. The ground is soft, ask the fellows who fell. Drink up to the minute, we'll darn soon be in it. For God knows the daisies won't tell.
Tough luck, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, sir. Good night, Major. Good night, men. Good night.
Silver wings and the clouds seem to beckon us on. So we fly ever high toward the blue of the sky till the world is forgotten and gone. Then death comes diving, diving on wings that whistle and rattle and cry. There's a clatter of guns and a chatter of lead, and the dead fall down from the sky.
We're going home down the skyway to hell. The ground is soft, ask the fellows who fell. Ring up to the minute, we'll all soon be in it. But God knows the daisies won't tell.
Oh, thank you, Rudy. Thank you. That was really grand. It was really great.
I'll say it was. Gosh, Mr. Valley, after listening to that, I can understand how you've made so many songs popular.
Thank you, Mickey. Now I want to hear you sing all those numbers you've written.
Oh, shucks, I only wrote one.
What? A man of your talents has only written one?
Well, you didn't let me finish. I only wrote 100.
Oh, well, in that case, sit down and play them for me.
What?
You said you wrote 100 songs. Play them for me.
Well, Mr. Valley...
Come on, now play them for me.
When am I going to learn to keep my big mouth shut? Well, here goes. The biggest song hit I ever had published, it went something like this, remember? Have a heart, give another chance to me, bring a new romance to me,
That's sure a great song, Mickey.
Oh, thank you. The success of that song gave me the encouragement to go ahead, and then I wrote, in a little Spanish town was on a night like this.
Hey, wait a minute, Mickey. You mean to tell me that you wrote that song?
Oh, not only that, but after it came out, a fellow who was struggling to get ahead in the show business begged me to give him a song. So I sat down and dashed off this little one here. Tomatoes are cheaper, potatoes are cheaper. Now's the time to fall in love. Oh, sell it, Dad.
That's Eddie Cantor's song.
Cheaper.
Eddie Cantor's song. What's the idea?
Well, I told you I gave it to him, didn't I? And then came my greatest inspiration.
More? You surprise me.
I surprised myself.
Say, have you written any other songs for people of the theater?
Well, yes. Some guy's agent asked me to write a song, but I never did find out what happened to it after I gave it to him. It went something like this. My time is your time. Your time.
I'd like to find out what happened to that one myself. But, Mickey, how did you find time to write all those songs when you're so busy acting?
Well, it's a cinch. I make them up after only hearing them once.
Talking about acting, Mickey, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Anything at all. What is it?
Well, I think you probably know that I'm making a picture out at 20th Century Fox. If you could give me any pointers on the love scenes with Sonia, I'd appreciate it.
Love scenes? Well, I don't know anything about that. Why, even in Andy Hardy, love had to find me, but I'd be glad to show you anything I can.
Oh, that's fine, Mickey. Say, wait a minute. We'll need a girl, won't we?
I'll say we will. Leave it to me. I'm sure I can get somebody down here in a jiffy. Now, give me that phone, will you? This girl should be perfect. She's a nice kid, too.
Miss Joan Bennett's residence.
Is Miss Bennett in, please?
Who's calling, please?
Mickey Rooney.
I'm sorry, Miss Bennett is not home.
The maid says she's not home.
Let me talk to the maid, Mickey. I'd like to leave a message for Joan. Hello. Would you mind taking a message for Miss Bennett?
Who is this, please?
Rudy Valley.
Just a minute. I'll let you speak to Miss Bennett.
Hey, I thought she wasn't home.
Shh, quiet, Mickey.
Hello, Rudy.
Hello, Joan. Say, Joan, I'm over at the Screen Guild show, and I've asked someone here to give me some instruction in acting. I wondered if you'd drop over and help me out.
I'd love to, Rudy. I'll be right over.
Not at home, eh? Well, let me talk to her. Hello, Joan.
Sorry, Miss Bennett is not at home.
And now, lovely Rosemary Lane returns to bring us Sing My Heart, one of the hit songs from the RKO production, Love Affair. Sing it, Rosemary.
Go on and sing, my heart. You know it's spring, my heart. So why not show it? Pretend you're glad, my heart. Although you're sad, my heart. He must know it. Remember, love is not an easy game. No two hearts ever beat quite the same. Go on and dance, my heart. Our only chance, my heart, is to forget it. Should you despair, my heart, he'll know we care, my heart, and will regret it. If it's to be, we soon shall see, and if it's not to be, no
Why not show it? Pretend you're glad, my heart, although you're sad, my heart, he must know it. If it's to be, we soon shall see. And if it's not to be, no power on earth can make it so. Pretend it's free, my heart. Go on and sing, my heart. For if you sing, he'll never
Oh, thank you, Rosemary. That was swell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while Mickey Rooney and Rudy Valley are waiting for Joan Bennett to arrive at the studio, just a word from John Conti.
One of your neighbors is displaying a big Do It Now sign outside his place of business. He's your good Gulf dealer. And Do It Now means change your worn-out winter motor oil to fresh Gulf Pride motor oil. Probably you've been meaning to take care of that regular spring oil change anyway. So let your Gulf dealer's sign remind you not to wait a single day longer. We honestly believe you'll find it more economical in the long run to change now to the right seasonal grade of Gulf Pride. And it's easy to do, too, because your good Gulf dealer gives you quick, efficient service. Service that saves you time and makes motoring a lot pleasanter. For your spring oil change and for all your motoring needs, it pays to make the good Gulf dealer your dealer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen... step aside, George. And what I mean is, here comes Joan Bennett. Well, Joan, welcome. Welcome, Joan, to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. It was swell of you to come over.
Thank you, George. I'm glad Rudy called me. By the way, Rudy, where's the director you talked about over the phone?
Oh, it's Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney? Well, he's just a child.
Child? Child? I like that. I'll have you know I shave twice a month. What do you think of that?
You shaving? That's like running a lawnmower over linoleum.
Oh, that's very funny, Miss Bennett. You kill me. Yeah.
Hey, look, Mickey. If you're going to teach me to act, let's get started. Are you willing, Joan?
Well, that's great, Joan. Now, places, everybody. George, will you be my assistant, please?
Okay, Lubitsch.
That's fine. And now, Joan, as the scene opens, you're home alone eating dinner. All of a sudden, you hear...
What am I having for dinner?
What's the difference what you're having for dinner?
Well, I have to eat it, don't I?
Oh, all right, you're having corned beef. All of a sudden...
And cabbage?
Yes, you're having corned beef and cabbage. And then all of a sudden...
I don't like corned beef and cabbage.
Okay, look, it's the next day. You're having chicken a la king.
Hooey.
What's the matter now?
I can still taste that corned beef and cabbage.
Let's forget all about the food. Now, you're in your room all by yourself.
What happened to the chicken a la king?
I ate it. Goodness sake, let's get on with the scene. Now, look, Rudy, you go to your sweetheart's house, and you knock at the door, and she says, "Who is it?" And you say, "It's me." It's me, your lover. I have a kiss for you.
Boy, is that corny.
It may be... Listen, Joan, it may be corny, but they tell me it gets results. Now, come on, everybody, on with the scene.
Okay, I'm coming up to the door.
Who's there?
It's I, your lover.
What do you want?
I want some seafood, Mama.
Please, Rudy, stick to the script, will you? All right. All right, try to do it right this time, Rudy.
All right, I'm coming up to the door.
Who's there?
It's I, your lover. I have a kiss for you.
Oh, come in, come in.
All right, Rudy, come in and say, "Hello, darling."
Hello, darling.
Joan, look into his eyes and say, "Ah." Now, Rudy, put your arms around her.
Ah.
Don't ad-lib, Miss Bennett. All right, now, Rudy, lift her chin gently and turn her face up to yours. And now,
And now?
Shall I tell him? Look, Rudy, you were supposed to kiss her. Here, let me show you what I mean. Now, are you ready, Joan?
Yes.
Oh, boy, here I come up the steps.
Who's there?
It's me, your lover. I have a kiss for you.
Shove it under the door.
How do you like that? Well, I'm only trying to show Rudy how to play a scene. Now, Rudy, I'll start. And as soon as you get the idea, you can take it. And if you go wrong, then I'll take it back.
That's fair enough.
Okay. Here we go. Joan, it's wonderful being back with you.
I've missed you so.
Oh, let me tell you how much I care for you.
I'll take it from there.
Ah.
Come into my arms, my loved one.
It's wonderful being near you again.
Ah, your fragile beauty. Your fragrant hair.
Hold me closer, darling.
Oh, your lips are so lovely. Let me kiss them.
I'll take it from there. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Wait a minute, Mickey. You're supposed to be teaching me how to act.
Oh, all right. Now we'll go back to where you and Joan were about to kiss.
Oh, my sweetheart. Kiss me.
Yes, my darling.
He's not kidding me.
How's that, Mickey? How was that?
He's asking me, how was that, huh? Now, look, let's continue with the scene. Joan, you say, kiss me again, and Rudy, you kiss her.
Kiss me again.
Now, that's perfect. Now we go to the scene.
Kiss me again.
Miss Bennett, the scene is over.
Kiss me again.
Miss Bennett, that's all wrong. You're not acting.
You're telling me. Come on, Rudy. Kiss me again.
Rosemary Lane, Mickey Rooney, Rudy Valley, the King's Men, Joan Bennett, and Oscar Bradley for a swell Screen Guild show.
Oh, George.
Yes, Joan?
Speaking for tonight's cast, I'd like to say we're glad to contribute our services to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. And we appreciate the cooperation of the Gulf Oil Companies in helping our cause. These Sunday shows are making it possible for us to build a home for those members of the industry who can no longer provide for themselves.
Thank you, Joan. And be sure to listen in next week.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Who's going to be on, George?
Well, let's see. There's Adrian Ames, Jim Cagney, Andy Devine, Priscilla Lane, Donald Meek, and Theodore Von Elk.
Well, that sounds like a wonderful show. Good night, George.
Good night, Joan, and thanks again for coming. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, next week, same time, the same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Adrian Ames, James Cagney, Andy Devine, Priscilla Lane, Donald Meek, and Theodore Von Elk. And until then, this is George Murphy saying thank you for the Gulf Oil Companies and the motion picture industry. And good night.
We are grateful to MGM for George Murphy and for Mickey Rooney, soon to be seen in The Hardy's Ride High. To Warner Brothers for Rosemary Lane, soon to appear in Family Affair. And to Edward Small Productions for Joan Bennett, who will soon be seen in The Man in the Iron Mask. Rudy Valley appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Films and the Royal Gelatin Company. Thanks to Frank Lesser of Paramount for special lyrics. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting another program in this series of reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. Written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in Hollywood for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Tonight it's a drama written by Charles Tazwell and directed by Victor Fleming. So welcome all of you to this week's Gulf program, the Screen Guild Show. With Adrian Ames, James Cagney, Andy Devine, Priscilla Lane, Donald Meek, Theodore Von Eltz. The music of Oscar Bradley and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Gulf Oil Companies, I welcome you to another Screen Guild Show, the motion picture star's own program. Tonight it's a drama, The Hand of Providence, directed by Victor Fleming and written by Charles Tazwell, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. The play, The Hand of Providence, is of two crooks and a lady. The lady, Jane Baker, is played by Priscilla Lane. Tony Barlow is James Cagney. Andy Devine will be heard as Blackie Knight. Donald Meek is Lawyer Harvey. Harriet is played by Adrian Ames. And Theodore Von Eltz will be heard as Ralph.
Attention all squad cars, attention all squad cars. Black sedan, New Mexico license 4C2482, stolen from Santa Fe Station, Albuquerque this morning. Repeat, black sedan, New Mexico license 4C2482.
Special news bulletin. Anthony Barlow, alias Tony Barlow, and James Knight, alias Blackie Knight, escaped from the custody of Special Officer Miles at Albuquerque this morning. These two convicted men are wanted for attempted robbery.
Turn it off, will you, Tony?
What are you worried about, Blackie? We're okay.
Oh, if you call being in the middle of Kansas in a howling blizzard okay, then I'm a cross-eyed cockroach.
Well, you're not cross-eyed.
Huh? What'd you say?
I'd say it's a lot better than being cooped up in a hoose cow, isn't it? Smell that? That's fresh air.
Hey, close up the window, Tony. Don't you know it's 10 below?
Okay. If we can make Kansas City by morning, we'll ditch the car there and head south.
We ain't going to get to KC if this blizzard keeps up.
The trouble with you, Blackie, is you're a pessimist.
Huh?
Now, I'm an optimist, and I've got reason to be. I've got something looking out for me.
Oh, sometimes I think you're nuts, Tony.
Nothing can happen to you as long as you're with Tony Barlow. You just say that 50 times a day.
That's what I was saying when the burglar alarm went off in that bank in New Mexico.
Yeah? Well, we were on the outside. If they caught you working on the safe, they'd have sent us up for 5 years instead of 3. You're lucky.
Yeah, now we only get 5 years for jailbreaking if they catch us.
But they're not going to catch up with us. It's all in the hands of Providence.
Providence? Who is this Providence?
An old girlfriend of mine.
Oh, is that who you're always gabbing with when you're talking to yourself?
Yeah. We give each other a little mumbo-jumbo now and then to straighten things out. She gives me some lucky breaks.
Well, you better ask her for one right now. Look up ahead.
Hedl, lights, shooting out across the snow.
Well, don't slow down now. Step on it,
That car's
Tony.
not moving. It's parked right across the road.
It's a cop.
Yeah, can I turn around?
Not a chance. It'd get stuck, sure.
We've got to shoot it out. Here, slide over me, Blackie, and take the wheel.
What are you going to do, Tony?
We're going through, cops or no cops. Step on her, will you? We'll see if we can slide by.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hold it, Blackie.
What?
Hold it. This is the cops of Dame.
Oh, let's go. Dames is worse than cops.
Hold it, I tell you. It's a girl.
Oh, look at Tony. We can't do nothing for her. We got a hot car, and the cops are right behind us. And
We've got to give her a lift. She needs it.
Oh, right now, Dames is poison.
Poison or no poison, it's Providence.
Oh, Providence, Chicago, Kansas City. It's no good.
Shut up and open the door.
Hey, mister.
What's the trouble?
I'm stuck. My car won't move.
Hop in. Move over, Blackie, and give lady a seat.
In this car? Oh, sister, that's a hot seat.
Warm enough?
Yes, thanks, Mr.
Tony, that's Blackie at the wheel.
Oh, hello.
He's not very happy, is he?
No, he's always like that. He's a pessimist, afraid of what he doesn't expect.
Well, I guess he didn't expect me.
I wasn't counting on no Janes.
Well, that's funny. That's my name.
Huh?
Jane Baker.
Blackie's sort of a mind reader. How'd you happen to be driving in this blizzard?
I came through from Los Angeles. I've been on the road 5 days.
You must have been taking your time.
Oh, my car's an antique. I had 3 punctures, a blowout, and a bearing went bad outside Santa Fe. It was Providence you came along when you did.
Hear that, Blackie?
We're only about 1.5 miles from my home.
Your folks will probably kill the fatted calf.
Well, I haven't any folks. That is close. Just Gramp.
Gramp?
My grandfather.
He and my grandmother raised me. Then after Grandmother died, I stayed on and kept house.
Graham's got a nice little farm, eh?
He used to be an engineer on the Kansas Central. The tracks go through the cut right over there. When they retired him to the farm, it almost broke his heart.
How'd you happen to leave him and go to L.A.?
Well, Gramp thought I was wasting my life around here. I played the lead in my high school play.
I get it. Local gal makes Hollywood.
Oh, I hated it. I never got inside a studio gate.
But have faith in yourself. That's the only way you can get the breaks.
Well, I discovered I didn't want a break. All I wanted from Hollywood was to get back home.
You hear that, Blackie? To switch on the old story.
How you girls talk when you let down your back hair.
Quiet,
From
dope.
sunny California to a Kansas blizzard. I don't know, lady, but I know.
Oh, but you ought to see Gramp's house in the summer. There are 2 big elms that shade the front yard. They're more than 100 years old. And there's roses and a grape arbor. And a well so deep it talks back to you when you shout down it. It's the grandest place in the state of Kansas, or in the whole world.
That sounds perfect to me.
Might be perfect for a hideout.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
A vacation, eh, Blackie? Yeah. Blackie's got sense.
Well, slow down. We're almost there.
Tired, Blackie?
Tired nothing. I'm dead.
Why don't you stay over at Gramps until the plows come through to open the road?
No, thanks.
What time will that be?
In the morning, about 6.
Well,
Oh, we gotta push on.
we could make better time in
Now,
the morning.
look, Tony.
Gramps and I'll be glad to have you.
I tell you, we gotta keep going.
And get stuck in a snowbank, Blackie? Sitting there helpless and waiting for some kind officer of the law to dig us out in the morning?
Oh, yeah, but...
Then you'll stay?
If sure Gramp won't mind.
Why, of course not. Oh, there's the gate. There's a shed back of the house where you can put your car.
Oh, nothing can happen to me as long as I'm with Tony Barlow. Nothing can happen to me as long as I'm with Tony Barlow. Nothing can happen to me as long as I'm with Tony
Gramp! Oh, Gramp! Who is it?
Is that you, Jane?
Jane, darling. Harriet.
Where have you been? Didn't you get the telegram? Hello, Jane.
Lawyer Harvey. Ralph. Well, what are you all doing here? Is Grant sick?
Sick? Do you mean to say you don't know?
Jane, dear, grandfather's dead.
Dead?
Yes. Yes, Miss Jane.
But he can't be. I had a letter just...
Well, I know it was very sudden. 5 days ago.
Well, but Gramp, he... Oh, Gramp.
What is this, a convention? Come on, Tony, let's get out of here.
No, wait. We can't walk out now, Blackie.
No, Miss Jane. I know it's a terrible shock.
After all, Jane, Grandfather was 81.
82, Harriet.
Grandfather lived a full, happy life of 81. now.
81, 82. The man's dead.
Oh, when was the old guy planted? I mean, when was he buried?
3 days ago, Mr.
Black like in coffee.
Friends of yours, Jane?
Oh, they were kind enough to pick me up when my car got stuck. Mr. Black and Mr...
Tone, sorry to come in at a time like this.
My cousins Harriet and Ralph and Lawyer Harvey.
How do you do?
The storm's so bad, I asked them to stay till the plows came through in the morning.
How generous of you.
I didn't know then that Gramp wasn't here.
I'm afraid there's no place for them to sleep. I have the front bedroom.
I took Gramps, and Lawyer Harvey has the middle room.
That leaves the back bedroom for you, Jane.
We can camp out here in the kitchen. That is, if it's okay with you.
Oh, of course.
What time should we get together in the morning, Lawyer Harvey?
Ralph and I want the will read as soon as possible.
Wilson, the real estate man, found a buyer for the property. He wants to see us at 2.
You're not going to sell Gramp's house.
It's not Gramp's house now, Jane. It's Ralph's and mine.
Wilson says he can get a fair price for it.
But it's always been lived in by us Bakers. You just can't turn it over to some outsider.
Pardon me. I think I understand how Jane feels. You see, Mr. Baker always told me he wanted Jane to have this place.
He didn't say so in the will, Lawyer Harvey.
No, but after all,
Not that
Ralph...
Grandfather wasn't fond of you, Jane. He took care of you while he lived. You mustn't feel badly because he didn't mention you in his will.
And since he never made a new
Oh,
one...
I don't. But can't you wait to sell the house, Harriet? It seems like...
We must dispose of our inheritance as we see fit, Jane.
Excuse me, will you? I know I really don't belong here, but might I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Tone?
Graham's been alone here for quite a while, hasn't he? How do you know he didn't draw up a new will and mention Jane?
Lawyer Harvey would know if he had.
Well, no, he didn't, Mr. Tone. Mr. Baker several appointments made, but to draw up a New Testament, but, well, he was like that. If it rained, he couldn't get into town, and if the sun shone, he just couldn't let anything interfere with his fishing.
Where's the old will, down at the bank?
No, it's been locked in a safe in the kitchen for 10 years. No one's touched it, not even Gramp.
You mean the safe hasn't been opened?
For 10 years?
It couldn't be opened.
Why not?
Because, Mr. Tone, Grandfather was a whimsical man. He bought the safe at an auction.
He didn't have the combination for the lock, but he kept his will and his bonds in it.
Did you say bonds?
Yes.
Are the bonds worth anything?
About $5,000, I imagine. Grandfather bought one a year for nest eggs.
Is there any more family data we've neglected to give you?
Uh-huh. Are they still in there?
Yes. Poor grandfather shut the door one day and it locked. He was never able to get it open again.
I'll make you a proposition, Harriet.
Please. Jane, how long did you say you've known these gentlemen?
Tell me, did you help Gramp make the will, Lawyer Harvey?
No, Mr. Tone. That was done before I came here. Old Benson wrote it out by hand. He's gone now, poor soul, along with Dobie Ames and Cal Corbett, who witnessed it. A fine lawyer, Benson. He's made all the wills in the county for 50 years.
Isn't it getting a bit nostalgic in here? Ralph, bring the lamp. I'm going to bed.
Well, I think I'll go, too. Oh, the locksmith will be out at 9 o'clock in the morning to open the safe. At my age, these
All right,
winters...
Lawyer Harvey. Come on.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Nighty-night.
Good night.
You better go out and drain the radiator of the car, Blackie.
I'd better take an ice pick. It's probably froze up tight in that dame's heart.
Go on.
Okay, Tony.
Oh, listen. Hear that?
Train was...
When I was little, I used to wait for Gramps' train every afternoon over by the cut. Pretty soon it'd come swinging along. Gramp would wave and the whistle would blow. Just like that.
I kind of think I'd have liked Gramp.
Oh, everybody did.
Oh, too bad about the will in the house. I can't see why Gramp left everything to Ralph and Harriet.
Well, they were Gramps' first grandchildren. When they were little, he must have been terribly proud of them.
I wouldn't give him much now. Any idea what you'll do?
No.
That's tough. It's tough for a girl. A guy can always get along somehow. I'm sorry we busted in at a time like this.
Oh, I'm glad you were here. Gramp would be, too. It'd be pretty bad with just Ralph and Harriet in the house. You're Gramps' kind of folks.
Thanks.
Well, good night.
Good night.
I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, sure. We'll be here.
The snowplows will be through early, but you'll stay for breakfast.
Oh, yes, we'll stay if we don't wake up too early.
Jiminy Christmas, it's cold. I'll bet it's 20 below.
Good night, Mr. Blackie.
Good night. Gosh, Tony, I near froze my hands. I couldn't hardly hold on to the flashlight to see what I was doing.
Well, start warming them up.
Huh?
Start warming them up.
What do you mean?
Listen, Blackie, there's a safe in this house that hasn't been open for 10 years. And it's got $5,000 worth of bonds in it. Does that mean anything to you?
Mean anything? Huh. Why, that's a perfect setup.
That's where you're wrong, Blackie. Warm up those fingers. This isn't a setup. This is Providence.
The curtain has just fallen on the first act of The Hand of Providence, written by Charles Tazewell and directed by Victor Fleming. And now, here's John Conte.
The traffic signs you see along the roadside are usually put there because they contribute to your safety. Well, in somewhat the same way, your good Gulf dealer has put up a special sign, one that has to do with safety also, the safety of your automobile engine. Now, this sign says, "Do it now." And it means change your motor oil now to fresh Gulf Pride motor oil of the right seasonal grade. You see, Gulf Pride motor oil gives you extra engine protection. It's made differently from all other oils, refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania crude, not by conventional methods alone, but also by the patented Alchlor process that Gulf alone can use. So keep your eyes open for the Do It Now sign. Play safe and change to Gulf Pride, the motor oil that works wonders of lubrication.
The curtain is about to rise again on the second act of our Gulf Screen Guild play, The Hand of Providence, starring James Cagney, Adrian Ames, Priscilla Lane, Andy Devine, Donald Meek, and Theodore Von Elf.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Harriet.
You still here, Mr. Blackie?
Yeah, sorry, but we're still waiting for that snowplow.
I called the highway department at 9.
What'd they say?
They assured me the road would be open by 10 o'clock at the latest, Mr. Black.
10 now.
Well, we ought to be traveling.
Is the coffee hot, Jane?
Yes. Goodness, who's that?
Tony.
It might be Carl.
It's probably another friend of Jane's. I'll go.
Who's Carl?
The locksmith.
Oh.
Morning. Morning, ma'am.
Come in, Carl.
Morning, Harvey. Gosh, I'm late, but I come along right behind the plow.
And the road's open?
As far as here, they're working toward the main highway.
Well, I guess we better follow them.
Can't you wait just a little?
I'm afraid not, Jane. It's important we get to Kansas City.
Yeah, very important.
The sheriff's car was stuck down the road. He's following along behind the plow.
Oh. I guess we could wait a little bit, Jane.
Yeah, I guess we could.
Come right in the kitchen, Carl. That's where the safe is. Come on, Harriet, Ralph, Jane.
Don't look so good, does it, Tony?
We're still all right if we stay here till the sheriff gets out of the way.
Yeah, if we'd have just kept on going instead of stopping here last night.
If we had, we might have been stuck on the same drift as the sheriff. Come on, let's see how they're doing with the safe.
Look here, my good man. You've been working on that safe for an hour. We haven't got all day.
Haven't you ever opened a safe before?
He's a rank amateur, Harriet. Now, what was that, Mr. Black?
Don't criticize something you know nothing about, Blackie.
Yeah, excuse me.
I think I most got it, Lawyer Harvey.
Yep.
There you are. She's open.
And about time.
Well, everything seems to be just as Mr. Baker left it 10 years ago. Let me see now. This looks as though it might be the will. Yes, Mr. Baker's handwriting. Couldn't mistake that in 100 years. Could you, Ralph?
No, that's his, all right.
Yes, indeed. And here's where old Dobie Ames and Cal Corbett witnessed.
I think you've verified the paper sufficiently, Lawyer Harvey.
Yes, indeed, Ralph. Now, let me see. Be it known by all present that I, Daniel C. Baker, being
jump
of
down to
sound
the middle
mind... Oh, all right, Miss Harriet. Here we are. To my dear granddaughter Harriet, whom I have never liked...
What?
Believing her to be a vain, stupid, empty-headed, selfish female.
The idea.
And not worth 2 hoots on a switch engine whistle.
I don't believe it.
I'm only reading what it says, Miss Harriet. To Harriet, I leave the sum of $1, and I hope she loses that down a grating on her way home from my funeral.
It's incredible.
Very unfortunate, Harriet. Go on, Lawyer Harvey.
To my dear grandson, Ralph, who has never given a moment of his time or a cent of his money to any but his own selfish interest.
What does he mean?
He means you don't like you either.
And who I firmly believe will grow more selfish as the years go on.
I don't believe it.
I also leave the sum of $1, which I confidently expect he will keep.
Let me see that paper.
It's just as Mr. Baker wrote it, Mr.
If he were alive, I'd bring him into court.
To my dear granddaughter Jane.
Me? Why, but I thought...
To Jane, whose unselfish devotion brightened my last years, I leave my house and the remainder of my estate and my own eternal devotion. Signed, Daniel C. Baker, engineer, retired.
Jane gets everything?
Are you sure? Are you sure that's what Gramp wrote, Lawyer Harvey?
He tricked us. He had the safe opened and changed his will.
Leading us to believe all this time...
We'll break the will. We'll break it.
I don't think I would do that, Mr. Ralph.
But, Lawyer Harvey, Gramp always told me...
It must have been one of Gramp's little jokes, Miss Jane.
Jokes? Harriet, we won't wait for that afternoon express. We'll take the noon local.
I shall consult my own lawyer as soon as I get home.
And I shall certainly consult mine.
They seem kind of upset.
Yeah, that dame was always upset.
Miss Jane, I'm glad it turned out this way. Oh, and now about the bonds. Oh, dear me, I don't seem to see them.
They fell out of the safe and Blackie picked them up. Didn't you, Blackie?
Huh? Oh, did I?
Come on, Blackie, come on.
Okay, there you are.
2, 6, 8, 9, 9.
There were 10. Weren't there, Blackie?
Yeah, 10. See, 10.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. I'll take care of these, Miss Jane, until the will is probated. Now, where did I leave my briefcase? Oh, yes, in the parlor. Excuse me?
Well, I guess we better shove off too, Jane. Get the car and bring it around front, Blackie.
Yeah, I filled the radiator early. Sure hope it ain't froze up.
You really have to go? I mean, the roads are still pretty bad.
We can get through to Kansas City.
Is that where you live?
No. Blackie and I don't live anywhere. I guess we're what you'd call rolling stones.
Don't you get tired rolling?
Oh, sure, once in a while, but you see, a stone hasn't much choice. Once it starts to go, it's hard to stop.
But the only way it can roll is downhill.
That's right. With a dull thud at the bottom, maybe. But I'm not kicking. Life isn't much fun if you know all the answers ahead of time.
You know, you're a lot like Gramp. He was a rolling stone, too, when he was young. But then he came here and stopped rolling. You see, there aren't any hills in Kansas.
Gramp was lucky. And maybe he wasn't traveling as fast as Blackie and me. I've been on the move ever since I was 14. Just a punk kid starting off to be a big shot. But I didn't have enough ammunition.
Where did you start from?
Chicago. Instead of 2 elms in the front yard, we had a couple of sick geraniums on the fire escape. Yeah, and for a well to holler down, we had an air shaft right outside the kitchen window. If you shouted down that, it answered you back in half a dozen different languages. No, there isn't much about a place like that to keep a kid at home. If I had a kid, I'd want him to have a house like this. Something he'd be proud of. That way he'd never want to take after his old man and start rolling.
Well, if you ever stop somewhere, will you let me know?
Why?
I'll write to you.
You mean that? On the level?
On the level. Will you?
Yeah, sure. Why not? If I get a chance, I might send you a postcard sometime.
I'll answer it, Tony.
That'll be swell. Only don't count on it too much. Maybe quite a while before I get around to it.
How long?
Might be 5 years.
Well, that's not so long.
The best thing you can do is to forget all about me. Forget I've ever been here.
Well, you'll be back this way.
No, it isn't likely. Before I do, you'll be married to some nice farmer.
No, I'll be waiting.
If you have any sense, you won't be. There's Blackie. Well, goodbye. Good luck, Jane.
Goodbye.
Well, I'll get back to town, Jane. Who's that leaving? Mr. Tone, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't get to say goodbye. Nice boy.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, and see you tomorrow, Jane.
Goodbye, Lawyer Harvey.
Morning, Harvey.
Good morning, Sheriff. Anything wrong?
Yeah. We're looking for 2 fellas that ditched the police on the main road last night. Tony Barlow and Blackie Knight.
What are they wanted for?
Blackie's a safecracker. Ain't a safe made. He can't open.
And Mr. Tony Barlow?
He's a forger. You can write your name and you'll swear on a stack of Bibles you wrote it yourself.
Ooh.
Have you seen a strange car go by, Harvey?
Why, no, I haven't, Sheriff.
Well, we'll get him. Turn around, George. So long, Harvey.
A safecracker and a forger. Gramp always did pick the strangest friends.
Hello, Blackie.
Say, where you been, Tony?
Back having coffee with the brakeman.
Yeah, and I've been hiding like an ostrich ever since we ditched the car and hopped this rattler. How come the brakeie's such a softy?
He's a crapshooter. On my last natural, using my dice, I won free and undisputed transportation to the end of his run.
Oh, where's that?
Albuquerque.
Oh, but that's where we come from yesterday. That's where we ditched the special officer.
Yeah, this train going back there seems almost like Providence, doesn't it?
Oh, there you go again. Come on, let's get off of here. Come on, we're slowing down.
You get off, Blackie. I'm going along to the end of the run.
Oh, are you nuts? You'll go back to Albuquerque and they'll grab you and pin 5 years on you.
That's not a lifetime. You can do a lot of things after that.
Such as what?
Oh, sit in the shade of an elm tree 100 years old. Or holler down a well that'll answer your back.
Oh, I always knew you was nuts. Come on, Tony. Are you getting off or ain't you?
Nope, I'm staying on, Blackie. So long, and good luck.
No, doggone it.
Go on. Jump, Blackie.
No, I can't do it.
Why not?
Can't you see your Providence dame is holding on to my coattails? You got me screwy, too.
You mean you're going to Albuquerque?
Oh, sure. Give me those dice. I ain't myself. I'm going to roll that brakie for a strong cup of coffee.
Well, Gramp, I hope you like the way we fixed things. Maybe it wasn't according to Hoyle, but you kind of messed things up pretty bad yourself, didn't you? Well, you couldn't help it. We all make mistakes. That's why we got to look for the hand of Providence to sort of clean things up for us. See what I mean? And, it's okay, Gramp? Okay. Okay, Gramp.
thank you, Adrian Ames, James Cagney, Andy Devine, Priscilla Lane, Donald Meek, and Theodore Von Eltz for a swell Gulf Screen Guild show. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. James Cagney will return. But first, a word from John Conte.
Thank you, George Murphy. Ladies and gentlemen, most of us like to do a job right, even when it takes more time. But when you're lucky enough to have a job that can be done right without taking the slightest bit more time, or trouble either, then you certainly don't want to hesitate. And that's the way it is with your regular spring motor oil change. When you drive into your good Gulf dealers and ask for Gulf Pride motor oil, you can be sure that you're getting the job done right, because you're getting a motor oil that gives you the right kind of engine protection. Gulf Pride motor oil comes from a special kind of crude oil, 100% pure Pennsylvania. It's refined a special way by the patented Alchlor process. The result is a specially tough and durable lubricant, one that we honestly believe will save you money in the long run. So look for the Do It Now sign at your good Gulf dealers and change to Gulf Pride motor oil.
George Murphy.
Yes, Jim?
Speaking for myself and the members of tonight's cast, I'd like to say we're glad to contribute our services to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. These Sunday golf shows are making it possible for us to build a home for those members of the industry who can no longer provide for themselves.
Thank you, Jimmy. Speaking for the Gulf oil companies and the Gulf dealers, I'd like to say we think it's mighty fine of the actors, the directors, and the writers of Hollywood to contribute the money they would ordinarily receive for these broadcasts to such a worthy cause, the Motion Picture Relief Fund.
Who's going to be here next week, Georgie?
Oh, great show next week, Jim. It's a review starring Gary Cooper, Deanna Durbin, Patsy Kelly, and Park Your Carcass.
I'll be listening. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Jim, and thanks very much for coming. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Gary Cooper, Deanna Durbin, Patsy Kelly, and Park Your Carcass. Till then, this is George Murphy saying thank you for the Gulf Oil Companies, for the motion picture industry. Good night.
We are grateful to MGM for George Murphy, to Warner Brothers for Priscilla Lane, who just completed Family Reunion, and for James Cagney, soon to be seen in Each Dawn I Die. To Universal Pictures for Andy Devine and Theodore Von Eltz, who is soon to be seen in The Sun Never Sets. Adrian Ames will soon be seen in Republic's All the Tomorrows. We are also grateful to 20th Century Fox for Donald Meek, who has just completed The Young Mr. Lincoln. The selection, Snug as a Bug in a Rug, is from the motion picture The Gracie Allen Murder Case. This is John Conte speaking for Gulf. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting another program in this series of reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows. Written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in Hollywood for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Tonight, it's a review written by Jimmy Gleason and directed by Henry Coster. So welcome all of you to this week's Gulf program, the Screen Guild Show. With Gary Cooper, Deanna Durbin, Patsy Kelly. Park your carcass. The music of Oscar Bradley and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
I'm recalling times when I was small in light and free Jubilee Day. Old folks praying, everybody swaying, loudly I chanted my praise. How I sang about the judgment morn and of Gabriel tooting on his horn. In that sunny land of milk and honey, I had no complaints while I thought of saints. So I say to all who feel forlorn, sing hallelujah, hallelujah, and you'll shoo the blues away. When cares pursue ya, hallelujah, get you through the darkest day. Satan's lies awaiting and creating skies of gray. But hallelujah, hallelujah, help to shoo the clouds away. Sing, raise your voices on high. Sing till they reach to the sky. But sing, and you'll sing the blues away. Sing, get you through the darkest day. Satan stands awaiting and creating skies of gray. Sing hallelujah, hallelujah, helps to shoo the blues away.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Gulf Screen Show. And now our first star for tonight, a girl who had to have 10 men hold down the Blarney Stone before it would let her kiss it. Patsy Kelly.
That was fine. It's a fine introduction you gave me. Wonderful. I've heard a sightseeing guide give a better build-up to Pomona. Fine thing for you to say. You, the man I'm going to marry.
Well, Patsy, I was only trying to... What? Who's going to marry who? Say, what's this all about?
I'm sorry, but it's fate, George. There's nothing you can do about it. We two are destined to be sweethearts from the picture of the same name. The fortune teller told me so.
What fortune teller?
Why, one of the best Hindu fortune tellers in the world. When I walked into his room, incense was burning. He had a beautiful towel wrapped around his head with his name embroidered on it.
And what was his name?
Ali Ben Hotel Knickerbocker. What a time I had to get him to read my fortune. First, he wouldn't do it, but he finally looked in my palm and his eyes lit up.
Why? What did he see in it?
50 cents. He looked in my palm and told me I was going to marry a strong, silent he-man exactly like you.
Yes, Patsy, and then what did he do?
He gave me 40 cents change. Nice guy.
Wait a minute, Patsy. I'm not the only strong, silent man on this program. Your fortune teller could have met Oscar Bradley.
Who?
Oscar Bradley, the orchestra leader. There he is.
Where? Oh, my eyesight is bad. I see spots in front of my eyes.
Well, the one with the face on it is Oscar.
You call that a he-man? Why, if he were half a man, he'd... Say, he is a half a man, isn't he?
Just a minute, Miss Kelly. I may not look like a strong, silent he-man, but really I am.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yes, I'm a devil when aroused. Go ahead.
Oh, now here.
Go ahead. Arouse me.
You really want me to arouse you?
Please do.
Well, okay. Well, did I arouse you?
Wait a minute, Patsy. You underestimate Oscar. He really is a he-man.
Well, maybe I was wrong. Here, let me take another look at you, Oscar. Come here. Throw out your chest. Go ahead, throw it out. That's it. Now spread out your arms. Go ahead.
Like this?
Yeah. Now lift up your left foot.
Like this?
Right. Boy, what a beautiful radiator cap you'd make.
Well, Miss Kelly?
What do you think of him, Patsy?
Now, look, George, when I want a he-man, I don't want to get him on the installment plan. I'm going to go down and tell that guy a thing or two.
Oh, don't excite yourself, Patsy. There's nothing in that fortune-telling stuff anyway.
Oh, no? Well, if you don't think there's anything in it, just look into this crystal ball I brought to the studio.
Crystal ball? This isn't a crystal ball. It's a goldfish bowl. But where's the goldfish?
Oh, the goldfish got ambitious. He's out working his way through a college boy. Go ahead, look in the bowl, George. Maybe you can see the future. I'll be back later.
Okay, Patsy, quiet everybody. The great mystic Murphy now gazes into the crystal ball. Ah, I see a beautiful young girl. She's walking onto the stage. She's coming up to the microphone. And now she's about to speak.
Hello, Mr. Murphy.
It's Deanna Durbin. Deanna, it's swell having you on the show with us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I've been looking forward to being on the Gulf Screen Guild show.
And we've all been looking forward to hearing you sing.
All right, Mr. Murphy. I'd like to sing one of my favorite songs, A Heart That's Free.
That's swell, Deanna. It's all yours. Oscar?
With a laugh and a dance, mind the light to entrance. Not a care with a heart debonair, I am free as the sea. Like the lark who at dawn, with the darkness be gone, do I sing merrily. With a laugh and a dance, and a life to entrance, for I know not but live. And the word that I bring, and the theme that I sing, is the song of a heart that's free. Let music ring, while sweet voices sing, laughing all the day, chasing cares away, in my rondelay. Not a care with a heart debonair, I am free as the sea. Like the lark who at dawn, with the darkness be gone, do I sing merrily. With a laugh and a dance, like a life to entrance, but I know not but live. And the word that I bring, and the theme that I sing, is the song of a heart that's
Thank you. That was beautiful. Wonderful. Oh, what a girl. What an artist. Thank you, Diana. And don't go away. We want to hear from you again later. And now just a word from John Conti.
Ladies and gentlemen, every woman who's ever baked a cake knows the importance of a good recipe. Well, you've got to start with high-quality ingredients, of course. But even more important, you've got to use them in the right way. Well, somewhat the same thing holds true in the case of motor oil. It's mighty important to use a top-quality crude oil, and it's just as important to refine it the right way. And that's why Gulf Pride is refined only from 100% pure Pennsylvania crude, and why it's refined not only by conventional methods alone, but also by the patented Alchlor process that only Gulf has the right to use. As a result, Gulf Pride is so good, so durable, so economical that it pays to make your regular spring oil change a change to Gulf Pride. Drive in where you see the Do It Now sign outside your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers.
Thank you, John Conte. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oscar, will you stop beating yourself on the chest and giving out with those Tarzan yells? What are you doing that for?
Well, I'm practicing so that when Patsy Kelly gets back from that fortune teller, she'll think I'm a real He-Man.
Well, that's probably Patsy Kelly now.
My word, she's certainly changed. I don't know what she's done to herself, but it's quite an improvement.
Wait a minute, Oscar. That isn't Patsy Kelly. It's Park Your Carcass.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, George Murphy, and welcome to the Lifeboy program.
Wait a minute, Park Your Carcass. I'm afraid you're a little confused. This is not the Lifeboy program.
No.
This is the Good Gulf Show.
Good Gulf?
Yeah.
What's that?
What's what?
Red.
Gas.
Why should I guess? Can't you tell me? What is it, a secret?
No, it's gasoline. You know what gasoline is.
You mean the stuff what you put on your hair to make it stick down?
No, that's Vaseline. I'm talking about gasoline. G. You see, you've got a G.
Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Good heavens, man, I'm talking about Good Gulf. What do you want me to do, spell it out for you?
No, you don't have to spell it out for me. You know I went to school.
Oh, you went to school. I bet you were the star pupil.
Oh, there was an awful bunch of idiots in my class. Couldn't even spell hippopotamus.
And you could.
No, I was one of the idiots, too.
Well, at least I'm glad to see that you can pronounce a word like hippopotamus.
Oh, sure.
And do you know how to pronounce the plural of hippopotamus?
Hippopotamuses?
No, I figured you'd miss that. The plural is hippopotami. For instance, in the word octopus, the plural is octopi. In the word streptococcus, the plural is streptococci.
You mean if I was twins, they would call me Park Your Cockeye?
No, Parky, I don't mean that at all. You don't get the idea.
Oh, forgive me, George. All day long I've been walking around in a trance room. I don't know what's wrong with me. I had my tea leaves read today, and the gypsy told me that I'm going to meet the girl I dreamed about last night.
Say, that sounds wonderful.
That's what you think. Before I went to sleep, I ate lobster ice cream and pickles. Boy, was she horrible. And tonight I got to eat strawberries and cucumbers smothered in onions.
Why? What's the idea?
I promised to meet her sister. Can you imagine that? Even in my dreams I can't meet nice people.
Well, here I am, fellas. I'm back.
Hell!
What's the matter, Parky?
That's her sister.
Oh, don't be silly, Parky. I want you to meet Patsy Kelly.
That's your name? Say, what are you doing here while I'm not asleep?
Well, for goodness sake, it's Park Your Carcass. I never saw you looking so good. Yeah. Who's your embalmer?
Fine talk. You know, it wouldn't do you no harm if you went to a beauty parlor yourself once in a while. If I am not to animosity.
Wait a minute. Nobody can talk like that to me. Now, you just listen to me, Porky.
Porky? It's Parky. Porky is a ham.
What are you, filet mignon? All right, come on, don't be silly.
Wait a minute, Patsy. Take it easy. Parky is probably the He-Man the fortune teller said you were going to meet.
That's right.
You, a He-Man?
Yeah.
Just look at yourself.
Well, what are you going to believe? What you see or what the fortune teller told you? Oh, take me, sugar pie puss. Can't you see what I am dipsy doodle about you? I'll go to your mother and I'll ask her for your hand.
Well, you'll have to go to my daddy, too, and ask him for my heart.
Well, as long as I'm making collections, where do you keep your teeth?
Yeah. Wait a minute. You don't understand. What I mean is this. Oh, I'm in love. I'm not above a date with a duke or a caddy. But that's a pose, for my baby knows that my heart belongs to Daddy. When some good scout invites me out to dine on some fine fitted hattie, my baby sure his love is secure, 'cause my heart belongs to my daddy. Yes, my heart. Oh, dear.
Come on, get up there.
What do you want, Deanna Durbin? Oh, I'm going to marry my daddy.
You want a stepladder?
I made it. Now, if you feel romantic, laddie, let me warn you right from the start that my heart belongs to Daddy, and my daddy belongs to my heart.
Say, you know you sing that song good? All except the singing.
Just a minute. What's the matter with my singing? Can you do better?
If I can do better, I'll really show you how to sing this song.
All right.
Just stand back and don't let the pieces get in your eyes. I wrote some words for this thing post melody, and now the thing really makes some sense. Listen. I met a girl, and I stole a kiss. I bet you think what I'm naughty. She's 39, but she said don't worry, 'cause life begins at 40. 28 days. It's got September, January, June, and Wednesday. I saw Snow White and the 7 little dwarfs, but my brain belongs to Dopey. Oh, I got to get some shut-eye before I begin to begin. There's 228 days to Christmas. I should worry, I don't know what I'm singing. But what I really want to tell you is when all you folks take a shower, that my heart belongs to Lifebuoy. So listen in every Tuesday night.
George. From the looks of things here, I guess I won't find that He-Man I'm destined to meet tonight, so I might as well go someplace else and look for him.
Yeah, I think you're right, Patsy. Oscar Bradley and Parker Carpus certainly don't live up to expectations.
Yeah, and you're nothing to brag about either.
Oh, is that so? You probably won't even be satisfied with Gary Cooper when he gets here.
Gary Cooper? Oh, Gary Cooper. Gary, did you say Gary Cooper?
Yes, Patsy. He ought to be here as soon as Oscar Bradley plays the next number.
Well, what are we waiting for? Oscar, for goodness sakes, play it. Come on, boys. 1, 2, play.
Oscar Bradley, thank you. That was Holding Tight to Hold Tight.
All right, go ahead, George. Bring on the He-Man.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in bringing you one of the swellest guys in Hollywood. A man you all know and love.
All right, quit stalling, George.
A man among men. That scintillating personality. That fine actor.
Oh, George, get to the point.
You all know his pictures.
Yes,
the Texan, the Plainsman, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town.
I'll be a nervous wreck by the time he brings them on.
A man that I am proud to call my friend. One of the boys. One of the...
For heaven's sakes, Mr. Gary Cooper!
Hello, Gary. Hello, and welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show.
Thanks, George. Say, tell me, is this really the actor's own program?
That's right, Gary.
You mean it actually belongs to us?
It certainly does. An actor can come on this program and do anything his heart desires.
Well, that's wonderful, George. You know, in pictures, we have to do what the director wants. Sometimes we have to read lines we don't like and play characters that aren't natural for us.
Well, you don't have to worry about that here, Gary. On this program, you can do anything you want.
Are you sure it'll be all right?
Positive. Go right ahead.
Thanks.
Well...
Well, now I can die happy.
Hey, Murph, I don't mean to interrupt, but remember me?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Patsy. Gary, I want you to meet Patsy Kelly.
How do you do, Miss Kelly?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Cooper? Take off your stilts and make yourself at home.
Hiya, Gary.
Gary? I don't mind you butting in, Oscar, but you shouldn't call a person by his first name until you know him well. Isn't that right, Gary?
Yes, Miss Kelly.
Yeah,
But I know Oscar Bradley. We met on the set the other day in a very peculiar way.
Oh, what did you do? Trip over him?
No. No, Oscar was watching me play a game of chess, and I moved him twice by mistake.
I can believe that.
Believe me, we had quite an argument over that.
A fine guy for you to pick an argument with.
Oh, I wasn't afraid. I stood there and looked him straight in the knee. That's what I did.
And then he got down off the chair.
Yeah. Go away, Oscar. Gary. Gary, all my life I wanted to meet a strong, silent, handsome He-Man exactly like you.
What for?
To play checkers.
Fascinating game, checkers.
Yeah. Gary, can't you understand? My blood is racing through my veins like mad. My knees are shaking. My ears are ringing.
Is your head whirling?
Oh, yes.
Is your heart pounding?
Yes, yes.
I had a horse that died from that.
Yeah. Gary, I'm sorry about your horse and all that, but we're talking about two different things. What I meant was...
Well, if it ain't my old pal, Gory Snooper. How are you, feeling? Boy, and I'm glad you're here. You're just the man I'm looking at.
Oh, so you know Gary, too, huh?
I know him. Yeah, we're old friends, especially since we met.
Yes, especially since we met.
Say, you talk with a dialect? Well, that's neither here nor someplace else. Congratulate me, because you see, Popsicle Kelly and me is going to be married. But there's only one little thing which stands in the way.
What's that?
She hates me. But you could help me, Croupy, really. You see, Patsy likes the strong, silent type. Tell me, how do you make love?
Well, I'll try to tell you.
Well, now, look, you might as well do this thing right. You can lecture to him, but demonstrate on me.
Okay.
All right, now pay attention, Parky, and you'll see how a strong, silent man makes love.
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, Gary. Pretend it's a moonlight night, and we two are sitting out on the prairie.
Watch out for the cactus, ma'am.
Yeah, what? My beloved, isn't this night romantic? The stars are playing peekaboo above us as the winds whisper through the trees. Can't you just feel love surging through your veins?
Yep.
Yeah. To be here with you in the wide open spaces, just the two of us communing with nature. Your strong arm around me, protecting me as the moon floods us with its silvery light. Oh, Gary, isn't this heaven on earth?
Yep.
Yep. Those words thrill me. Look, darling, we're sitting beneath the trees that we planted ourselves. Look into my eyes, dear. Do you remember when we planted it? It was just a little seed, and now the tree towers above us as we sit here making love. It's sure gruesome.
It sure is.
Yeah. Well, that's love as it should be made. I enjoyed that. Didn't you, Gary?
Yep.
Well, Parky, do you get the idea now? That's what I call making torrid love.
Well, come to my arms, Patsy Puss, and I'll show you how to really make horrid love. You see, you didn't do so good, Mr. Cooper, because she didn't even kiss you.
Say, that's right.
Now, I'll show you, Mr. Cooper. You see, true love should be made in the Greek language. Stand by and just listen to some beautiful words.
All right.
Papsi, efti hesto neinotis kalimeres. Esto candiles to pipitharios conastos pithilios.
Yes, go on.
Plastophorus palanius, pilothorius canastos condilas. Meyena ye de theraparchos archilios.
Oh, Parky, you got me.
Yeah.
That's marvelous, Parky, but tell me, what does all that mean in English?
Yep.
Oh, nuts.
In just a minute, Deanna Durbin will return to sing again, but in the meantime, here are a few words from John Conte.
Have you ever gone somewhere for one reason and accidentally made other discoveries that you wouldn't have missed for anything? Well, that's the way it's been with so many motorists who have noticed the Do It Now sign outside the Good Gulf dealers, driven in to change their motor oil, and discovered that grand Gulf service and those grand Gulf products. You see, your Good Gulf dealer is ready to take the best possible care of your car in dozens of different ways. Stop in tomorrow and see if that isn't so. And in addition to getting your oil changed to fresh Gulf Pride and your gas tank filled with Gulf No-Nox ethyl gasoline, why not also ask for a Gulf registered lubrication job? Yes, your Good Gulf dealer is a real expert in the art of servicing a car. That's why it pays to stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
And now Deanna Durbin returns to the Screen Guild Show microphone to bring us one of the songs from her latest picture, Three Smart Girls Grow Up. Deanna sings, Because.
Because you come to me with naught save love, and hold my hand and lift mine arms above. How wide a world of hope and joy I see.
Thank you, Deanna Durbin. That was lovely. And thank you also, Patsy Kelly, Park Your Carcass, and Gary Cooper for a swell Gulf Screen Guild show.
Oh, George.
Yep.
Well, that yup stuff was just for the sketch, George. I'd like to say something as myself.
Sure, Gary. What is it?
Well, speaking for the cast, I'd like to say we enjoy taking part in this Gulf program, especially because the proceeds go to the Motion Picture Relief Fund to be used to build a home for the members of the industry who can no longer provide for themselves.
Well, thanks, Gary. You know, we couldn't do these shows without you fellas.
And we couldn't do it without the help of the Gulf Oil Companies. Who's on the show next week, George?
Well, next week we'll have a comedy drama written by Delmar Daves, directed by Leo McCarey, and starring Irene Dunn, Cary Grant, Walter Conley, and Herman Bing.
Well, I've got a date with my radio for that one. Good night, George.
Good night, Gary, and thanks for coming. And remember, everybody, next week, the same time, the same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, due to studio commitments, I must say goodbye to you for a few weeks. Some of my good friends and your good friends will carry on in my absence. Next week, Cary Grant will be your master of ceremonies. I'll be back as soon as I can. Till then, I'll miss you all these Sunday evenings. This is George Murphy saying thank you for the Gulf Oil Companies, the motion picture industry. Good night.
We are grateful to Universal Pictures for Deanna Durbin, who can now be seen in Three Smart Girls Grow Up. To Samuel Goldwyn Productions for Gary Cooper, soon to be seen in The Real Glory. To Hal Roach and the Pepsodent program for Patsy Kelly. And to the Lifebuoy program for Park Your Carcass. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.